Brace yourselves. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. Before we commence, I'll ask Andrea or Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Welcome, everybody, to the May 19th, 2026 Board of Governors meeting. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab. Select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on specific agenda items or during the public forum. In-person attendees must complete a written comment card request available at the Board Liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the Raise Hand feature on the streaming platform. We will begin with public comments from in-person participants in Sacramento, and after that, we will hear from virtual participants. After each item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that live closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements, and I will turn it over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you, Liaison Reynolds. Liaison Reynolds, may I ask you to call the roll, please?
Love Adu. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral. Amy M. Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Lenny Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jesse Melger.
Here.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Present.
Joseph R. Williams.
Here.
Madam President, we have quorum.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It is at this time that I would like to request that our newest board member Hamadeh, lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Hamadeh, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Member Hamadeh. At this time, we will adjourn to closed session. Starting the meeting off strong here. We will see you in approximately 45 minutes. See you on the other side. All right, everybody, welcome back. In closed session, the board reviewed and approved the annual merit salary adjustment as called for in Chancellor Christian's contract. No other action was taken. All right, according to the agenda, let's move on to Section 1, Standing Orders of Business. Item 1.4 is the President's report. So good morning, everyone. It's hard to believe that it's already May, which means that it's the time of the academic year when commencements or finals and preparations for commencements are taking place. I had the opportunity to sit on stage as adjunct faculty at the USC Saul Price School of Public Policy. I will tell you there is so much pride seeing students moving on to their next chapter. So congratulations in advance to all our graduates in whatever system you're in, and to the incredible teams in our colleges and at home who give their unwavering support. What an incredible accomplishment. This month, we also proudly celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, or ANAPI, Heritage Month. And within our system, the history, resilience, and brilliance of our ANAPI communities are not just a footnote. They are woven directly into the fabric of our campuses. From the early immigrants who built the foundations of the state to the communities whose rich traditions and stewardship guide us, to the vibrant diasporas thriving in our classrooms today, we recognize that their history is California's history. Celebrating this heritage reminds us of a fundamental truth, that education is the ultimate catalyst for equity, representation, and empowerment. Recently, I had the opportunity to see Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani activist and Nobel Prize laureate, speak. She beautifully captures this truth in her quote, "One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world." Here in California, we operationalize this vision every day. We know that for millions of Californians, our colleges provide that life-changing book, that transformative pen, and that dedicated professor or staff. So as we dive into today's agenda, let us ground our decisions in that shared mission. Let us honor the histories of the students we serve by ensuring that our system remains a beacon of opportunity and economic mobility. Thank you for your presence, your leadership, and your unwavering commitment to our students. And with that, let's jump into it. There is one business item I'd like to take care of right away. I have approved 2 new bachelor degree programs since our March board meeting: Fresno City College's Medical Imaging, Supervision, and Leadership, and Saddleback College's Medical Laboratory Technologist program. Congratulations to these colleges for advancing these programs that expand opportunities for our students and meet critical workforce needs. Next, I want to take a quick moment to recognize and thank someone whose service has left a lasting mark on the California community colleges, former Board of Governors, Vice President, and member Bill Rawlings. Since his appointment by former Governor Jerry Brown to the Board of Governors in 2018, Bill brought an essential voice to the table, a voice of a technology leader, a classified professional, and above all, a passionate advocate for equity and opportunity, and also as a dear friend. Bill has spent more than 33 years in public education, including his long service at Mount San Antonio College, where he began in 1999. He has dedicated his career to helping students succeed. He understands that access to technology means access to opportunity. His leadership on our board has helped move the community college system forward in addressing technology gaps for students across California. As Vice President of the Board of Governors, Bill led with integrity and collaboration. And during his time on our board, he helped advance the belief that community colleges are not only pathways to degrees and careers, but also engines of social mobility and economic opportunity. Bill's public service does not stop with the Board of Governors. Whether through the Diamond Bar Planning Commission, the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, the California School Employees Association, Kiwanis, or his nonprofit leadership and mentorship activities, Bill demonstrates what it means to serve a community fully and wholeheartedly. On behalf of the Board of Governors, we offer our sincere thanks for helping ensure the California community colleges remain one of the very best places in the world to pursue an education and a brighter future. Please join me in recognizing and showing our deepest appreciation to Bill Rawlings for his extraordinary service on the board. Let me pause here to invite one of our other former board members, Paul Medina, to make a few comments.
Paul, you're on mute.
Can you all see me, hear me?
We can.
Oh my God, what an honor to be here. So I wrote some remarks because I could continue talking so much about Bill. So I'll keep it brief. But good morning, Board President Aguinaldo, members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, esteemed guests, and everyone here today. For some of you who may not know me, my name is Paul Medina, and I had the honor of serving as a former student member on the Board of Governors for the California Community Colleges. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on this special occasion. I'm here to offer a heartfelt thank you to an amazing colleague and friend, Bill Rawlings. I have the honor of serving alongside Bill, and I can truly say that he is a phenomenal person who has dedicated his life and distinguished service to the California Community College system. I remember when first joining the board and being welcomed with so much kindness, warmth, and grace. Those of us who know Bill can attest to the kind of person he is. One thing I will never forget is hearing from former student members about how Bill was always a board member who looked out for students. I had the privilege of experiencing that firsthand. It's also fitting that Bill's service comes from someone who is himself a California Community College graduate, whose first job was at his alma mater, Fullerton College, soon after graduating, and who never left the system. He continues to serve students through his decades of work at Mount San Antonio College and through the many years he dedicated to this board. Bill, there is so much I could say, but in the interest of time, I simply want to say a big thank you. I know we're not strangers. I just saw you last week. but I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize you publicly. It's always bittersweet when members finish their term. There's always the question of who will carry on the work. But I've been incredibly impressed with the members who come after and continue with the same vision, passion, and dedication to the 2.2 million students in the California Community College system. As a student who will be graduating this Friday from Rio Hondo College and in a few weeks at East Los Angeles College, I want to say thank you, Bill, for your motivation so I could continue with my studies. Your legacy lives on through this board. Your kindness, warmth, generosity, and above all, your heart for students will continue to remain part of Vision 2030's work. Even though you may no longer be physically seated on that dais, your impact is still very much present. Bill, I'm so proud to call you a colleague, a mentor, and most importantly, a friend. Congratulations. Thank you to the Board of Governors for the opportunity to speak. I hope you all have a great rest of the meeting. It was truly an honor to be here today, and I would be remiss if I did not say that I miss you all. Thank you.
We miss you too, Paul. Bill, would you like to say a few words?
Oh my gosh. You're really just thanks. I mean, so much gratitude all the way around. Hildy and Vice President Perry has a nice ring to it. So loving that you're in that seat there. A few thoughts, some prepared, some a little less prepared. But first I have to say thank you to Governor Brown and Governor Newsom for the opportunity to serve and advance the interest of Californians and our community college system. I think a lot of you hear this from me a bit, is that the reward for our service is in the work that we do, right? It's an impact that we create, and it's in the friendships that we form. And by that measure, I have been really well rewarded. So thank you all for being part of that. I think you all know how much I appreciate each of you and all the individual unique talents that you bring, your individual perspectives and the friendship that we formed. And I know we're going to be staying in touch. I've already had lunch with a couple of you, and we'll be having lunch with a few more of you over the next few weeks, I think. But definitely looking forward to staying connected. But I would be remiss if I didn't share a few reflections on some items that are not in the normal vein of what I would talk about during our board meetings about technology and all of that. But just a few reflections on my service and what may be ahead. I think we've really made great progress on access, right? Enrollment has rebounded. We've closed a lot of longstanding gaps. Completion in transfer-level math and English is markedly higher than it was several years ago, and that's really important, meaningful change. But AB 1705 has also put a spotlight on what our next challenges include, right? As we've talked about before, as we know, opening the door is not the same as walking students through it. Completion gaps persist, and they persist most stubbornly for students who have always been underserved. And so we need to keep our attention on what happens after access, right? And that includes beyond including transfer-level math and English, right? There are so many other areas that are impacted by these achievement gaps. And really digging into what comes after AB 1705, what kind of reforms, what kind of work needs to continue, will be challenging. And it's going to require us to examine the structures that we've inherited. One of those structures I've talked a lot about is the Carnegie Unit. It serves many students well, and it has a role, it has a purpose, but it does not serve all of our students well. And so for the working adult, the veteran, the parenting student, the learner who already has skills to demonstrate, seat time is not the right currency, right? And we know it. The Carnegie Foundation's own 2-year study concluded that the credit hour is at best a crude proxy for learning. And the peer-reviewed scholarship that has followed makes clear that we have working alternatives, even if we're still learning at what scale they work best. So competency-based education, credit for prior learning, dual enrollment, work-based learning, and the California Virtual Campus Course Exchange, especially when combined with effective transfer pathways or university dual admission, will allow for a system that can offer speed for the prepared, exploration for the curious, and structure for everyone. And we need all of those options widely available along with our Carnegie Unit model to meet the demands of the future economy and to offer opportunity for the Californians our traditional model has left behind. And similarly, an important culture shift I hope you continue to keep on focus is our operational practices at our colleges still tend to be built around our institutions, when our real task is to build for the future of our students. The students who walk onto our campuses are not experts at navigating our systems or our processes, and it's our job to be responsive to their changing needs, to align our programs and policies to where our students are trying to go, and to prepare them well and quickly for the careers and economic mobility they came here to find. So it has been an incredible honor to call you my colleagues, and I'm equally honored and so happy to call you my friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. And thank you for everything. We miss you. All right. Next is Advocacy Day. On April 7th, we had Advocacy Day, and it was an extraordinary success for the California community colleges. We had the largest turnout in recent years, with trustees, CEOs, students, faculty, classified professionals, and system partners coming together with a shared sense of purpose and commitment to our students and our communities. We had a very strong showing from the board. So I want to thank Vice President Perry, Member Haynes, Member Costa, Member Villavicencio, and Member Melgar for representing us well. This year, we honored Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes for her steadfast leadership and longstanding support of our California community college students. Senator Reyes has been a tireless advocate for educational opportunity, workforce pathways, and expanding access for historically underserved communities throughout the Inland Empire and across California. We also honored Senator John Laird for his leadership and enduring partnership with California's community colleges. Senator Laird has consistently championed public education, climate action, equity, and student success. His work reflects a strong understanding of the role community colleges play in strengthening local communities, advancing economic mobility, and preparing Californians for the future. So thank you, everyone who participated and planned for Advocacy Day. Next, I'd like to take a moment to warmly welcome our newest member of the Board of Governors, Fauzi Hamadeh. Fauzi joins us from San Mateo and has served as a student life and leadership assistant at the College of San Mateo since 2004. His longstanding commitment to students, student leadership, and campus engagement reflects the very heart of the California Community College's mission. We are delighted to have someone with such deep experience working directly with students and understanding of the day-to-day realities of our colleges. I know his perspective, insight, and dedication to public service will be a tremendous asset to the board and to the students we serve across California. Fauzi, on behalf of the Board of Governors, welcome. We are happy to have you with us. Fauzi, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge Bill again. I know that I have very big shoes to fill joining this board, and I hope I can live up to the example and the model that he set. I'm proud to be here representing classified employees, and through my involvement with the students at my campus, with the classified professionals, through my campus and at CSEA, I'm looking forward to working with the board. I have, as was mentioned, I have 20 plus years working at CSM. I was a student there, stuck around long enough they gave me a job. We're looking forward to our commencement ceremony at the end of this week, which is one of my favorite parts of the job. And so I'm just excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fauzi, and welcome. Now I will hand it over to our board member, Maria Blaze, to present her project.
Hello, everyone. Can you get the slides on the screen? Awesome. Okay, so this is a little project that I've been working on my own time, but I wanted to give you guys an update on how I'm working to amplify student voices on the board. Next slide, please. The formatting's weird. Yes, but to go over the introduction, I think we could all recognize the fact that most students, faculty, and staff don't know what the Board of Governors is. And that becomes a big issue because the Board of Governors is the board that makes the policy decisions for all our 2.2 million students, right? And so with that in mind, how do we get meaningfully diverse student perspectives to be a part of our board decisions and to shape our board policies. And finally, on the point of narratives, something that I noticed when I first joined this board is when we're advocating for legislation or bills, there is rarely a sufficient amount of student voice behind those bills. There is most commonly the statistics and the facts and the graphs. And while all of that information is necessary and needed, I think what we're missing is that student testimony as to why this legislation is so essential to students. Next slide, please. So to address this issue, how do students find out about what the Board of Governors actually is? Well, we have to meet students where they actually are. And so almost every student uses Canvas, if not every student uses Canvas to be able to access their coursework. And so on Canvas, as you can see on the screen, there is a tab on the left where there's different modules. And my idea was essentially we should add a student advocacy module. Right next to all their coursework, they could see the student advocacy module, and here's a draft of what that link would lead to. There is first, the local advocacy, second, the regional, and third, the statewide. Locally, this would lead to something like a student government page where students can add more insight to what they want to see change on campus. Regionally, this could look like getting involved in the SSCCC, and they have a website established for this already, so just updates on the SSCCC, what's happening regionally, and even with the statewide things they've advocated for. And statewide, we don't have anything existing for how students can share their voice other than coming to this meeting to have a public comment or possibly even sending an email. But I was thinking in the student advocacy tab, we can actually get students to share their story and what they want to see change on a statewide level, and also give updates in terms of like what is actually going on in these 8-hour long board meetings, and then also advocate for bills. When we advocate for things like AB 1400 for more increased nursing degrees, how do we actually get the student testimonies behind this? So I think this is something that I'm working at, piloting at Foothill College as we speak, in order to kind of design this process so that we can implement this on a statewide level. Because think about it this way, every time a student goes to do their homework, they could see the student advocacy, and we can even make announcements for looking for nursing students who want to speak on like degree attainment, and basically they could just share their story through that means, meeting students where they're at, so that students don't have to know what SSCCC is, students don't have to know what the Board of Governors is in order to be involved and in order to be civically engaged. Next slide, please. So to expand a little bit about what this statewide module would look like, first I wanted to address like, what do we do on the Board of Governors? How do we communicate that without sending an 80-page agenda or without sending a link to a live stream that's 8 hours? Because realistically, students aren't going to read that, or students aren't going to watch that. And sometimes, you know, students have work or school during these times, so it's also not realistic to engage in the meetings. So I was thinking we can have somewhat of a newsletter format updating on essentially what happens in these board meetings, and also something that's visually engaging too. To kind of add that humanizing perspective, because I think we all know we do incredible work on this board, and I think that just needs to kind of be communicated and trickled down to the rest of our students and faculty even, so people actually know what we're doing and we can guide like the innovation with that. Second, I think that we need more student stories. Students know their experiences better than we do. I'm a student, but I can't express the diversity of our California Community College students. So if we really want to be true about centering student voice, we actually have to hear from students. So I think there should be a form or a tab where students can share what do they want to see change statewide and why it matters so much to them. And finally, on the point of legislation, every time we have a bill or some type of legislation that we want to pass, it's usually pertaining to students, right? So how do we humanize that more? I know there's a lot of nuances to these bills. Like I know with AB 1400, there's a lot of nuances, but the reality also is that we can support this by having more student testimonies. Because once again, I only saw the facts. I didn't see the students, the people, the humans behind this legislation. And at the bottom, it's noted that I'm piloting this model at Foothill College right now, and there's a lot of support there. And basically, if in case this wasn't clear, I'm basically just building out the structure for what that looks like so that it could be easily adopted to other colleges. And one final logistical thing is that I know this sounds like it might be more work for colleges to implement, but the reality is that's not the case because student governments already have a website. SSCCC has a website. The only thing that we have to do is create like a sub-tab on our existing Board of Governors website that includes these three things: our updates through a accessible newsletter, a form for students to fill out to share their story, and then we can do announcements when we need support on that legislation side. Next slide, please. And so finally, I want to get to the point of humanizing our work. As my term at Foothill College ends, I have a lot more time to dedicate to this project, but first of all, I'm prioritizing the canvassing to be able to push that out to all students so that we have a platform to push our updates out to all students. But secondly, something I'm personally interested in is media. This is some pictures from March and March, and I just think that I've been doing more interviews and I've been doing more recordings as to like what the Board of Governors actually does in terms of student advocacy. And I think that is really essential because when we think about our narrative as California community college students, and we're trying to shift that, right? How do we increase our enrollment? I think we have to communicate with students how innovative our California community college system is. And also when we talk about enrollment too, we also have to think about our marketing. I think we can all agree that our marketing desperately needs to improve. And I think that starts with showing physically what are we doing outside of these board meetings, right? And I say that all to say that that one last note on the point of enrollment is there's also a point to highlight around success stories. UCs and CSUs can't take all of our California community college students because there is a capacity issue, but we can showcase how the California community college system can create these success stories as a launch pad for students to go into their educational journeys. And I think exactly what this looks like is I think I am really proud of our I Can Go to Community College campaign. And I think I want to add to that by showcasing the direct success stories that come out of California community colleges. I have friends that transferred to these great institutions. I'm going to UCLA. And I just think we need to be able to express that more because what incentivizes students to go to college is the fact that they're going to get some financial stability in the future through a career. And we have to prove to them that you can do that through California community colleges. So do I exactly know what this media piece looks like yet? How this marketing looks like yet? No, but I want to start this conversation around how we can go about doing that because I think we really need to center on humanizing our work and reaching out to our students where they currently are. Thank you.
Member Blaze's passion really comes across with her presentation. Thank you very much for being so inspiring. I will tell you that she interviewed former Vice President Rawlings and I in DC, outside, in the cold, in the snow, and made us talk about our experience on the board. So she will stop at nothing to make sure that we humanize our work. Thank you so much, Member Blaze, for that presentation. And with that energy, I pass it on to our Chancellor for her report.
All right. Good morning. Well, my report is going to be about the May revise and our Vision 2030 data metrics. So before I do that, we have a guest here with us today, the president of Feather River College. So I'm going to invite Dr. Trutna to share some news with us, something that we experienced when we visited Feather River related to the equine management program. So Dr. Trutna. Team, can someone help? Oh, thank you.
Would you like to read the bottom line for the people that don't have it?
We had the opportunity to visit Feather River College and saw this beautiful, is it mare, Frosta, who was pregnant at the time, and I had the chance to give her an ultrasound of who is now Flame, our beautiful, what do you call it, a boy, sire?
A colt.
A colt. Okay, well, okay. His dad is Pirate, but they had a baby, and the colt is named Flame, and it says at the bottom of this beautiful postcard that I gave him medical care. So, yay! Congrats to Frosta and Pirate.
Under the medical direction of Aguinaldo Medical Services. Yeah, so Flame is FRC Light the Way. I want to name it Boggy, but the students overruled me. The mare's name is Frost or Frosted Light, so they wanted to do Frosted Light the Way. So you have Frosted Light, and then Light the Way is the offspring. The sire is Pirate. Horses have a little horsemanship 101. Horses have a stable name and registered name. It's kind of like a nickname and your formal name. So Flame is a full blaze. That's the big white stretched down like the Clydesdales have. So it's called a full blaze. Blaze is sorrel in color. He's potentially Rabicano. Rabicano is the white dots in his armpits. But they have what's called foal hair or baby hair. You know, we all have to look at our picture of our baby, and our baby hair changes over the years. Horses do the same thing. And yeah, I just wanted to, ever since you came and did the ultrasound, I've been planning to do this, so it's been a secret. And then I also want to make sure that our program, 2 weeks ago, we had UC Davis Vet School, and actually, interesting enough, Cornell University came out as well, and they both did genetic studies on our horses. Cornell's looking at the eye color and the eye DNA, and UC Davis was there collecting DNA as well to do a genetic study. So we're right there with the top of them working on that. I also gave you a graduation program, and why this is important is the first year of our environmental science, ecosystem restoration, and applied fire management. It's our 9th year of the ag and equine and ranch management, and you met students from both of those programs, and they got to do the show and tell, including some of the horse show that you've never seen before and participated in. But I just thought this would be fun if I could share this, and I really appreciate the time, Chancellor Christian. But thank you very much for visiting Feather River College, and we wanted you to a little token of the remembrance there.
Thank you, President Tretna. All right, everyone. So now I'm going to get into the May revise, and this is an item that our field at large looks forward to. So every May, we report on the May revise, and then I'll get into the Vision 2030 metrics. Okay. So on May 14th, Governor Newsom released his revised budget proposal for the 26-27 fiscal year. The proposal reflects a significantly improved revenue picture compared to January. This was driven largely by stronger than anticipated income tax collections tied to continued stock market growth in AI-related market activity. The LAO recently estimated that the state's 3 largest tax streams, that's income, corporate, and sales, are tracking roughly $25 billion over the governor's January forecast. However, the LAO also cautioned that these revenue gains, quote, appear unsustainable, and warned that this could be a temporary revenue peak. And I know former President Costa was giving us a little study about, the peaks and then the dips that happen after that. In response, the governor's May revise takes a notably cautious fiscal posture. Rather than using the majority of new revenues to significantly expand ongoing spending commitments, the administration proposes directing much of the additional funding toward reserve deposits, liability reduction, and long-term budget stabilization efforts. This approach also mirrors the Senate Democrats' document Foundation for the Future framework and the Assembly Democrats' document Budget Roadmap, each of which emphasize reserve building, fiscal restraint, and protecting core investments while preparing for potential economic slowdowns and federal funding disruptions. In terms of Proposition 98, which is relevant for the California community colleges, the funds have increased approximately $28.6 billion over the 3-year period relative to the 25-26 enacted budget, or roughly $6 billion over the January governor's budget estimate. So what does it mean for the California community colleges? The May revise continues $527.5 million in new ongoing augmentations to core apportionment and base resources, which is an increase of $199.7 million. And if you've been tracking the news articles like EdSource and other outlets, this is the number that you see. Even our sister segments have augmented funding. So what is happening with this additional augmentation of $199.7 million? A large part of it goes towards a 4.31% COLA, cost of living adjustment for the student-centered funding formula. The growth investments continues to be the same as was in the January budget. Now, it should be noted that the super COLA, the 4.3% is super COLA, includes both the statutory COLA as well as additional discretionary augmentation tied to the implementation of AB 65. Aguilar Curry is the author of the bill, and this is related to paid family leave for community college employees. The May revise also preserves the January investments for credit for prior learning. Super happy about that. The Common Cloud Data Platform, which this Board of Governors has been really focused on infrastructure build-out, dual enrollment initiatives, deferred maintenance, the Student Block Grant, California Healthy School Food Pathway Program, and Calbright investments. Additionally, the revised proposal, the May revise, includes $9.7 million one-time for 3 years for the UDW Adult Learner Demonstration Project. The Chancellor's Office will continue with our colleges advocating for enrollment growth. You know that our enrollments have been off the charts, and many of our colleges are carrying unfunded FTES as enrollments come back roaring after the pandemic. We want to ensure that funding keeps pace with that growth. We will also continue pushing forward on several other important priorities, including support for our student veterans, resources connected with the LA fire recovery efforts by expanding our construction trade programs. In fact, we're now tracking the most recent fire in Southern California that started on actually yesterday at 11 a.m. In addition, we're advocating for Proposition 4 funding to support the creation of microgrids at our colleges, particularly at campuses that serve as emergency shelters and community hubs during natural disasters. And I'm looking forward to the presentation from our climate team, who will talk a little bit more about microgrids, and I see them already here ready to go. I know some of you had requested a quick update on the Instructure incident. So let me briefly acknowledge the cybersecurity incident that impacted Canvas and resulted in the platform being temporarily shut down. Board member Maria Blaze had talked about Canvas, and it's our learning management system. And shutting down the learning management system, you can imagine how it impacted our system. And this was as we were getting into the finals week. While the disruption created understandable concern across our colleges, I really want to thank the leadership of how we managed this crisis, particularly Jory Hatzel and Chris Ferguson were tremendous in being steady and the coordination of the situation. Also want to recognize our Paige, Dor, and Melissa managing the media that was requesting our reaction to it. Also want to thank the leadership of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges who were communicating to the faculty so that we were all steady as we were navigating this significant issue. If we had needed to pivot quickly, our system, our faculty, are so well prepared to do so. And so I had the utmost confidence that our team and our system would do everything they could to support the students. Unfortunately, we were reflecting that this may not be the last time we face situations like this, given the global digital infrastructure that we rely upon and the rapidly advancing capabilities of AI. So at this time, I want to shift to our traditional update on the Vision 2030 metrics. Andrea is going to pull up the slide deck. Wanted to add my welcome to our new board member, Fauzi Hamadeh. Fauzi, my team members at the Chancellor's Office and I look forward to working with you as we continue to advance a bold, student-centered vision for the California community colleges. So our team will be updating our Vision 2030 website with the most recent slide deck. Terrence Willett and Bethany Daniels I have been working on it, and it'll be updated. It's probably already been updated, but I pulled out a few of the slides to share with you. It's a representation of the 31 or so slides on the slide deck. This particular slide shows our enrollment growth, which continues to be significant. You can just see the rate of growth on the blue line graph, far exceeding the yellow dotted Vision 2030 targets. Unfortunately, I don't have my long distance glasses. I just have my reading glasses with me, so I can't see the green percentage increases. Let's move to the next slide. This one is just to give the public and the board on the next slide an indication of how we disaggregate the data. So not only do we look at enrollment numbers, but we try to see various student population, Vision 2030 as specific groups like dual enrollment, veterans, foster youth. And by the way, this is Foster Youth Awareness Month. So I particularly selected this slide to recognize that May is our Foster Youth Month. You can see significant increase. Also wanted to recognize, as our board president did, the Anapi Heritage Month, and both our board president and our deputy chancellor have the correct clothing to celebrate this month. Moving to the next slide. This is continues to be our enrollment growth. I think this is a foster youth. Yes, dual enrollment, foster youth. Next slide. We also do it. This is Justice Impacted, our prison education program. Again, you can see the significant growth. Next slide. We also disaggregate our data by ethnicity. So this is our graph for our Black African American students. Moving to the next slide. Again, just a reminder that our Vision 2030 metrics are organized using our 3 goals. So we just covered all of the goals related to access and enrollment. Now, this slide, we're shifting towards completion. It's all well and good for us to get students to our colleges, but what about completion? You will see that completion is a lag indicator. So when our enrollments declined during the pandemic, we were anticipating our success and completion metrics to lag about a year or two later, a year for certificates and 2 years for a degree completion. What you can see here is that we are rebounding, we're coming back in a strong way on our completion metrics with I think that's a 7% increase over, the ADT is a 6.6% increase. You can see it's below the goal line, so we have to catch up to the Vision 2030 targets that we established, but we're trending in the right direction. And then I selected on the next slide our support. Now, our support metrics are do we draw down federal financial aid? This is money that is allocated for our students. Are we drawing down on federal financial aid through the Pell Grant and through the Promise Grant? So I selected one of those metrics, which is the Pell Grants, and you can see a significant increase. And again, this is the work of our colleges and our student services professionals who have been making sure that we bring the resources our students need. And we also partnered with CSAC. And if you know, CSAC is being led by our very own former deputy chancellor. So there's a great partnership to get those dollars to our students. I think that's my last slide. I know that many of our board members really, when we talked about Vision 2030, we talked about whether we needed to continue to monitor the average number of units taken for our students to complete an associate's degree. And in this case, going down, the graph going down is a good sign because we have decreased the number of units from 89 to 81 units. And if you think about our enrollment growth, but you look at the number of units, 81 as opposed to 89, we're actually saving the state of California. So I messaged Terrence, and I said, can you give me a back of the napkin calculation here? And he did a back of the napkin and said it's, we could consider saving the state of California $60 million because we got students to complete that credential in fewer number of units. And I do believe that's my last slide. Let's see. It is. Okay. So with that concludes my report, and I turn it back to our president.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian, for your report. At this time, let's move on to the consent calendar. Item 3.1 is our March 24, 2026 board meeting minutes. Let me take any board comments. Member Williams.
Can we just pull item 11 and 12 for separate consideration?
11 and 12?
Yeah, from the contracts. Is that the different one? I'm sorry. That's the minutes is the consent.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Correct. You're talking about 4.1.
Yeah, 4.1.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Hearing none. Do we have any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you very much. I'll take a motion.
Move for approval of the minutes.
Second.
Great. Thank you very much, Member LeGrand and Member Williams. I will take a vote.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Abstain.
Pamela Haynes. Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And I don't think I acknowledged that Member De La Fuente had joined us officially for the record, so let it be known. Welcome, Member De La Fuente. And thank you very much, Liaison Reynolds. Let's move on to Section 6, Information and Reports. Item 6.4 is Vision 2030 Climate Action Update, Board of Governors Sustainability Goals. And for that, I pass it to the Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Senior Advisor Grady.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson is not here today, but we have a couple of, oh, is he here? Oh, he is here, sorry. But we've got a
I just
team
wanted
with
to
us here.
recognize that Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson is doing double duty. So he's going to get his steps. He's rushing back and forth between the legislative hearing and the board meeting. So go ahead, Carla.
Thank you. So thank you, President Aguinaldo, Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian. I'm Carla Grandy, Senior Advisor on Climate, and I'm joined today by David Liebman, Sustainability and Energy Programs Manager at Santa Rosa Junior College, who is also a Climate Fellow, and also by Owen Letcher, Vice Chancellor, Facilities, Bond Program, and Operations at Chabot Las Positas Community College District. In 2025, the Board of Governors adopted a comprehensive set of climate action and sustainability goals that are aligned with Vision 2030 and California's broader climate commitments. Since then, the Climate Fellows have been working with colleges and districts to support implementation of those goals. Today, we're going to share updates on how colleges are responding and statewide efforts that are underway to support colleges and districts on both meeting the BOG goals as well as on reporting data in a meaningful way that can help to inform climate action goals for the system. I'll go ahead and turn it over to David to talk more about the data collection.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Since the update of the Board of Governors Climate Action and Sustainability Goals, we've been working on developing really a system-wide data collection methodology in order for our colleges to take the metrics that were approved in the Climate Action and Sustainability Goals, understand which data is important, explain each section of the goals and how we want the data collected, and then also how colleges can begin to submit that data so that we can begin to understand this data from a system-wide collective impact, as well as how this data can be used to understand our colleges individually, really based on where they're located. We are calling this document our primer document. As the saying goes, you can't manage what you can't measure, and we are working on developing this framework. The document that I talked about has a number of templates. For example, in order to collect data on transportation, we have included a sample transportation survey that colleges can use if they don't already have that data through their existing basic needs programs. We are also describing where all of our colleges and districts can find the data, really a focus on utilizing existing data collection frameworks within districts, and then should a data or a piece of data not be available, how they can collect that data and develop their own institutional framework to collect that. We've already have a number of colleges that have worked on establishing and updating their benchmarks. Some examples include Shasta College, which have completed greenhouse gas emission inventories, Ohlone College, Contra Costa Community College District, and San Diego Community College District. As part of our primer document, we are also including data submission platforms. So these are our existing platforms that our colleges can use to that can submit their benchmarks so that we can then collect that data at the Chancellor's office. The different platforms focus on simple and low to no cost platforms in order to not only simplify the data collection and submission process, but also reduce redundancy of the amount of data and the types of data that colleges have to submit. In the future, the Chancellor's Office can look into a system-wide dashboard that can collect this data from behind the scenes, such as collecting data directly from colleges' utility meters without colleges submitting the data. It can happen on the back end automatically. And this would actually be similar to platforms that already exist at the California State University system, as well as the California Department of General Services, which utilizes this data for system-wide dashboards. I will now pass it back to Carla, whom will talk about how we're thinking about building capacity for colleges to establish their benchmarks and support data collection.
Thanks, David. So one of the things that we've learned from the landscape analysis that the Climate Fellows and Climate Corps Fellows have done is that only about a third of our campuses have somebody who is in a sustainability role. They all have facilities teams, but not all have someone who's focused on sustainability. So one of the ways that we are hoping to build capacity for colleges to implement some of the Board of Governors goals is through a partnership with our nonprofit partner SEI, Strategic Energy Innovations, and the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education, ASHE, and California Renewable Energy Lab. So together we're going to bring on a team of Climate Corps Fellows. We've been working with Climate Corps Fellows for the last couple of years, and we have Climate Corps Fellow alums with us here today. And those Climate Corps Fellows will support the colleges and districts with submitting ASHE STARS reporting. So STARS is the Sustainability Tracking and Assessment Rating System. This is probably the most widely known and accepted way that sustainability is tracked within higher education. And ASHE STARS is the standard for higher education sustainability reporting, and that's why we had incorporated that into the Board of Governors goals. So one of the goals is that colleges will achieve a ASHE STARS reporting of gold, and because that incorporates many of the other Board of Governors goals around climate, water, energy usage, but also things that happen in the classroom, teaching, research, engagement with students in the campus community. So we're working closely with ASHE, and they are excited to have our 116 colleges as partners. So they're going to provide support, both financial support and also staffing support to our climate team to submit these reports. And that will help the colleges and districts to establish baseline greenhouse gas inventories, identify gaps and opportunities for improvement across sustainability categories, and integrate climate metrics into institutional planning. And then, as Chancellor Christian mentioned, another area in which we are partnering with and supporting colleges is through advocacy for Prop 4 climate funds on behalf of the campuses that are prepared to construct microgrids on campus. So microgrids have multiple benefits to campus communities, including on-site renewable energy generation, energy resilience for campus and community, because the excess electricity that's generated will go back into the grid if it's not used by the campus. And it allows campuses to serve as community resilience hubs in times of climate crisis. In addition, there's a workforce and place-based student learning opportunities. So 5 colleges and districts have participated in an economic and technical feasibility assessment in partnership with the Chancellor's Office, the Foundation for California Community Colleges, California Renewable Energy Lab, and the National Renewable Energy Lab. And those 5 campuses were College of Marin, Glendale College, Contra Costa Community College, and Ventura College, and Palomar College. And so we are working now to advocate for financial support for those colleges to be able to build the microgrids that they have designed. And I'm going to turn it over now to Vice Chancellor Letcher to share more on the microgrids at the Chabot Las Positas District.
Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate being here today. Having worked in the system since 2015 and having worked with the Chancellor's Office staff since 2018 on climate action goals, I really appreciate the fact that the Chancellor's Office has taken the lead. They've defined, and the Board of Governors has taken the lead to define and refine those goals and establish the standards and a framework for us under the Vision 2030. For my district, having those Board of Governors goals made it very easy to update and refine my administrative procedures and board policies. And it made it much easier at my local level to move forward our planning around climate. And I thank you not only for making a change in our climate, but for our making a change in our climate response. Why microgrids and why microgrids at Chabot Las Positas? My district wrote our first formal climate action plan in 2010. We revised that plan in 2019 and in 2024 with the support of the Climate Fellows. We established principles around climate action that you can see on the screen there. and about our energy use and how we would adapt some of our elements to this. Foremost on the list, we wanted to utilize our legacy energy systems. We wanted to utilize the existing power grid that was on our campus. Didn't want to rip it out and replace it. So we wanted to connect microgrids to that, whether that was our on-site power or our on-site solar that we have had since 2006, 2008. Using our on-site generated electricity not only cuts our costs, but it provides for emergency operations, which is key to our community resilience. Our microgrids are connected such that we can support emergency operations on our campuses. Additionally, we even used each of our microgrid projects to not only support student interns working with our vendors on these projects, but to support our partnerships with our apprentice programs for which we serve as the local education authority. So that includes advanced manufacturing, technology, telecommunications, and electricians. So I'm proud of the fact that we've applied our apprenticeship programs to this work. What differentiates us from other colleges in the microgrid space? So we can go to the next slide, please. We have 3 different microgrids at Chabot Las Positas. First one is at Las Positas College, which is affectionately known as a vanadium flow battery. It's connected to our existing solar panels and connected to our 21 kV power grid that's on campus. It's backed up by an emergency generator should we need it, but it can operate our emergency operations center if necessary. Next, our Hayward Fire Training Academy, which is associated with Chabot College in the city of Hayward. This was a new construction project, solar, battery energy storage, and a microgrid, and a generator. Not only supports our academy, but it also supports the city's 911 dispatch center. So community resilience as well. And then at Chabot College, we have a microgrid that is connected to our solar panels, legacy solar panels from 2008, connected to our 12 kV solar, our electrical grid on campus, and was constructed under the recently approved DSA IR interpretation of regulation N4 regarding battery energy storage. I apologize to all of my colleagues. I was the one who made them write it. So, and in each case, as I mentioned, we can operate in a natural disaster as a community resource. The microgrids power our emergency operations center. They provide support for our Red Cross partners who we've partnered with on our campuses in every location to support our local community. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. So there's exciting work that's happening already in the system, and you've heard about that. David will be finishing his Climate Fellowship at the end of June, so he's going to be going back to his campus, but he promises that we can still call him and ask him questions, and we will do that. And I think we've got a great pool of folks from across the system who have applied for Climate Fellows, and so I think we'll be able to have some continuity there. So our next steps with this work, distribution of the climate action reporting primer that David talked about, expanding technical support to additional college clusters on the collection of the data and on reporting of it through the ASHE STARS process, establishing a system-level dashboard to track progress and implementation of the goals, and then advancing the pilot microgrid projects at select colleges to strengthen alignment with strengthening alignment with state funding streams, including climate infrastructure and workforce investments. So thank you for the opportunity to share these updates with you all today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, I'll take any board comments, and Member Epstein goes first.
Thanks, and appreciate what Las Positas is doing. That's great. The the microgrids are really a terrific, tangible example of achieving progress. I have some questions though about the graph and the goals. I mean, we've been doing some kind of climate strategy here for a long time. I mean, over a decade or about a decade, and I guess I'm a little concerned that we're still that we're moving at community college time and not with the urgency that this issue requires. I mean, it seems like I'm curious. I mean, what percent of the colleges have actually benchmarked anything at this point? I mean, that seems like something that should have happened a long time ago.
Yeah. So I can share that pretty much all the colleges have benchmarked their energy goals. That was really attributed to Board of Governors policies around additions to capital outlay funding by submitting that energy data. That really motivated the colleges to do that. With respect to the other goals, I would say we really only have probably 10 out of the 10 districts out of the system that have submitted have completed greenhouse gas emission inventories. So we have seen that there is a lack of capacity at our districts for someone who can go and collect the data. And so we're really focused on building that capacity so that colleges can really collect the data and see where they are and see the value in collecting that data.
That's good. I mean, I'd really like to see what the benchmarks are, where we are today, and this chart says that in 4 years we're going to achieve big reductions, and we don't even know what it is to start with, just 3 years out. So I think that we need a lot. I mean, I'd like to see specific data on these, and so that the colleges can see how they compare to some of the others. I mean, how bad is the starting point, and then, do they really have a plan to cut it in the next 3 or 4 years? And, I just think we need to inject this with the kind of urgency that the issue requires. And, I appreciate the attention that's being paid to it, but I'm not sure that we're seeing the results that we need.
Chancellor's office speed is now, so everyone else has to match that speed. Thank you, Member Epstein. Member Williams.
So I think I got a comment for the foundation members and for the chancellor. Just thinking about the huge investments that PG&E and Southern California Edison are making in modernizing the grid. You think it might be worth trying to meet with the CEOs of those companies to really pull them in to, like, when you think about the amount of sponsorships and philanthropic giving that they do, but then also kind of helping organize some of the conversations with the utilities, because I see them coming and they give the rebate checks and those kind of things, but we might be missing something on the workforce development side and them trying to pull potential employees. So just a thought about that kind of partnership. And then for local trustees, what can we do to push getting curriculum so that our students are getting the opportunity to train on these kind of things? Like, we build all of these LEED certified buildings, and then now you're doing the this work here, but I really just don't see enough programming so that, especially in communities like in the Inland Empire, where I get a chance to take a class to be able to qualify for one of these jobs at the Edison's. That's our utility. But what suggestion do you have for, like, local trustees from a policy standpoint to, have appropriate conversations with faculty and get into that collegial consultation process to get this kind of curriculum on our campuses?
So I will say that there are a number of opportunities that exist. So we have a group of climate fellows who are doing professional development for faculty to integrate this into their classes. Next year, we're planning to start a community of practice for CTE programs to incorporate climate across their curriculum. But one of the things that I think we have really seen as we've been working with the campuses is that when there is someone in a role with sustainability in the title, it makes all the difference in the world, because then that's what they are focused on as their full-time job. And one of the things that we are working on as climate fellows is trying to spell out the financial case for hiring somebody into a sustainability role, because as you said, there are rebates. David just gave me a anecdote today of some money that he saved SRJC with some PG&E rebates. And so there are a lot of opportunities out there for somebody in that role, for that role to be self-sustaining. And so I think if districts are able to fund a person who can come into those roles, they can do the campus as a living lab opportunities, they can apply for grants for things like microgrids. There are a lot of opportunities that are out there, but the campuses, by and large, don't have the capacity unless there is someone in that role.
Chancellor Christian.
So I just wanted to give a perspective on our staffing for climate, and I pulled up an email that Carla sent Robina, Chris, and me on May 2nd. And the first part was an analysis of the staffing at the University of California Office of the President related to climate, and it's 14 individuals. These are like full-time, and then there are other structures. And then for the CSU Chancellor's Office, it is 8. And we started this work with commitment, let's say in 2023, and we created 5 climate fellows. And Carla, you became sort of the senior climate fellow. And then this year, in conversations with Chris and Robina, we've now created this position in partnership with San Mateo for a chief climate officer to kind of recognize it. And then we added to the 5 climate fellows, we added climate core fellows to help the colleges, because when we're putting out sustainability goals, for them to be able to track it, it's difficult. And then I think under former board member Casey Chang, we established the student climate fellows. So the workforce that we have is with individuals that come through in 2-year periods of time to really power this work. We are committed to this work. This is an agenda. I'm certainly noting that, we need to think about what more resources can we bring to stabilize the staffing, to accelerate the work. But the work in the last 2 years has been phenomenal with the structures that we've been building, what do they say, building the plane as we're flying it. So just wanted to recognize that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could expand upon the advocacy effort on getting Proposition 4 funding for again, these microgrids, and what, again, specific districts need to do to secure that funding, and how obviously the Chancellor's Office and us, we can help out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So that's work that's being led by David O'Brien and the government relations team. We've been meeting with elected officials and their staff for the last several months to talk with them about community colleges, the role, well, years actually, the role that we play in terms of climate action education, but then also the potential for campuses to serve as community resilience hubs with microgrids. And so there is a funding request that has gone in, and actually we have several different routes that funding request is taking. But from the campus perspective, working with your local elected officials to advocate for funding for the campuses, and I think just sharing with them the opportunities that community colleges have. We know that community colleges are respected members of the community, but I think it helps to remind the elected officials that we play a role in terms of the workforce development for the climate the climate jobs of today and of the future and the clean energy transition. I think that's a part that bears repeating. And then also the opportunity, because we are already trusted members, for community members to come to us in times of climate crisis. It makes sense for us to have those microgrids available to be able to power the community. So that's what I would say is the conversations with the local elected officials. Thank you.
Member Epstein.
I just want to. I appreciate what the chancellor said, and I'm not. I didn't mean to criticize the effort that's being made. At the chancellor's office level and the fellows. I think is a great program and everything. I guess the point I was trying to make, I think, is that we need to really, encourage in very strong terms the colleges to take this seriously. And I'm also wondering. The state has very significant and specific goals, and my guess is that the community colleges are way below those targets. And if we have any data on that, I'd like to see it as well, because I just feel like we've been watching this slow-moving train for a long time, and they're we started out applauding colleges for changing their lighting when they got free money from some grant project. That was winning awards 6 years ago, but. And it just doesn't seem like that they're taking it seriously enough, and trying to get resources assigned. Great if everybody had a sustainability officer, but at least if it's they don't have that, then maybe they can at least take seriously. Maybe the governor's office can help. I don't know. There just seems to be there ought to be a way to make this a higher priority throughout the system.
Member Williams.
Yeah, the same. And so my comments, not a criticism. This is a interest area. I spent 2 years at Edison. My understanding is these grids are filling gaps in the electric infrastructure. And so, are we advocating to be part of their rate case when they're renegotiating with the PUC? Are they funding some of this work? And is that something that we are able to do together? I mean, the PUC has so much money that I'm like, it's ridiculous. And back in the day, and I don't know if they still do this, but those companies would do loaned executive programs where they would loan an executive to a nonprofit or to, as a part of their philanthropic efforts. And so I don't know if we've had those kind of conversations to kind of expand the capacity. So if you get an executive that is paid by the utility and then they're tasked with working on a project with you, they're benefiting from us doing these grids because it's expanding the infrastructure. And so can you make a case that when they're renegotiating rates, a portion of that can come back to the work that you're doing? So I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I can explain a little bit on our end. Each of those projects that you saw there, we receive energy incentives from PG&E, which is our provider, and those monies that and you never receive them up front, you always receive them post. So that money then goes back into our revolving fund to fund the next project. Our grids are not big, right? Our grids serve a very specific function on our campus and a very specific amount of square footage, capacity of electricity on our campus. To build out our entire, we've got 1.4 million square feet, right? To build all of that out and support it by the microgrid would take up most of my parking. But so it's very land intensive, but also power intensive and cost intensive, right? You saw some of my rates, but we're using our incentives we receive to reinvest in our next sustainability project or microgrid project. In emergency, we have the capacity to operate on solar and battery 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for a very small percentage of our campus. But yes, we're
Member Haynes.
specific emergency operations center.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Member Haynes.
That's okay, thank you.
So if I could quickly add, certainly microgrids help in the event of an emergency. They allow, and we learned this very clearly on David's campus, they allow the batteries to be the energy stored in their batteries to be entered into the grid system to help with the overall situation in a given community. But what's happening, and there's a bit of a counterpoint to all of this that we hear politically, and that is, as we further our goals, as we build out microgrids, we're also at the same time taking ratepayers out of the system, and that actually increases the cost for the remaining ratepayers. And that's sort of the counterbalance that the state tries to be mindful of, is those that can't afford, say, an alternative source that may be less expensive, they actually have to pay more as a result. So they try to balance that rate-paying aspect. So we want our goal. We've been pretty clear that with microgrids, the value actually returns to the public. So we're not trying to create another public cost or create costs for our community. So we have been doing that in the background to do that education, to say, yes, that is correct, we would come out of the ratepayer pool, but we're actually supporting public entities, we're supporting students, we're supporting communities, we're making ourselves available in the event of an emergency. So there's this other counterbalance on our side that helps say, this is why it's important to do it on our campuses, because the public gets the benefit back.
Now, Member Haynes.
Thank you. So please forgive my confusion, because I think we started off with a general question about climate, and we've evolved. And so I'm trying to think of this from, the community college is a confederation. It means that there is independence relative to that, and movement is not systematic across all of the colleges for any number of reasons. So I'll put my hat on as a former trustee, and with a very large community college district, Los Rios. And so from a trustee perspective, I believe most of our colleges have a climate, they have an environmental goals that they set out and we sort of agree to. However, I'm not sure that trustees can be as knowledgeable about whether or not those goals are being are the right goals, or even if they're the right goals, how quickly we're getting to them. Because they're mandated by any number of entities relative to that. And so for me, that's a disadvantage. That's a disadvantage to success and whether or not we're on target. And so as a trustee, it would have been helpful, or is helpful, if we know what those are. I'm not saying that that our presidents and our administrators and our staff are not telling us all of it, but we are at we are there and a slight disadvantage relative to what we think we know based on that, and what we actually need to know in order to be successful. And so what I would say is there may be some gaps relative to the trustees who are the overseers of the policy and the goals, and in many cases to at least question what that success will look like. And I'll stop there because I think that there's some work to be done at that level. And how we bring trustees into this, because ultimately it's the trustees that are, it's everybody that's successful. But in terms of accountability, those are the elected bodies, individuals that are accountable.
Member Blaze.
I wanted to add to Member Haynes' point a little bit in terms of the accountability. I think when we, sitting on my district's board of trustees previously, I think there is a disconnect and there is a gap, and I think it might be helpful because when we talk about what we usually do on the Board of Governors, it's very abstract, right? And we have these goals, but when it comes to our staffing, for example, there is a little bit of a discrepancy in a sense. So with that in mind, I think maybe something that might be helpful is, let's say we we want to see our colleges implement a program, we can start off by actually naming that college and giving a proposed climate project that they can work on, right? Because I think on the Board of Trustees, oftentimes we're occupied with other things. So when it comes to why are we moving so slow, because I think there needs to be more direction and more direct assigning, in a sense, or suggesting, in a sense, of what can tangibly come out from that college.
Thank you very much. Member Brown.
I just wanted to say thank you to you and to the climate fellows who stepped up for 2 years and who are now and let us borrow you for your expertise. And I'm sure your districts are really happy and your students to really have you back. And I'm looking forward to the next batch and what more we'll be able to push forward, because this has been a lot of really great work. Thank you.
Excellent. Now we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Liaison Reynolds. Oh, yes, of course. Wonderful job. All right, popping back up to Section 4, our action calendar. Section 4.1, or Item 4.1, is the approval of contracts and grants. And I will pass that one over to our Executive Vice Chancellor, Chris Ferguson, and our General Counsel, Jerry Deschler. I also remember, I think, Board Member Williams, you wanted us to take items 11 and 12 out of voting, so we'll address that later on, but I want to focus on the discussion first. So, gentlemen, please take it away.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Under item 4.1, we have 13 items which have been reviewed by the Office of the General Counsel, and Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and I are here to take comments, as well as the program leads if there are specific questions that are appropriate for them.
Yeah, I would just add that among the contract and grants items is support for the digital center, roughly $600,000. But I highlight that in particular based on what happened about a week and a half ago with our Canvas system and how critical it was. A big thank you to all of the team at the Chancellor's office, in particular, Resident Executive Hadsel. There were many late nights. We drafted quick guidance to the field. We were in contact with Instructure, who operates Canvas. So these investments provided the capacity and the ability to be responsive quickly to the system to address what was a critical need. There were colleges that were in the middle of finals. There were colleges prepping for commencement, and that couldn't access grades. So this capacity makes a difference and is just so important. There's a number of items in here that I could just continue expanding on. You know, one of the items is for support of an individual who helped us apply for a $50 million grant, 10 million over 5 years. We're hopeful we can get it from the federal government, but it was instrumental to have that individual be here to help us do that. So these items are really critical, but they also materialize in significant benefit or realize significant benefit for the system. So just wanted to highlight that.
Member Melgar.
Yeah, I just had a question. I don't know if this is for the Chancellor or you two, but I see the Chief Vision 2030 Policy Implementation Advisor. Is that one person that's that we're borrowing, and or are there other folks that are working on that at specific campuses that we're going to be supporting in the future? Just curious about that relationship.
So it's one person, currently the Dean of Institutional Effectiveness at Cerritos College, and she will be working with our policy and research team to really focus on the research aspects of the Vision 2030 implementation. So it's very much implementation and outcomes focused. So that's a 2-year interjurisdictional exchange.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other board comments? All right, seeing none, any public comments?
The public comment period for item 4.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Yes, we do have one public comment from Kim Tram on this item.
Kim, while you're coming up, Member Haynes wants to make a comment.
I apologize. I feel like I missed an opportunity to speak to item number 2.
Go for it.
Is this the right time? Okay, thank you. I apologize. So item number 2 is the item having to do with the HBCU Transfer Guarantee Pathway Project. I get closer. I'll get closer. There's a couple of things. One, to recognize that the HBCU transfer has been within the community colleges for the last 10 years, and it is a success. In that time, I believe that we have doubled, or maybe even more than doubled, the number of HBCUs that are now part of the partnership, which is fabulous, and I want to recognize all of the hard work that goes into that, that we don't see. But so with that in mind, we do so much of what we do is on a shoestring. And so I want to recognize the amount of money that the program is being given. But I also want to at least ask the question, that program has operated with steadfast commitment, zealous work that does not get seen by the general public or anybody else. And I want to make certain that that 1.3 annually will be enough, hopefully, to increase some staff. And it doesn't speak to that, so I need somebody to speak to another warm body, at least, to help with this work.
Good morning, Member Haynes. So this is a contract that we oversee in academic affairs, and you're right, they have done an incredible amount of work, and it is a huge lift for their caravan across the state, the ways that the program has interacted with students and followed up to make sure that they get connected with HBCUs, their financial aid departments, their enrollment advisors. And so we always recognize that there could be a larger investment from the state in these efforts. What has been exciting is this latest work that we've had with them is much more data focused. So we've been working with our research team as well to find ways that we can follow students to their completion, and also think about how we're doing outreach at campuses and getting them connected to that program as well. So we did not talk specifically about what they might do in terms of staffing arrangements through the grant, but I do know that there is a lot of excitement about what we might be able to do this year in terms of the ways that we're interacting with them at the Chancellor's office and providing resources and ways to work on data and decision making in terms of how we best utilize the funds.
Thank you. Sorry. I do have a very quick story to speak to relative to Sacramento City College. I was on campus. It was a recognition, a graduation recognition of the programs, Black programs on Sac City's campus, and a number of the students came up, and when they were being recognized, they were saying they were going to go to an HBCU, and I happened to ask the coordinator, well, because money and scholarships and are the thing that many of our students need. So I went up to him and I said, well, do our students know, do they know that there is funding within the state of California for an HBCU up to $5,000? That person who's been around forever did not know that. And so I had to prove to him in writing that that indeed was the case on a website. I suspect that that person is not alone in not having been connected in a way that they know what is available to the students, or that the students know what is available to them. And so whatever that blockage is, we just need to do a better job of them knowing what is available in terms of resources. It is the way that many of our students are successfully walking to completion. Anyway, so thank you.
I can quickly comment to that as well. There's two lines. One, the data sets that we're trying to utilize is also to work with the colleges on, much more proactive research, outreach to students early and to get them connected to the program. The other piece is we've on a totally related project. We have the transfer center directors are working with the foundation to produce a guide on best practices. And these equity-centered practices are part of that work. And so we're also prioritizing ways that we can connect students with HBCUs and to make sure that they know about them early on in their college career. So you're fully right on how do we ensure that we're broadcasting this, and then it's also what's the strategy to make sure students see that pathway early. So great comments. I really appreciate those.
Thank you, Member Haynes. And Kim, thank you for waiting in the wings. We have one more board member comment, and then we'll get to you, Member Brown.
Member Hames' comment reminded me of an experience I had where I went on an HBCU tour with students, and 4 out of the 5 students we took ended up choosing to go to an HBCU. It was really interesting to hear the questions the students would be asking the admissions representatives, because they're so California indoctrinated. They didn't really understand how open and easy it would be, the process to transfer to those institutions. So they kept using terminology that those admin reps had no idea what they meant. They're like, well, is this program impacted? They were like, what? You just apply. Well, by when do I have to do this? Before school starts? What? They just really their minds just didn't wrap around it. And something that's really interesting, because a lot of these institutions are pretty far away geographically from us, is that the folks around them know more about the HBCUs, the locals, and some of these HBCUs are actually incredibly diverse and heavy on the H, and it's historical. And what happens is oftentimes these institutions are only being promoted via our UMOJA programs. And it really should be an opportunity that is shared widely to all of our students, particularly those that are looking at impacted programs in our CSUs and UCs that do not have capacity. And I've seen students apply to 4 Cal States and get rejected from all 4 simply because of the major that they chose and not the quality of their educational package that they were presenting to the CSU. And so getting that word out more broadly is going to be so important. And looking at this as part of our overall baccalaureate attainment is going to be incredibly important. And also considering other partnerships that we could strengthen, like with our Western Undergraduate Exchange, just to help, because of that capacity issue that we know exists, to help broaden students' perspectives, and not just students, but counselors' perspectives on what the possibilities are and what other things that students can do in order to make sure that they keep moving forward towards their goals. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that, Member Haynes, because a lot of times we sort of pigeonhole these projects and only communicate them down certain pathways, and it really needs to be widely understood. Thank you.
Member Williams.
She made me say it. So we're on the chancellor's. What's the name of the advisory committee?
You're talking about the Black and African American.
Yeah, so there's a Black and African American advisory committee, and so the folks that are responsible for doing this work came and gave testimony, and the staffing comment is important because in administrative circles, this is called the Black tax. It's you work with Black students because you're passionate about it. You're not necessarily paid to because you got your regular day job that you do, and then you're volunteering to do the additional stuff. And so the promotion of the HBCU part doesn't get out at scale because the staffing is not sufficient. in order to get the information out. That's why the staffing component is important, because again, a lot of folks are volunteering to do the additional events and all of the promotional stuff that needs to happen. And so I've already done my day job, and then now I'm volunteering to do all of the other things. So that's why, she's really asking about the question about, is this going to be adequately staffed?
Yeah, this is particular funding that's provided for us to work with this program, but I mean, all of our areas and our conversations with them are about scaling and utilizing the resources as best as possible and continuing the advocacy and showing the student stories and the changes that makes in their lives. I think as Member Brown was talking about as well, that the student experience when they do go to an HBCU, are they connected? It's really easy. It's all centered on belonging and success. And what's been really amazing, I think, through the program is the way that credit mobility with those institutions has been so focused on. And so every one of our agreements with them has been centered on making sure that students can take meaningful units with them and complete in a timely manner, and also the connections that they have with all the support services on those campuses as well to make that transition to somewhere that is far away really successful. So really great comments. I think we continue to work with them on ways that we can support either through our office or partner with them and collaborate with our colleges to help make it successful. And we continue the advocacy in terms of the funding and the staffing that's needed for that program.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for elevating the item. We will now give it to our public comment. Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for waiting.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of item 1, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges Governor's Grant Renewal. My name is Kim Tran, and I recently joined the ASCCC as Executive Director. Also in attendance today is the President of our Board of Directors, Dr. LaTanya Parker-Parnell from Moreno Valley College, and Vice President Robert L. Stewart Jr. from LA Southwest College. The statewide Academic Senate represents more than 56,000 full-time and part-time faculty across California's 116 community colleges as the official voice of the faculty on academic and professional matters. The ASCCC continues to fulfill its important role in advancing faculty leadership while partnering closely with the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, and intersegmental higher education partners. With your approval, the Governor's Grant will continue to enable our organization to provide support and consultation to the Board of Governors, as well as interface with the Chancellor's Office through committees, advisory and work groups, and task forces. The ASCCC also hosts major events for our system's faculty body through plenary convenings, institutes and academic academies, regional meetings, local Senate campus visits, and more, helping to provide technical assistance in areas such as curriculum and shared governance. We want to express our gratitude to the Board of Governors for your consideration of our grant, and we thank Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs James Todd for the facilitation of our renewal request. In closing, I ask for your support for the approval of the renewal of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges Governor's Grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Aguinaldo, we have 2 hands raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. At the beginning of this topic, there was said that funding was used to help with the Canvas breach. Canvas was dishonest in their messaging about their breach. The message that there was maintenance going when they were undergoing this breach. Days before, actually, I heard about this. I heard about prior breaches because there were multiple breaches. So we knew there were problems days before. I think Canvas has officially reported it was April 29th was one of the first breaches. And they were dishonest at the time on, I forget what day it was, that Thursday. Student information got into criminal hands. This was failed to be mentioned at the beginning when you were addressing this issue. Public money shouldn't be going to corporations collecting student data, and public money shouldn't be going to fixing their problems. There are many large failures in this, allowing data from students to be collected that shouldn't have been in the first place. Canvas doesn't need to be holding on to our messages and a lot of the information they're having. Where is student input in these issues? Students should have their essential liberties protected, and there should be justice when leadership fails this catastrophically. Thank you.
Manuel, you have control of your mic and can address the board. Username Manuel, would you like to make a comment? There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. We shall now move to the vote. The first vote that we'll do is for items 1 through 13 minus 11 and 12. So may I have a motion and a second for that, please?
Second.
Member Epstein, Member Haynes, thank you very much. Andrea, Liaison Reynolds, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauci Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
1 through 10 passes.
And 13.
And 13.
And 13.
And 13.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
The next vote is for items 11 and 12. I'll take a motion and a second for that.
Move approval.
Member Haynes, thank you.
Second.
Member Epstein, thank you. Liaison Reynolds.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauci Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Abstain.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to item 4.2, Foundation for California Community Colleges Board Reappointment for Natasha Sani. And for that one, I will pass it to our Vice President Perry, to kick off board comments.
Are there any board comments on the motion to reappoint Natasha Sanwi to another term on the foundation board?
Just one comment. As a board member of the Foundation Board, Natasha's been a great colleague and has done excellent, exemplary work on the DEI subcommittee as the chair there, and I would wholeheartedly endorse her reappointment.
Thank you, Member Legrand. I too would like to make a comment in support of Natasha. Her commitment to DEI and fairness and equity across the board is exemplary and a really substantial addition to the board and the work in our consideration. So her voice is loud and effective and really necessary. Her legal mind is also a real asset to the board. We recently had a meeting to talk about a big initiative coming toward the foundation, and Natasha has that great legal mind. We're all like, wow, this is so cool. And Natasha's like, but what if this? But what if that? But what if this? And so that kind of mental acuity that she applied was really wonderful in getting us to ask the right questions. So I very wholeheartedly support her reappointment to the board of the foundation.
Thank you very much. Any other board comments? Any public comment?
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. We do not have any in-person comments, but we do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yeah, I was looking over the agenda for the reappointment of Natasha. I saw that it says ensures DEI governance strategy, longstanding commitment to civil rights and public services, support equitable outcomes for students. Canvas is the foundation's contract that forces students into corporate surveillance and puts student data into criminal hands. We need leadership to stand up and speak for students' rights, our civil rights. We need students, we need leadership, and I hope Natasha could help us with there. we need to ensure that there's transparency in these contracts, and we need to know why these decisions are being made at the foundation level. Why aren't there things like privacy threshold and impact statements? Why aren't there reports saying how these are going to affect students? We need there should be equity in the data and how it shouldn't be flowing from students to corporations. It should be flowing from the top down to the students, and we should understand why the foundation is making these decisions that put students into harm's way. And I hope you could help us with that. Thank you.
Madam President, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Liaison Reynolds. I'll take a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Thank you, Vice President Perry.
Yes.
Thank you for your second, Member LeGrand. Liaison Reynolds, I'll take the vote.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jesse Milligar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to Natasha. We will now break for lunch. The Chancellor is telling me that we have a very, very full agenda, so you will get until 12:30 to scarf down your lunch. See you back here at 12:30. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful, albeit quick lunch. Let's tackle item 6.1, the 2026 Classified Employee of the Year Awards. For that one, I will pass it to Chancellor Christian and Member Hamadeh.
All right. This is really, really a fun agenda item. The Classified Employee of the Year Award has been given out annually since May of 2009 to honor community college classified employees who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to professionalism and community colleges. Recipients are nominated by members of the college district community and endorsed by the Board of Trustees. Award nominations are reviewed by the Chancellor's Office and classified reps from Consultation Council. Recipients are selected for their commitment to professionalism, outstanding performance, and active participation in their campus and their community. This year, we had 21 nominations and selected 6 winners. At this time, I will turn it over to our board member.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. On behalf of the Evaluation Committee, I'm excited to honor our 6 incredible classified employees today. I will introduce all 6 winners. As your name is called, we invite you to come forward to the presenters table, and if you'd like, take a moment to share a few words before we continue to the next recipient. The 2026 Board of Governors Classified Employee of the Year Award winners are, our first awardee is Misty Hardy, who's a step-up student success intervention coordinator at Shasta College. For more than 14 years, Misty has been a dedicated champion for students at Shasta, working tirelessly to advance student success and equitable incomes, particularly for justice-impacted students. In her role as Student Success Intervention Coordinator, she's led transformative efforts aligned with Vision 2030 to expand access to financial aid, basic needs resources, and educational opportunities for some of the college's most vulnerable students. Through her leadership, outreach, and strong community partnerships, participation in programs such as Step Up has grown significantly, helping students overcome barriers related to housing insecurity, food insecurity, and reentry into education. Colleagues and students alike know Misty for her expertise, compassion, and collaborative spirit. By coordinating services, mentoring students, and building meaningful partnerships, she's helped improve academic outcomes while also changing perceptions about the value of education for justice-impacted individuals. Even beyond her formal role, Misty continues to serve students through volunteerism, professional development, and statewide partnerships, exemplifying the very best of service, leadership, and student-centered advocacy. While Misty has chosen not to make remarks today, we are so pleased to recognize and celebrate her achievements. Congratulations. All right. Our second awardee is Carmen Marie Hercala, who for more than 2 decades has served as Sacramento City College and the Los Rios Community College District with a deep commitment to equity, collaboration, and student success. In her roles as Staff Resource Center Assistant and Caring Campus Coordinator, she has helped foster a culture of belonging where all students, particularly those from historically marginalized communities, feel welcomed, supported, and connected to the resources they need to succeed. Carmen's leadership has touched nearly every aspect of campus life, from professional development and shared governance to initiatives that strengthen employee engagement and students' support. As Classified Senate President, she worked to build stronger collaboration among classified professionals, faculty, and administrators, while championing programs such as the Classified Mentorship Program and Core Day to support employee growth and effectiveness. Her impact also extends beyond the local level through her contributions to the California Community College's Classified Senate, where she has helped advance equitable, student-centered practices across the system. Known for her compassion, institutional knowledge, and collaborative leadership style, Carmen continues to make a lasting difference for both employees and students alike. While Carmen has chosen not to make remarks today, we are so pleased to recognize and celebrate her achievements. Congratulations, Carmen. All right. Our third awardee is Dr. Lucina Kim Narvez. For nearly a decade, Dr. Lucina Kim Narvez has served Mission College with a deep commitment to advancing equity, inclusion, and student success through her leadership in the Office of Student Equity and Success. Her work reflects the goals of Vision 2030 by developing strategies that remove barriers and expand opportunities for historically underrepresented students. Known for her collaborative leadership and strong institutional expertise, Lucina serves as a vital bridge across faculty, staff, and administration, helping bring people together around a shared commitment to student success. She's played a key role in shaping Mission College's student equity plan and has led impactful initiatives such as the Equity Ambassador Program and the Classified Equity Certification Program to strengthen equity-minded practices across campus. In addition to overseeing the day-to-day operation of the Equity Office, Lucina is a mentor, a connector, and a champion for inclusive campus culture. She supports onboarding efforts, fosters community building initiatives, and creates spaces where students and employees feel valued and supported. Congratulations, Dr. Kim Narvez. It's wonderful to support you today. Please feel free to share a few words. Oh, do you want to
Please come up.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I'm just so honored to, one, be a part of this system, and then be a product of this system. And just everything I do is for our students. And I just wanted to also just say publicly, just as a reminder for my own kids, to just reach for the stars because their mom did.
Thank you so much. Our next awardee is Desiree Ortiz. For more than 21 years, Desiree has served the South Orange County Community College District with a deep and unwavering commitment to equity, inclusion, and student success. Currently serving as a senior administrative assistant at Irvine Valley College, Desiree's career has spanned multiple departments, including financial aid and police services, where she has consistently worked to remove barriers and create welcoming, student-centered environments aligned with the goals of Vision 2030. Desiree is widely recognized as a transformational leader who has helped foster a culture of care across her college and district. She has led important initiatives such as Caring Campus, co-founded a classified guided pathways team, and supported programs designed to uplift and empower first-generation students. Beyond her day-to-day responsibilities, Desiree has been a strong advocate for classified professionals through her service as CSEA president and her active contributions at the statewide level. Her leadership is grounded in compassion, collaboration, and a belief that every student deserves the opportunity to succeed. Through her work, she continues to uplift students, colleagues, and the broader community while advancing equity-focused practices throughout the California Community Colleges system. Congratulations, Desiree. We're pleased to recognize you today, and please, if you'd like to share a few words, just come from the. Mm-hmm. Just make sure you press the.
Here.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored to receive the Classified Professional of the Year award. Being recognized among colleagues across California community colleges is truly humbling. For over 21 years, it has been my privilege to serve Irvine Valley College in the South Orange County Community College District, guided by a simple belief: every student deserves to feel seen, supported, and empowered. This work has never been mine alone. It's been shaped by incredible colleagues, classified professionals, faculty, and administrators who care deeply about our students. I'm grateful to be a part of a community that leads with compassion and a commitment to equity and belonging. Thank you to Chancellor Barnes and our Board of Trustees, my work family, Irvine Valley College Police Department, IVC colleagues across campus. To my family, thank you for being my constant source of strength and inspiration. I accept this award with gratitude and a continued commitment to serve with heart and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next awardee is Dr. Natalie Vasquez. Dr. Natalie Vasquez serves Riverside City College as Professional Development Coordinator, where she leads with a deep commitment to equity, collaboration, and employee growth as essential drivers of student success. Her work closely reflects the goals of Vision 2030 by creating professional learning opportunities that help employees better support the needs of California's diverse student population. Through initiatives such as the Equity Minded Learning Institute and a series focused on data literacy, Natalie has helped embed equity-minded practices into the college's institutional culture and daily operations. Her leadership has strengthened the connection between professional development and student outcomes, ensuring that employees across campus have the tools and knowledge needed to foster student success. Natalie's impact extends beyond program coordination. She collaborates across employee groups to align professional development efforts with institutional strategic goals, while also helping cultivate an inclusive and supportive campus culture through initiatives such as the PER Committee, which I want to hear more about. Congratulations, Natalie. We're honored to celebrate you, and please feel free to share a few words.
All right, is this thing on? Not yet? Yeah? All right, okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I am so honored, but I have to be honest. When I received the word that I got this recognition, I laughed, and then I said, "Are you sure?" And I said that because I don't find that anything I do is all that remarkable. You know what I'm saying? I've got countless of colleagues across the state that give tirelessly because they believe in education and the power of transformation. And I know for myself, I'm a product of the system. You know, I've gone through it, and I'm here today. And it's because of the relationships that I established and that I had with classified professionals and faculty and managers. And it's all good stuff, right? And so thank you so much. And if I did something that shines a positive light on the classified professionals throughout the state, then I gladly accept this recognition. I do want to say to my daughter, Amanda Vasquez, and Jordan Chipman, both products of the community college system and currently employed at Riverside Community College District as well, Your support means everything to me, and that's what happens. See, I gift you my children. And to my grandsons, my twin grandsons, Levi and Cannon, you are my inspiration. And I will leave you with the words of the great poet and musician Eddie Vedder. You can't buy what I want because it's free. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our final awardee today is Crystal Vifania Tafoa. Crystal Vifania Tafoa has dedicated herself to serving students at Barstow College for more than 16 years, where she's become a cornerstone of support within the Teaching and Learning Support Center. Her journey began as a student worker, and through years of service and leadership, she grew into a classified professional with deep institutional knowledge and a strong commitment to helping students persist, succeed, and achieve their goals. Crystal's work reflects the values of Vision 2030 by helping create welcoming and inclusive environments where all students feel supported. Through her daily work with students, she provides guidance, encouragement, and consistent support that helps students navigate challenges and remain connected to their educational pathways. In addition to supporting students directly, Crystal plays an important mentoring role for tutors and students' employees, helping strengthen academic success across campus while developing the next generation of campus leaders. She is widely respected for her professionalism, collaborative spirit, and calm, steady leadership, particularly during difficult times for the institution, including the pandemic and recent cybersecurity disruptions. Beyond her campus responsibilities, Crystal contributes through campus committees and statewide professional networks focused on advancing equitable student outcomes. Her dedication, humility, and commitment to developing others continue to make a lasting impact on Barstow College and the students and colleagues she serves every day. While Crystal has chosen not to make remarks today, we are so pleased to celebrate her achievements. Congratulations. So congratulations and thank you to all of our award recipients. I just want to note how many of them are products of the community college system. So it's nice that we're able to celebrate our own in this way. And as we all know, our classified professionals are the backbone of getting things done for our communities. So thank you.
If we could have the winners come forward to receive your award, please.
You think that's going to make us stop?
Right here?
Can I photograph one at a time? Oh, am I opening?
Don't blink. Keep it open. More? Is that good? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Board member Epstein about just noticing there's too many women up here.
Board comments. Member Brown.
I just wanted to say our classified professionals are always so humble, but they are absolutely the wind beneath our wings and the foundation of everything that we do. Oftentimes when I talk to classified professionals, if you saw all of those amounts of years of service on there, they are working under sometimes 3, 4, even 5 different presidents during their time. And so they have the history, the institutional memory of the core of what that college is aiming to be across lots of different changes. And so we really appreciate you, and we want you to appreciate yourselves because you are so important to our system. So thank you so much.
All right. All right, we'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public comments on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We will move swiftly to item 6.2, nursing expansion, which I will pass to Vice Chancellor Tony Cordova.
Get the big seat there, big guy. Good afternoon, President, Vice President, Chancellor, members of the board. I get the honor to be able to present to you or offer the opportunity to present to you the nursing expansion. We've brought to you several different times the impact, the demand, the necessity for us to be able to react and act now. Not to use the motto of our time is now, but it's with a little bit of sincerity that it is our time now to be able to do that. But I also wanted to be able to present to the board the practical component of it, of where it's at from the field's perspective. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our Dean of Workforce, Cherie Fortin, and she'll do the introduction for the presentation and our guests here.
We go. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the Board of Governors, and esteemed colleagues. Cherie Fortin here, Dean of Workforce and Economic Development. Today, I have the great pleasure of presenting on the phenomenal work our colleges have done in expanding the number of associate's degree in nursing graduates who complete their programs, pass the NCLEX exam for RN licensure, and join the California healthcare workforce. Yes, we've all heard of the critical nursing shortage. Well, the California community colleges have risen to meet this need, and we have increased our ADN graduates by 1, expanding clinical placement capacity through non-traditional methods, 2, leveraging simulation and cutting-edge immersive technologies in the classroom, and 3, engaging practicing nurses in the hospitals as clinical faculty. Now for some data. Across California community colleges, nursing program capacity has increased by approximately 15% over a 3-year period. During that same time, the number of nursing graduates has increased by 16.5%. That distinction matters. We're not only expanding seat capacity, but we're also producing more completers. California Community College ADN programs report retention rates of 93% and completion rates nearing 90%, and NCLEX pass rates of approximately 91% overall. In fact, 18 of our California community colleges achieved a 100% NCLEX pass rate in 24-25. These are strong outcomes by any measure, and they're particularly notable given that our programs serve a high percentage of working adults, first-generation students, and students that are balancing complex working and caregiving responsibilities. California Community College ADN programs California Community Colleges educate approximately 70 to 75% of the students entering nursing pathways statewide. In many rural and underserved regions, the local community college is the primary and sometimes only accessible pathway into the nursing profession. This reflects the system's ability to respond quickly to our workforce needs. Our community colleges represent multiple entry points into nursing and allied health career pathways, such as the certified nursing assistants, medical assisting, licensed vocational nursing, the associate's degree for nursing leading to RN licensure, and other allied health pathways. These programs enable students to enter the workforce sooner while continuing to advance their careers through clear, stackable pathways. The equity impact of these programs and our outcomes is also significant. Nearly 62% of California Community College nursing students are economically disadvantaged, and colleges serve a high proportion of Hispanic and first-generation students. As a result, our programs are not only expanding opportunity, they are strengthening the diversity of California's healthcare workforce. I think there's one clear conclusion. California Community College nursing education programs are both meeting the moment in our healthcare crisis, and we are also delivering a strong return on investment. Today, to bring this work to life, I am joined by College of the Desert President Val Martinez Garcia to share how the college has significantly expanded their ADN programs. Thank you so much. Please welcome. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, members of the Board of Governors, especially Member Malgert. Nice to see you away from the desert. Chancellor Christian, Executive Cabinet members, and distinguished guests. My name is Val Martinez Garcia. I'm the Superintendent President at College of the Desert. And I'm also proud to be joined today by Sheila Thornton, CEO of One Future Coachella Valley, and later on, Sarah Fry, the Interim Dean of Mathematics and Science at College of the Desert. At College of the Desert, we believe Vision 2030 is more than a framework on paper. It is a call to action, our responsibility to operationalize that vision in a way that directly connects education to economic opportunity, workforce mobility, and ultimately human dignity for the communities that we all serve. We are working to create a system where education no longer exists in a disconnected type of silos, but instead functions as one continuous pathway. For me, this work is deeply personal. I grew up in Bakersfield, Kern County, and my mother and father happened to have a lot of financial issues, marital issues, that caused a lot of strain on our family. And some of my earliest memories of my mother helping us get through those times was riding with my mom and my brothers through Southwest Bakersfield. We didn't have much, but on those Sundays, she would take us to look at the new housing developments where only wooden framed houses stood against the sky. She would ask my brothers and I to go out and pick which room we would stay in if that was our home. And you know, brothers being brothers, we'd fight for which rooms to go into. And of course, if you were familiar with Atari, you know, we would say, this is where our Atari would go, our TV, kind of dating myself there. At the time, I didn't fully understand what she was doing, but years later, she told me she wanted us to focus not on the struggles of our present situation, but on the possibilities of our future. Those unframed houses taught me something that stays with me to this day. Before you can build a future, you have to imagine one first. That is what Vision 2030 represents for our students. It is a framework of possibility, but frameworks alone are not enough. We must build systems and partnerships and opportunities that allow students to step into the futures that they imagine for themselves. This work is especially urgent because the Coachella Valley, our region, is changing rapidly. Industries are evolving, workforce needs are shifting. Families are looking to education, not to simply help them get credentials, but for stability, advancement, and of all else, hope. Our students deserve a system designed around their realities, not outdated assumptions. At its core, our work is guided by a simple principle, a promise to the community that students should be able to access every certification, every credential, and every degree necessary to build meaningful careers without having to leave the communities they call home. Because when education systems truly align around students, we do more than prepare them for jobs. We help communities imagine, build, and believe in a better future. At College of the Desert, we believe the educational system that we are building must be designed around the students' momentum, not institutional convenience. As you're all aware of, our students are from place-bound learners, or they are place-bound learners. For many, relocating to pursue higher education is simply not an option. They cannot leave their jobs, leave their families, or the support systems behind them. The reality requires us to think and rethink how we can deliver education, how we can provide access to advanced degrees and workforce training close to home. And perhaps, most importantly, many of our students arrive carrying more than their own dreams. They carry the hopes of parents, grandparents, and the children who believe this education will help them gain the stability and the dignity and the opportunities they need. Our responsibility is to build that system, a system worthy of their trust. At College of the Desert, we believe our responsibility is to connect the dots between education, workforce and development, and economic opportunity. That requires us to break down traditional silos. We must think beyond K-12, community colleges, universities, and industry as separate entities. Instead, we must operate within seamless ecosystems where students seamlessly move from high school into college, college into careers, training into long-term economic stability. This work cannot happen in isolation. Workforce development must be collaborative by design. That is why our partnership with One Future Coachella Valley is so important. Together, we're building an intentional pathway that aligns education with regional workforce needs and creates real opportunities for students across the Coachella Valley. I'm going to ask Sheila to go ahead and talk to you about our partnership now.
Oops. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Val. My name is Sheila Thornton, and I'm the CEO of One Future Coachella Valley, and we are a nonprofit organization that's the backbone organization for what's called the Coachella Valley Regional Plan for College and Career Success. We have been in the regions in existence for 20 years. We were formerly under Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. The work was born out of the concept that if we are going to get anywhere in terms of economic mobility, we have to have a laser focus on educational attainment all across segments of education for our students. And for those of you who don't know, Coachella Valley is characterized by, it's about 20 miles wide and 30 miles long, but it's isolated, geographically isolated from the rest of Riverside County. So oftentimes when we're thinking about educational attainment for students in our region, we have to think about that geography, and then we also have to think about the poverty levels that our students are dealing with. So we have been partnering with College of the Desert for numerous years. Actually, the initiative was born out of a College of the Desert discussion with the Economic Development Partnership 20 years ago. And since that time, we've built some incredible capacity to serve students from embedding career academies at the K-12 level, making sure that there are successful transitions into college, and then college completion and workforce integration. I think I'm here today, though, to talk about our RN expansion project, which was a pretty stellar example of how community college responded to the needs of our employers. In 2022, the employers who have been at the table for numerous years, their executive leaders came to us and said, we are now in full-on crisis, and COVID, the pandemic, really exacerbated that, but they were dealing with the after effects of that in their healthcare settings. And as many of you know, those hospitals are competing not just locally, but they're competing statewide and nationally for healthcare workforce. The executives who came to the table ran 4 of the hospitals in the region that serve the majority of the population, and they really wanted to see something different than what they had been doing before, which was working in isolation from one another. So we formed what was called the Healthcare Workforce Leadership Roundtable. We specifically brought together 4 major employers and a healthcare district in the region that has a significant priority around healthcare workforce strategy. And we asked the question, what could we do together that we can't do alone? How do we create sort of a multiplier effect by thinking about our workforce as regional, and from top down make sure that we're focusing attention on how we get at those issues. Fast forward, we looked a lot of data and came to the conclusion that 75% of the problem in the Coachella Valley was RNs, and that it was the costs were out of control associated with making sure that they could keep the RN workforce in place, and specifically that at the time, just back of the napkin across 2 of the hospitals, they were relying on 575 contract nurses annually. And that meant that their costs associated with registry nurses went from $1 million a month to $9 million a month. So we were at a point where there wasn't an opportunity to think small. We had to think big. And we just started brainstorming things like, how could we do a call to action to private universities and colleges? What could we do with our local colleges and universities? And that's when College of the Desert stepped in. Specifically, Sarah Fry, who you'll hear from next, noted to me that their RN program had 80 actually additional accredited spots that were not being utilized. We brought that to the executive roundtable, the Healthcare Workforce Roundtable, and they said that's where we're going to start. If College of the Desert can be nimble and move with us, then we're going to think about a co-investment. This was addressing not just the issue of a deficit in the workforce from the perspective of just straight up numbers, but also an aging and growing population and an aging nursing workforce. So all of these factors together really primed us for this moment. The Healthcare Workforce Roundtable worked toward making sure that they could size this properly, figuring out what it looks like to be able to fund the expansion of this program, and came to the conclusion that they would co-invest in those first 70 students, open slots for the first 70 students. They developed a $3.4 million fund, and I will tell you this happened in a period of 12 months, so it was business moving fast. And reciprocal to that, College of the Desert, Val, his leadership, and Sarah and their team, they opened doors equally quickly, and that was what made it happen. It's a powerful story. I would say also that Sarah's going to speak to this, but the public funding coming in relationship to this through the RNI grant was, icing on the cake for the healthcare workforce leaders who wanted to see that when they did this private investment that something would be moved from a public perspective. So all around, it's been an incredible experience and a significant movement for the students from the Coachella Valley.
Good afternoon. So the roundtable, they provided more than funding for us. The question to me and to COD was, what would it take to double your enrollment? And I was quite blunt, and I said, physical lab space, qualified faculty, student supports, and clinical space. Of course, the problem everywhere with expansion. But as a regional partnership, we were able to come together, talk about what all of our challenges are with regulations and such. And we worked a solution for all of those because we were all working towards a common goal. Our partnership exemplified Vision 2030 by meeting students where they are and building pathways connected to our regional workforce needs. And this pathway isn't where it stops. Yes, the roundtable provided funding, and that seeded the project, but the Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure, or RNI grant, is continuing that work with additional cohorts. The K-16 collaboration grant is expanding our project to offer nursing prerequisite courses through dual enrollment with 3 of our school districts. This is offering early and equitable access. Strong workforce funding is building an in-hospital rad tech program with one of those roundtable partners, and another roundtable partner. We're working together on a pathway for medical students, and that's going to focus on our long-term regional workforce development. But when you step back and you look at all of these efforts together, a much larger picture emerges. It's not just expanding a program. We're building a connected healthcare workforce ecosystem for the Coachella Valley. And that's why conversations about bachelor's degrees at the community colleges matter, because it provides seamless educational mobility.
You know, one of the greatest challenges facing our students today is that educational pathways end too soon. While many students successfully complete their transfer requirements, far too many never make it to that transition to university because of distance, cost, family obligation, and life circumstances. This is more evident in the rural areas, and Coachella Valley is one such community or one such region. For our students, pursuing a bachelor's degree frequently means leaving their jobs, support systems, childcare arrangements, and communities. It means taking on longer commutes, higher housing costs, greater financial pressures. At the same time, the workforce continues to evolve. In fields such as healthcare, technology, advanced workforce sectors, a bachelor's degree is increasingly becoming a baseline requirement for advancement and a long-term earning potential. This discussion is no longer about prestige like when I was going to college. It's really about access to opportunity. That's why community college bachelor's degrees, in this case we're talking about nursing, is so important. They strengthen completion by allowing students to continue their education and, at the same time, give back to their communities. At College of the Desert, we believe our responsibility is not simply to open up the front door to higher education, but to also walk alongside our students till completion. We have a video we want to show you just real quickly.
This video is one of our nursing students, Maritza Avila. She was a vet tech when her mom began facing some health concerns. That ended up being the catalyst for becoming a nurse. She's currently in her program, and during that time she's excelled academically. She's also had a lot of participation and volunteer hours with our street medicine team. And she is also enrolled in our concurrent enrollment program at Grand Canyon University. She chose Grand Canyon University because it was cheaper and a quicker pathway than some of our other partners. And we are so happy to say that we will be pinning her as a nurse this Thursday.
I was working part-time jobs, pet sitting, to try to come up with extra money to travel. And then my mom got sick. I wanted and needed to do more for her. And I knew this was going to be my responsibility. And I just wanted to make sure that I did it to the full potential that I could. I really didn't think I was going to get in. I felt like I won the lottery. I really did. I knew how hard it was to get into the program. I just remember telling everybody, I got into the nursing program. I got into the nursing program. How proud I was that I got into it. Just so excited. I want to work in NICU. I want to, if I'm not working in the NICU, labor and delivery, I want to help women and babies. Still be taking care of my mom, and also having a relief of not having so much financial pressure and just being happy. And it's amazing what just these last 2 years have allowed me to do.
The question before us is no longer whether, I'm sorry. Yes. If you met Marisa, she's just a doll. She's amazing and what she's been through, so happy to see her on that video. The question before us is no longer whether community colleges should offer bachelor's degrees. The question is whether we are prepared as a system to fully deliver on the promise we made to our students and to our communities. We believe the moment is here. Now is the time to modernize our policies, strengthen our partnerships, and build an educational system that truly reflects the realities of today's students and tomorrow's workforce. If we do this together, we can create pathways that lead not only to degrees, but to prosperity, stability, and hope for generations to come. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll take board comments. Member Melgar.
Of course, I'm going to jump in here. One, I just want to thank the chancellor for making the trip down to the desert to meet with you, Val, and your team. We spent several hours there learning about just the incredible work that's happening in the region. I know this is true for all of our community colleges we have. They are anchor institutions in every part of our state, but I cannot overstate how important a role COD plays in the Coachella Valley across the board. Like it's its own ecosystem out there, and I think you all are central to a lot of that. Living there for the last 5 years, it's impossible to get a medical appointment sometimes, and so I know that like the shortage there is real, and it's felt even for folks with decent state-funded insurance. So I think I just want to thank you all for the work that you're doing both in this space, but also in other spaces. We got to learn about the Palm Springs facility that you all are opening up, which is state-of-the-art, bringing in some AI technology, addressing some of the hospitality workforce needs in the region. So I just want to thank you all for sharing this as an example. And coincidentally, Sheila and I from One Future yesterday were on the flight together for an hour from Palm Springs. So I got to learn a lot more about her work at One Future. And it's just incredible work that's happening out there. And I want to thank you all for leading and innovating to address the needs of the region. Thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, thank you again for this wonderful presentation and your demonstration project. I remember when I was appointed to the board, my college, San Joaquin Delta College, was featured with their HOPE program, and how incredibly proud I was with them scaling up the number of students that they serve and connecting them obviously to local hospitals, but also local unions. It is wonderful to see them graduate, by the way, and scale up the program. So it really is amazing to see this being scaled up throughout the state, particularly the Inland Empire, obviously in the Central Valley, where again, and in our rural colleges where there is such a need. So I'm so grateful for your testimony today as well. I was just curious, and this may be for our dean here. This is part of the the $60 million investment, right? That the state has given us for 5 years. Is that? I just want to make sure that is that same funding stream. And I was curious where we are. I'm losing track as to where we are in terms of the funding and how that's moving along. Thank you.
I think we heard Sarah talk about multiple funding streams for the College of the Desert. It was part philanthropic effort in addition to 4 or 5 different funding streams as seed funding and continued investment in the program to develop what the College of the Desert has done. The R&I grant, or Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure grant, is in its second iteration. So we're just about to, pending board approval today, thank you very much, roll out round 2 of the state's 5-year investment in nursing infrastructure. And those are state investments to build back up nursing infrastructures, to invest in faculty development, facilities improvement, simulation labs. But nursing is a very complex and dynamic program. There's a lot of changes in the field, and the state's investments and the Chancellor's Office investments are being responsive to the current needs. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Member Blaze.
I just wanted to say I absolutely loved the video portraying Maritza and her story, and I honestly wish most of our agenda items had that recentering like that, because I think at the end, like bringing it back to the student behind the initiative, it was so powerful. And I especially like the phrasing at the end, rebuilding the American dream, because I think as a student, I notice, even myself, a lot of us are disillusioned with the state of how everything is around us, and our insecure about our financial future and our career prospects. And I think this type of marketing really portrays that California community colleges are going to come in and help revitalize that and help students rebuild the American dream. So I think just incredible work on that end, and applause to you guys.
I just want to point out, Member Blaze, that 62% of our community college students in nursing programs are economically disadvantaged students. And so the work that we're doing across our colleges is making a difference. Thank you.
Member LeGrand.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If I could
please.
add that to your comment about community colleges coming in to save California. I appreciate that because I truly believe if we're allowed to grow our reach as far as offerings in the bachelor space or other spaces, California community colleges can do that. We were designed to be mobile, to adapt to the issues and the concerns of regionally speaking. So I really feel, given that opportunity, that we will meet the challenge and we will meet the need.
Now, Member LeGrand.
Yeah, just thank you for your presentation. I just want to say I'm glad to see the collaborative effort continue to work. I did an interim vice presidency for Cal State San Bernardino, and so the Palm Desert campus, I went out there on occasion. I think we even had a graduation on the College of the Desert. So thank you for that. And I think we should have a new tagline for the community college system: California's golden ticket. So I think that should yes I can, and California's golden ticket I think would be a great asset for us. So thank you for the work that you do.
Looks like the College Futures might have stolen that one first, but we're happy to go along with it. I'll chime in. I just wanted to elevate the timeline around which this was done. It looks like the nursing demonstration project actually started in 2024. So by spring 2026, you were able to make this change happen. That is incredible. And what's even cooler is that the demonstration project has a logical end, and there's a beginning that happens after that in terms of the ability to scale and disseminate the knowledge and learnings and get those outcomes with the students. So incredible, incredible job. Congratulations.
Thank you. And if I could chime in and kind of add to that, we have a paramedic program that found itself in a very similar situation. The paramedic program has a regional need. We were short, I think, something like 200 paramedics a day in the Riverside County area. So in order to meet that need, what we had to do was start our program, but the process takes a while to get a program off the ground. So what we did is we partnered, we put into our not-for-credit space, and we partnered with our foundation and a lot of different groups to be able to offer that program in a not-for-credit space while we built the program on the credit side simultaneously. And the idea is that once these students graduate from what we call PACE, our partnership and community education arm, once they graduate from that place, we're going to use credit for prior learning to bridge them over to the credit side so they can get their degrees. On Thursday, we'll have our first cohort graduating, who, by the way, every one of those students had a scholarship paid for by our foundation. We raised over $375,000 in one night in the Coachella Valley to ensure that every single student there did not have to pay one dime because we didn't have it on the non-credit or credit space. We had to put it on the not-for-credit, as you know, which is a not-for-credit, which is a different way we have to be able to pay for students and whatnot. So it was a way trying to think out of the box to meet industry needs as well.
Member Brown.
I just wanted to say this is such an exemplary example of the collaboration that we need in order to move quickly. And I really appreciate everything that you all have done to make this happen. And I really wanted to surface again what our industry partner said. What can we do together that we can't do alone? If we can get all of our colleges to start asking that question in all of our regions, we're going to see more of this moving even faster. Thank you so much.
We're also inviting ourselves to your commencement ceremonies. I don't know if you know that yet. So thank you in advance for hosting us.
It's Thursday at 2 o'clock.
Wonderful. Thank you. At this time, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period at item 6.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
We do have two people who would like to make public comment, Rana Marinas and Sarah Thompson. Would you please come up to the podium?
Good afternoon. My name is Rana Marinas. I'm a nursing director at De Anza Community College in Cupertino, California. Thank you so much for having us here. Our nursing program at De Anza College applied for and are hoping to be awarded the RNI Round 2 grant money today. The RNI Round 2 grant monies is going to award, it really opens the door for students, faculty, and our nursing program, our college, and our district. And I just wanted to be here to thank the Chancellor's Office and thank State Investments. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Good morning, Chancellor and Board of Governors. Sarah Thompson here. On behalf of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, I want to express our strong support for the continued expansion of nursing programs within the community college system, particularly the investments proposed through the Regional Nursing Initiative. The focus of strengthening faculty pipelines, improving clinical placement coordination, and supporting accreditation efforts is essential to sustainably meeting California's growing nursing workforce needs. These investments recognize a reality our colleges face every day. The demand for nurses continues to outpace capacity, and without dedicated support for faculty recruitment, clinical training opportunities, and program development, we cannot fully address the workforce shortages impacting communities across the state. FAC also strongly supports AB 2301 by Assemblymember Surya, which would authorize 10 Bachelor of Science nursing programs for California community colleges. This proposal is a natural complement to the work outlined in item 6.2 and represents an important opportunity to close persistent workforce and equity gaps, especially in underserved and rural regions where access to affordable nursing education remains limited. Community colleges are uniquely positioned to expand pathways into nursing profession for diverse place-bound and working students. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to strengthening nursing education and workforce development across California.
We have several hands raised. Caitlin Wheatley, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, thank you. My name is Caitlin Wheatley, and I am a College of the Redwood student, as well as the Legislative Affairs Director for Region 1 of the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. I represent Northern California rural community college students. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you about item 6.2, nursing expansion. First off, I want to thank the Chancellor's Office for their work on nursing and allied health programs and for the focused investments supporting the statewide nursing pipeline. Campuses in my region rely heavily on the nurses that our community colleges produce. Without them, our healthcare systems would not be able to operate. In rural regions like Lassen College, where access to advanced nursing education is limited, these programs are extremely important to the community. Without these educational opportunities, our communities are hemorrhaging students that we desperately need as healthcare workers. These pathways allow for students to stay in their communities while advancing their education and supporting local workforce needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This next attendee is a number, so 00267354. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, President, and board members. My name is Carla Gard. I'm the Dean of Nursing and Allied Health at Bakersfield College, and I'm speaking in support of the Baccalaureate Degree in Nursing Initiative within the California Community Colleges. Community colleges serve students where they are, working adults, first-gen students, and individuals who may not otherwise have access to bachelor degree pathways. Expanding the BSN pathways through community colleges can strengthen the entire nursing education system. Community colleges can help meet the growing demand for the BSN prepared nurses, while universities can continue their important BSN programs, but focus on their additional resources on the graduate education pathways that are also desperately needed, like their master's prepared nurses, doctorate prepared nurses, nurse educators, and advanced practice programs, helping address critical shortages in faculty, specialized nursing programs, and advanced practice roles. At Bakersfield College, we're one of the largest producers of the associate degree nursing graduates in the state, graduating approximately 220 associate degree students each year. However, our local university partners may only have the capacity to admit approximately 50 to 60 students into their BS programs annually, and that includes all students in addition to Bakersfield College. This leaves many qualified students searching outside our region and turning to private institutions, often at significantly higher cost.
30 seconds.
Expanding bachelor's opportunities through the community colleges would provide an affordable pathway for our students to continue their education while remaining in the communities they serve. Supporting this initiative is an investment in access, affordability, workforce development, and the health of California communities. Thank you for your consideration.
Tanya Barraza, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors. I am Tanya Braza, the Chief Nursing Officer here at Kern Medical. Here in Kern County, we are the only public safety net hospital. We are the only trauma center in a 100-mile radius. We receive the nursing students from Bakersfield College as a pipeline to grow our nursing workforce. It is crucial for our educational pathways to meet our workforce demands in this community. I am supportive of 6.2 nursing expansion, and I continue our partnership with Bakersfield College.
Eladios Health, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to the Chancellor's Office for your investments in strengthening California's nursing pipeline. My name is Lydia Zemely with Aliados Health, a regional health association supporting 17 community health centers across 6 Northern California counties. Our members serve over 300,000 patients annually, primarily low-income and underserved communities, and they depend on a strong local healthcare workforce. We see the importance of this work firsthand through partnerships supporting the next generation of nurses, including working with Sonoma State's Family Nurse Practitioner Program and Santa Rosa Junior College to support students in the Area Health Education Center Scholars Program, exploring opportunities to expand nursing pathways in Solano County, and partnering with the California Health Professions Consortium on broader healthcare workforce policy efforts. Tomorrow, our team's lead on these efforts will be meeting with the Bay Area Community College Consortium. We strongly support continued statewide leadership and coordination to sustain this progress, as access to advanced nursing education remains limited, especially for first-generation and low-income students. These investments in expanding community college Bachelor of Science and Nursing programs are critical to creating affordable, local opportunities for students who are more likely to stay and serve their communities. And as workforce shortages continue to impact safety net providers, expanding these investments will be essential to meeting demand and advancing health equity, particularly ensuring linguistic and cultural congruency with patients. Thank you again for your leadership and continued commitment to California's nursing workforce. Thank you.
Kiyoshi Tomono, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Awesome. Thank you very much. My name is Kiyoshi Tomono. I'm the partnership executive with Adventist Health and our Central California network, which includes 8 hospitals and 135 clinics here in the Central Valley at the heart of California. And super supportive. I've got to hear already from our friends over at Kern Medical and Carla Gard over at Bakersfield College. Our hospitals are on a magnet journey. And, you know, not only from an evidence-based perspective of, you know, trying to bring excellence across our hospitals, not just for magnet designation, but because, you know, bringing these, you know, baccalaureate programs directly correlates with improved patient outcomes, stronger quality of care for our valley. And one of the realities that I guess we face here in the Central Valley is a limited access to BSN programs overall, which really advanced the nursing pathway from LVN to all the way up to BSN and then beyond to nurse practitioners. So it really creates access and overcomes some of the barriers for our current workforce and future caregivers. And beyond all this, expanding access really helps us strengthen our workforce pipeline. It supports retention for our nursing teams and ultimately improves the health of our community. So this is really about investing in our people so that they can continue delivering just the highest level of care possible here in the Central Valley. And I really appreciate the opportunities to speak in favor and support of this work.
Deborah Aikita, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I'm a trustee with the State Center Community College District and retired president of Clovis Community College and former board member of St. Agnes Medical Center. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure grants in our community colleges, as they were an investment that is not only timely but absolutely essential. The Central Valley is one of the fastest growing regions in our state, yet it remains one of the most underserved when it comes to health care. Many of our communities face severe shortages of registered nursing, limited clinical sites, aging educational facilities that simply cannot keep pace with demand for care. This gap doesn't just strain our healthcare system, it puts lives at risk. The nursing infrastructure grants offered a practical, proven solution. These grants help expand nursing schools, modernize simulation labs, and increase the number of faculty available to train the next generation of nurses. In other words, they directly address the bottlenecks that prevent qualified students from entering the workforce. They also help us to prepare for hopefully eventually offering bachelor's degrees in nursing. Fresno City College graduates 200 new ADN students each year. Many cannot access impacted CSU BSN programs, yet hospitals in our area must hire traveling nurses that cost significantly more than locally available nurses. As we know, the demand is there. Thousands of aspiring nurses in the Central Valley are ready to serve their communities, but too many are turned away each year due to limited space and resources. This is also about equity. The Central Valley includes many rural and
30
underserved
seconds.
populations where residents often face higher rates of chronic illness and fewer healthcare providers. Strengthening nursing education locally ensures that care is culturally competent, accessible, and sustainable. Rebuilding nursing infrastructure grants is not just a funding decision, it's a commitment to healthier communities, stronger local economies, and a more equitable California. Thank you.
Robin McNabb, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors. My name is Robin McNabb. I am Vice President, Chief Nursing Officer of Bakersfield Memorial Hospital. I fully support expanding the baccalaureate degree opportunities through California's community colleges, particularly in the Central Valley, where workforce shortages remain a challenge. Bakersfield essentially still is an isolated region heavily reliant on travel nurses. Granting BSN status to an existing ADN program offers transformative benefits addressing critical healthcare workforce issues and elevates community well-being. By cultivating a local BSN prepared nursing workforce, the region can significantly reduce its reliance on expensive transient nurses. This saves hospitals substantial funds on agency fees and housing, allowing us to redirect those resources to patient care. Secondly, this move will decisively elevate healthcare quality and patient outcomes. Numerous studies confirm that a higher proportion of BSN prepared nurses lead to better patient outcomes, including mortality rates, reduced readmissions, and fewer medical errors. The BSN curriculums emphasize on research, leadership, and evidence-based practice, honing critical thinking and clinical judgment, which prepares nurses for complex healthcare needs and demanding leadership roles. I fully encourage support for this important initiative, and I thank you for your consideration.
Robert Cabral, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chancellor and board members. My name is Robert Cabral. I serve as the Dean of Student Learning at Moorpark College, overseeing career education and physical sciences. I'm currently acting as the role of acting associate vice chancellor for the community colleges of Ventura County. I also serve as the co-chair for the CCC BDP, and I'm calling in support of nursing expansion and to fill nursing shortages in the state. Healthcare staffing is a major area of need for California's workforce and a priority for the California community colleges. Our community colleges offer robust nursing associate degree programs, while hospitals and other healthcare employers prefer to hire nurses with bachelor's degrees. A community college BSN would encourage first-generation disproportionately income-impacted students to venture into these high-skilled, high-demand, high-paid jobs by opening the door to nursing without them incurring heavy debt. I'm in favor of an affordable Bachelor's of Science program. Thank you so much.
Madam President, this concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Liaison Reynolds. All right. I have to take care of a few things before we move on to item 5.1. The first one is that we have to put on the record that Member De La Fuente is now off camera, so we have to make that clear on the record. The second thing is that we have one of our classified awardees, Crystal Villafania Tafoya, who is here, so we have to do her photos, which is really, really important. So if we could welcome you up now, let's play Tetris a little bit with the chairs and take a photo. Wonderful. I lied about 5.1. Let's go to item 5.5. Just kidding, 6.5. Bear with me. AI Education Series with Vice Chancellor Hayward. Welcome to the podium, Vice Chancellor.
Should we get started? Great. Well, good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I'm Craig Hayward, Vice Chancellor of AI Strategy and Digital Transformation. It is my privilege today to introduce the latest item in our ongoing AI educational series. Since 2023, we have regularly integrated the AI education series into our agenda to help our system proactively address the profound implications and the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence. Through this ongoing series, we have heard from a wide range of national and international experts to ensure that our technological innovations continue to advance Vision 2030's core values of access, equity, and student success. In past meetings, we've explored diverse facets of this transformation. For instance, Sal Khan introduced us to Conmigo, an AI-powered teaching assistant utilizing generative AI to provide tutoring that actively promoted problem solving and critical thinking. We've had the opportunity to learn from the innovative perspectives of Kim Margeris from AWS, Kavita Guy of Nectar AI, Karen Silverman of Cantalis Group, and Walter Parks from Dreamscape Learn, among others, as you may recall, all of whom have collectively helped us understand the broader landscape of AI in education, workforce, government, law, and society. Today, I am thrilled to continue this vital conversation by welcoming Stephen Bucci, Director of Education for North America at Google. Stephen is here to discuss the intersection of generative AI and the future of the California community colleges and higher education. His briefing will examine how AI is fundamentally altering global business and education, creating an urgent imperative for workforce preparation. As you may recall, I have mentioned here before, and Stephen will share a data point showing that 70% of business leaders now say they would hire a less experienced candidate with AI skills over a more experienced candidate, underscoring the importance of critical importance of AI literacy and AI skills. His presentation will highlight the importance of discussions around adapting assessments, protecting academic integrity, and the absolute necessity of keeping human principles at the center of teaching, learning, and cognitive development. Also joining us today is Sanjay Dore-Raj, CIS faculty member at San Jose City College and innovator extraordinaire. Sanjay is bringing extensive industry experience in engineering and machine learning to his students and to his work. He has led the work of integrating Google micro-credentials into the curriculum of the California Community Colleges, among his other outstanding works that I will let him tell you about since he is here. Please join me in welcoming both Stephen Bucci and Sanjay Dore-Raj. And we'll begin with Stephen Bucci, who's joining us via Zoom.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Fantastic. I'm joining you, I will not say from the best coast, but I will tell you the right coast. I'm in New York City, and thanks to the power of technology, I can join you all today, so thank you for having me. Would you like me to share my screen, or Vice Chancellor Hayward, are you going to show the slides?
We'll go ahead and share from our end, Stephen.
Perfect, great. So right now, I think it's safe to say AI is changing how we interact with the world. In fact, we had Google I/O today, if you're not familiar with that, is our large developer conference that we have every May. And we announced a few new AI tools that are coming out around personalization, et cetera. And if you go to the next screen, one of the folks who is on stage is the CEO of DeepMind, which his name is Demis Havispas, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize for developing AlphaFold 2. And the reason why that was important was it was through an artificial intelligence model that successfully predicted the unique three-dimensional structures of virtually 200 million known proteins. And why that's helpful is it can really help us in figuring out ways that we can solve certain diseases, the ways that even we can extend that sort of technology to things like flood forecasting, which, by the way, is super important. I used to live in California, and I know that floods disrupt millions. They cause billions of dollars in damage every year, and they're increasing in frequency. And so if we can use AI to help us determine when and where floods occur, with the help of a tool that we've just launched called Flood Hub can warn floods up to 7 days in advance. So that gives us enough time to share that critical information, limit damage, and ideally save lives. But another one, because I know that you all think about sustainability a lot, that I like to call out, is this idea around how we can reduce emissions. And so one interesting stat is that pollution is about 29 times higher at city intersections than it is in open roads. And a lot of that comes from the stop and go traffic that I know is prevalent in California and elsewhere. And some of that traffic is actually avoidable if we can time the lights better. And so we've been working on this project called Greenlight to use AI to support traffic engineers to make those changes. And so far, it's being used in 13 cities across 4 continents, with early numbers indicating a potential for about 30% reduction in stops and a 10% reduction in emission where it's used. I think this is fantastic to show how we can use AI for good. And if you go to the next slide, it also means that as a result of these AI tools and products, that the employer's needs are also changing. One thing that we found, and McKinsey was doing a study in 2023, that 30% of our current work hours could potentially be replaced by generative AI. And thank you, Vice Chancellor Hayward, for the piece on what business leaders are looking for. And so then the question is, well, what should we be teaching students? As I watched the video earlier about Maritza, what are the skills that are going to be in demand? And really it comes down to, we certainly need to know the knowledge of this field that we're going to be in. So if we're in nursing, we need to know things about biology, but also it's reinforcing the durable skills and those human skills. I think about communication, collaboration, critical thinking, relationship building. Those are going to be super important. And if you go to the next slide, this is actually not the first time that we've been through a shift of needs and changing societal technology. You know, if you actually go back to 1850, about 60% of the total employable population worked in agriculture. But if you fast forward to 1970, it was about 5%. Doesn't mean agriculture disappeared. Instead, there are a lot more types of jobs that developed around that. Think about chefs, think about food transportation of food, think about servers and waiters. And so how do we prepare as these jobs are changing? And that leads to this AI transition. And I love the video earlier about Maritza and what she's doing in nursing. And one of the things that struck me is that there certainly will be more AI tools to help detect cancer, AI tools to take your vital signs, et cetera. But the element that was so powerful in that video about Maritza was about the human connection, about why she got into nursing, and the fact that, let's say that yes, AI takes your vitals and says that you certainly have some sort of issues with your heartbeat. You want someone to talk to about that. You want someone to empathize with you, someone to help you through that process and saying, what does this mean for me? And so I think that we're now entering this phase where the future is going to be where these human skills become front and center around things like critical thinking and collaboration and communication that I was mentioning. And so if we think these tools are really important, and on the next slide, how can we as a partner show up and ensure that people have access to these tools? In fact, I think it aligns really well with how you all are speaking at the California Community Colleges, are ensuring that every user has access to quality education, that there's equitable access there. And so we've been working on ensuring that there's access to cutting edge AI tools for students and faculty, including access to premium models. We've been thinking about how do we ensure that access is secure, that that data is kept private. It's not being used to train AI systems. It's not being used to improve them. Instead, there's full control and that data stays within the California Community Colleges. And also ensuring it applies to important safety and data protections like FedRAMP and FERPA and GDPR. Additionally, if AI is going to be really important, we need to make sure it's easy to use. So how can we ensure it seamlessly integrates into schools' environments, whether it's via their learning management system or their single sign-on credentials? And lastly, what I think is most important is once you have tools, how do we ensure that people can get trained on them and drive access to AI literacy? In fact, a couple of months ago, we announced that we have a goal to ensure that all 6 million educators across K-12 and higher ed have access to AI literacy. We're making these, we call them snackable and stackable credentials or badges so that everyone can at least get 20 minutes of knowledge. And that just went live last week. So the last slide is I'm not going to pretend that there's not a lot of important questions. One thing that's coming up quite a bit is academic integrity. How do we think about what students need to show in terms of their learning and ensuring that they're not just using these tools to get the answers? And one thing that we've been working on is this platform called LearnLM that sits on top of Gemini. And the idea with LearnLM is we worked with different colleges and universities to understand what makes a great tutor. And if you think back to your days of schooling, you know, I'm going to make an easy example. So this might be kindergarten or first grade or second grade. But if you think about what's 2 + 2, if you put that into a consumer AI tool, of course, you want to tell you right away the answer, 4. But if you think about in the school ecosystem, and if you had a great tutor, they're not just going to say, oh, the answer is 4. They're going to say, well, let's break down the problem. 2, what's that made of? It's made up of 1 + 1. And what's 1 + 1 + 1 + 1? Well, that's 4. And so the idea is we're trying to build a system that is really appropriate for the educational space and thinking through like, how do you manage metacognition? Thinking about what you're learning. How do you ensure that you inspire creativity and active learning as opposed to passive learning? How do you ensure that the user understands where they are in their goals of what they're trying to learn? And so those are some things we're trying to bring into a special environment of AI for schools. And that leads to the second piece. Have you all heard about the cognitive surrender debate? There's an interesting blog post and ideas around cognitive offloading versus cognitive surrender. And one thing that we think is that humans should not only be in the loop, but they should be in the lead when they're using AI tools. And there can be ways that actually cognitive offloading can be very beneficial. I'll give you an example. I used to know years ago about everyone's phone number, you know, my parents, my school, my job, etc. I probably can name on one hand now the number of phone numbers that I remember because they're all stored in my cell phone. And I don't need to remember that. It frees up my brain to actually learn other things that are super important to me. So I would actually argue that's probably good cognitive offloading. But the important thing is that I'm not surrendering everything, that I'm still in control, and that the key skills that I need to develop to be successful in my life, in my career, in my relationships are still there. And that leads me to the last thing, is the role of assessments. By the way, did you all hear about the Stanford studies a couple of years ago where they were looking at how many people had reported cheating before the use of AI and after the use of AI? I'm not sure if any, I can't see the full room, but I will usually, I call on people and I say, what do you think it is? But I will, for the sake of time, I will give you the answer. It was about before AI came about 70% of students reported they would cheat on a monthly basis. And they reran the study, and about after AI came out, generative AI tools, it was about 70%. So students were cheating before and they were cheating after AI. But instead, I think about how are we now assessing what they truly are learning and being successful in the work environment. And one of the things I think about is oftentimes tests were a very lonely process. You know, you would sit in a room and you would write down the answers and you're like, okay, I finished it. But if I think about my real day-to-day job that school is preparing me for, if I were to write a strategic plan and go to my boss and say, guess what? I didn't share this with anyone. No one helped me. I didn't talk to any of my cross-functional colleagues. My boss probably say, what are you doing? Like, that's not a strategic plan. You need to go get buy-in. You need to make sure that people are giving you feedback on that process. And so I'm thinking now, what does that mean for the role of assessments? And I was talking to a computer science professor in the Bay Area, actually. And he said, one thing that's really fascinating is that learning is actually a process. You know, you learn something, you fail, you try again. And the problem is that often we assess on the end result, the product. Now, the issue with that is that generative AI is really good at creating a product. It can create a paper really quickly and really easily. So now the question is, how are we actually measuring the process of learning and those skills like resilience, like grit, like critical thinking, and ensuring that those skills are being developed so that when students are in the workforce and when Maritza's in the hospital and she comes up with a challenging situation, we've understood how she can approach that situation. And yeah, she can go to an AI model and probably get some really helpful information, but how is she critically thinking through those results? How is she ensuring that she's double checking that? How is she then collaborating with her patient and with other nurses and doctors to take those results and understand what that means for that patient who's receiving care? So there's a lot that is changing. I will stop there because I'm happy to take any questions that you have. But I think that, and what I will say is that you all have been phenomenal to work with as we've had these conversations, because you all are thinking about these questions and really preparing your students and your faculty and your staff for what is next in the AI era. So really appreciate the opportunity to chat with you all, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And with that, we'll transfer over to Sanjay for his remarks, and then we'll have time for questions.
Christian, and members of the board and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Sanjay Dureraj, faculty at San Jose City College and an AI advisor to the Chancellor's Office. I'd like to thank Dawn and the entire Chancellor's Office team for their support on this journey. I want to share a few thoughts about the work we're doing to bring AI and data analytics education to every community college in California, and why this moment demands urgency. Everything that makes us human, our reasoning, our judgment, our creativity, is built on two things: the genetic memory we're born with and the sum of every experience our senses have ever taken in: sight, sound, touch, smell, and so on. That sensory data is what shapes who we become. Artificial intelligence is remarkably similar. We have learned how to build mathematical models that reason in ways that echo how humans reason. But the foundation underneath all of it, just as it is for us, is data. Data is the fuel. This is why the work we are launching with Google on the Data Analytics Certificate and other partners like IBM is so foundational. In a time of real uncertainty, our students need directional alignment with where the future is going. Data analytics, data engineering, and data science are not just another set of courses. They are the lens through which our students will understand and shape the world they're stepping into. The second thing I want to name is the pace of change. Human progress has always been a story of shedding undifferentiated heavy lifting. We moved from handwriting to typewriters, from command lines to graphical interfaces, and at each step we freed ourselves to operate at a higher level of cognitive thinking. AI is accelerating that shift dramatically. The noise is disappearing, and what's left is signal, judgment, reasoning, and creativity. But here is the urgency. The digital divide of the past accelerated some people 3 or 5 times ahead of others. The AI divide can accelerate people 100, even 1,000 times ahead. There are companies right now giving their employees unlimited access to these tools, And those employees are operating at a scale the rest of the economy simply cannot match. If our students do not have access to these same tools and the skills to use them, they will be locked out of the economy that is forming right now. The time we have is indeed now. That is why the model we're building with Google matters. We're not just rolling out a single certificate. We're building a framework, a living curriculum that engages faculty early, learns from each rollout, and lets us bring new programs to our colleges quickly as the field evolves. Then the Chancellor's Office can tap into our AI fellows, our champions, our faculty experts to own different pieces of the work, and we can move at the pace this moment demands. This is how we make sure community colleges are not catching up to the future, but helping define it. This is how we make sure our students are not left behind, but become full and meaningful participants in the economy that's emerging. Thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you for your continued partnership in this work.
Thank you very much for your presentations. There's a lot there. So at this time, I'll take board member comments. Or maybe it was a mic drop of sorts. Member Epstein.
Hate that pregnant pause, you know. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I think both speakers, what is your vision a year from now of what using these tools can do for our students, for our faculty, and for our staff? How do you see it playing out in a positive way, and what risks do you see?
I'm happy to jump in, but I also would love Sanjay's thoughts. I'll give you two examples. I think one of the benefits, I'll be honest, I was not a great science student. It never really clicked for me. And there's a tool that we started working on and has become really popular in education called Notebook LM. So you can take resources, for example, your notes, you could take textbooks, you could take audio recordings of your professor speaking or lecturing if they're okay with that. You can take even pictures. And you put it together and then you say, I want to ask questions on only these sources. So it reduces the hallucinations. But what becomes even more powerful is you can then remix and say, create an infographic of this, or create a podcast, create an interactive podcast where I can ask the podcasters questions. And there was a student in Florida who said, I also was not a good science student. And I went from being a C student because I just couldn't grasp the material, to becoming an A student because I could remix it. I could take what this textbook was, it didn't make much sense to me, create a visual out of it, and then a podcast to listen to while I was walking to class. And so my hope is that there's more students that can use AI to be able to personalize the way that they're integrating that information, and that they're saying, I'm a little bit lost. I need you to help break this down a little bit more. Give this to me in a 30-second, pitch, as opposed to a one paragraph intense biology textbook. And so that would be one goal that I have is being able to unlock people's potential by being able to change content so that they can understand it in different ways. And then secondly is we know educators have a lot of demands on their time. And so I hope that this also will free up some of their time so they can actually spend on the human side of teaching as opposed to a lot of the administrative tasks. So being able to use AI to help them with syllabi planning, et cetera. And so that way they can spend more time answering students' questions and creating that human connection in courses. Sanjay, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with what you say there. I mean, I think the way I've always looked at, at least with all the pressures on faculty, and students, each student is different, each student is unique, but, I always look at education today as, sort of catering more to the average student. I mean, you have students on different ends of the bell curve that usually don't get what they need. AI tries to level that playing field and the tools that we have today, because you can now actually adapt education at the pace at which a student can essentially keep up, right? So for students that are a little bit behind for whatever reason, you can provide them with, with the right set of resources that are sort of meant for them at their level, so they can enjoy and improve. I always look at human beings as we love to learn. From the very time we are born, we are curious, but somehow that curiousness gets knocked out of us through just all the things we have to go through in life. But I feel like AI is bringing some of that back, bringing some of the joy back. And these tools are sort of a really great way. Like, for example, today, I actually send each and every one of my students a customized dashboard that shows them where they are, every one of my students. And that's like 120 students across 4 courses, and they come back and thank me because now they actually have a real-time status of where they are, and it's personalized for them, right? I feel like to Steve's point, like it sort of allows us to interact with our students on a more closer level, on a more personal level than we could do before, and I feel that's one area where just taking advantage of these tools is going to help.
Thank you very much, Member Williams.
First, I just want to say I appreciate all of the work and effort that is going into creating the series and just the work that's going throughout the system. My mind goes to, like, if you just look around how diverse this room is, you look at all of the different cultures and ethnicities that's in this room, AI still produces a lot of biased information. And I feel like a lot of our conversation is centered around our students being a consumer versus like contributing to the actual infrastructure of building AI, being the programmers. And so as we do this series, I'm more interested in hearing about how our students become the programmers versus how they're going to use it in the classroom. I think they need to hear that too. I also would prefer to hear the faculty perspective in conjunction with your presentations when you're talking about how they're going to use it, and the same with students. But like from the communities that I get to see, like everything that's pushed to us is for students to become consumers, and it's not about them having ownership and them being able to be part of building the infrastructure of AI. And I think we need to balance that. And then also when you do the series, consider that we do this meeting and then we do Calbright the next day. And so we're seeing 2 different levels of things. And so when we go into the Calbright meeting, so I can't remember did Khan Academy come here or did he come to Calbright? Because he came here, and so he was showing us what the future of the classroom was going to look like, and that was like really like, oh, okay. And I know how my child uses it, so we'll do the podcast creation so that she can better understand some concepts, and she's in the 4th grade, so I think we all pretty much understand what AI can do. We just I just again want to see how are we going to have our students more on the ownership side and then the programming side and the infrastructure building side. But, overall, I do appreciate all of the efforts and the time that you all are committing to this. So thank you.
If I can chime in just a second, I think that's a very good point. And one thing that's been fascinating to me is how AI with vibe coding is becoming really popular. And the sense is that before, if you wanted to open up a company, you needed to hire software engineers in order to make your company, if it required coding. And that was the bottleneck was, could I hire the right engineers to build my idea? And now you're seeing students that are creating, they're saying, I've got essentially 10 agents that are going and building what I want. Now my blocker is actually, do I have product market fit? Can I get out there and sell this? And so I completely agree with you that it's about ensuring everyone has access to this and that they're not just being consumers, but they're creators of this, and they can leverage this to achieve all their dreams and their ideas and the things that they have in their mind that before would have been really expensive to create. And now, a joke that I've heard is like the hottest coding language these days is the English language. Like you don't need to know Python, you don't need to know C++. If you know how to prompt, you can actually code. So I think you're spot on, and that means that we need everyone, a diverse perspective that is getting engaging and building with these tools. So thank you for making that.
We have Member Villavicencio, Member Hamadeh, Member Haynes, then Member Blaze.
Thank you. So as a faculty, was one of the faculty representatives on the board, it had me thinking about how I teach, and I feel like I'm turning back time in how I teach, because I feel like I'm bringing back in a way blue books, in-person presentations, as you mentioned, you can't necessarily assess the final product or the final outcome anymore. And thinking about even my own classroom and changing how I teach, that scaffolding process and really grading and assessing process becomes more of a, it's much more important. And so I guess in terms of how teaching and learning is transforming, and coupling that with not just teaching my in-person classes, but now the majority of my classes that I'm teaching is online, it's virtual. And that presents a whole plethora of other challenges when you don't have that face-to-face interaction when you're teaching asynchronously, for example. And so I guess my question is very similar to board member Epstein's here, and maybe again, just relying on your expertise here from a faculty perspective in the context of teaching and learning. How do we ensure that we're actually teaching like those fundamental skills of critical thinking and assessing while using obviously AI as a tool, right, and not to replace that as well? I don't want to sort of steal maybe board member Blaze's thunder here, but also I've heard students also have a mistrust of artificial intelligence, so that they crave more again of that human interaction, which I'm willing to give them, obviously, right, as a faculty member, but trying to also navigate that when we're teaching hundreds of students, some we can meet with in person, some not. So I also feel like there is also an equity issue there at play. I know there's a lot to unpack there. I'm just sharing my own concerns anecdotally, which I know our faculty across the state, I'm sure, are having challenges navigating as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
I wanted to first go back to Board Member Williams, and I want to assure you that we are doing a lot of work with AI entrepreneurship. Last year, I started a certificate program on AI entrepreneurship that's now being rolled out by the BACC in partnership with ROC and others. And that's something that's actually been adopted by several colleges, and it's actually being actively delivered. In fact, I might be teaching that this summer. Secondly, working with Dawn, we're launching an AI innovation marketplace that does exactly what you called out, where we're inviting students and faculty to bring in and build products with AI. And we already have 2 products. One of them is a makerspace product. Another one is Tute, which is a writing assistant that is essentially to help students think critically when they do their essay. So we are working in that direction, and happy to share that with you. And going back to your question, so I think, again, it's always, AI is so interesting that it's good to take a step back and think about, we're going through a paradigm shift, right? I think it's sort of like, we don't want to build a car to fly in the air, right? Sort of, right? I think the paradigm is changing, and I think we're learning things every day, right? We don't know what the future is going to look like. We don't even know what would work, although there are a lot of folks that are coming up with theories about what would work, but we don't know what would actually what would work in that future. But again, the way I like to look at it is in terms of making sure we're directionally aligned with the future, right? Doing the things the 3 things, for example, with Amazon, right? When they are in the midst of confusion and not knowing what to do with the whole web revolution, they decided to focus on the things that would not change no matter what. And so they picked on, for example, let's make prices go lower, because no customer ever wants their prices to go higher. Let's make sure that we can deliver things on time, because no customer wants things to be delivered late, right? And similarly, let's create more selection so that, because no customer wants, just one thing, they want choice, right? So similarly, for us, we need to try to pick such similar tenets, and one of them is data. We know that data is the fuel for AI, so we try to go behind that. We know, to your point, that critical thinking is also important in an age where AI can, as Stephen mentioned, like offloading, like we want to make sure that we are able to lead in this race with AI, and critical thinking is a part of that. And tools like Tooth, which we're working on right now, help make sure that we're giving students that opportunity.
Thank you. We have Member Hamadeh, Member Haynes, Member Blaze, Member LeGrand.
Thank you. So just as we're having these discussions and we're focusing them on faculty and on learning and what's happening in the classroom, I want to make sure that we're not losing also the impact it's having on our classified professionals and our administrative staff. Made a comment about unloading administrative stuff. We just did the Classified Employee of the Year Awards. All of the comments, all of the nominations were about how those folks made people feel and about what they were able to accomplish in their institutions. And so, it's easy to say, oh, we can just replace the administrative stuff. But when you replace the administrative stuff, you also lose the people. And that can be throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you. We have Member Haynes, Member Blaze, Member LeGrand, and Member Brown.
So I'm sitting here and I'm doing sort of a comparison in some respects to Calbright, and part of that comparison is once again the use of technology to do touches with students based on data, based on having gone through it and understanding where one loses students and using technology as part of that solution process. And so we'll put that to the side. And let me just say, being successful at it in a way that some of our touches with regard to how we do it within the traditional community college is sort of hit and miss, and you almost have to have you have to have a committed person who really recognizes what's happening in the classroom and what's happening to particular students within the context of that classroom. And so it is hit and miss depending on that piece. And so, and I don't want to ramble, so I'll try to get to where I think that some of the challenges may be, and it is within this where we are within our current classrooms, which are in many cases isolated. They're at the department level, and so that becomes a problem relative to AI, because we're at the beginning of this process, and yet we're still using old systems on how we do things. And I'd like some kind of response on how do we get to a system that is so big. I guess maybe I'm going to answer this myself. I apologize. Maybe you get to the willing, and then hopefully, yeah. But but it's really, for me, sitting here, it really is a challenge. I guess because I want to go fast, and if you want to go fast, you go alone. And if you want to go far, you go together. I'm trying to believe in that part. I'm really trying to believe in the real world of what we're trying to achieve here. So I just want to say that out loud, because we are, whether I think we all kind of know intuitively that we are at strategic points of making hopefully really good policy decisions about this. And we've been given information sort of over this process. It's not the first time we've heard about AI. It's been a little while. We've got some examples, but there's a part of me that says we need to go faster than we are right now. And are we prepared to do that? Do we have enough information? Because we are in a system that likes to go slow. Anyway, no, you don't have to respond to that. It's just my thoughts.
It's okay, we're used to it. Member Blaze, Member LeGrand, Member Brown.
Could I respond to Pam?
Okay.
I didn't know if Stephen or Sanjay wanted to, but I feel like you're speaking to me almost because of where I am with the Common Cloud and data governance, and having watched F1 last year and hearing for some reason the first time that phrase "go slow to go fast" is about kind of putting in that necessary care and attention so you don't fumble and end up costing yourself more trouble down the road. That's the data governance piece. And that means what you're speaking about. We have a bunch of different systems. We're gathering that data together in the common cloud. If we want to leverage that to understand our student journey and apply student support in a very personalized and understanding and empathetic way with humans in the center of that, kind of all of the things that we're envisioning, you need the data needs to be correct, and it needs to be consistent across all of our different data silos that we're pulling from. So that's a piece of it. That's certainly where we're at in our infrastructure journey of realizing that vision that you sketched out. So I just wanted to share that. You're not alone in that. We can hopefully go far by laying down that infrastructure.
Thank you, Member Blaze, Member LeGrand, Member Brown.
Hello. I have a couple of questions. First, for me, something I'm curious to hear more about is how is what we're doing with our collaborations different than what is readily available online? So when we talk about collaborating with Google or these other services, at the moment, these services are also free to the average person who utilizes the internet. So the first question is, how is it different? Because if it isn't, then we could be utilizing our resources in terms of that collaboration, doing something else to innovate with AI. My second question is pertaining to mentioning around AI literacy and data certificates with Google. I guess I want to hear more so tangibly, how exactly does that help the average student? And what are we doing right now in terms of AI literacy? Because I keep hearing these words like AI literacy. I keep hearing these same themes and these abstract concepts in these educational presentations. And I think I would appreciate a little bit more about specifically how are we moving in that direction. I think that contributes to how this feels, how maybe this could be sped up slightly, because I think there just needs to be less abstract and more tangibility, although I appreciate the abstract conversation coming out of this. And then my final question, sorry, it's a lot of questions, but my final question is around, we brought up Maritza, right? And we brought up the idea that AI can help like Maritza as a nurse. But my question is, as we're seeing a lot of distrust from students with AI, as we're seeing students boo at graduations when commencement speakers are bringing up how AI is so innovative, as we're seeing all of that, how can we assure to students like Maritza that she will have a job when AI takes over the essential function of what she does? Because we operate under an economy which prioritizes profit, right? It doesn't prioritize Maritza keeping her job. It prioritizes getting the job done. And I know our healthcare system. I'm sure a lot of us know our healthcare system. Can we genuinely say that if Maritza's main job was replaced, she would still be there for emotional support? Can we honestly say that? And if not, then what do we say to students? How can we genuinely have this discourse, especially considering the mistrust once again? Thank you.
Let me take a first stab at it, and then I think those are great questions. I think looking at your first question about what are we doing different with our collaborations and how are they different? How are they different from what is available online? So I've tried to offer my students like what we have available online, and so basically what I found is that the format in which they are available online is not easy for them to consume. I think because like what I found is that by there's two things that I look at. One of them is that when what we give our students, right, we try to give them we try to teach them skills that will help them be successful at any job, not just at Google. right? But when we look at the certifications coming from our partners, right? Usually, like there is, the partners build on top of the tools and resources that they have. So one thing I try to do is in my courses and what we're trying to do across the state is to try to create like more like these Uber courses that bring in skills from multiple partners, not just Google, but IBM or Adobe, so that when our students go out there, they're ready to face any sort of job challenge, not just in one particular area. So that's one reason why, or that's one of the values that we can add on when we bring our students into our colleges. The second that I found is that, a lot of the certificate programs that are there and are meant to be taken like asynchronously by students and complete. But they lack some of the rigor that we take our students through to make sure that the students have understood every part of the course, of the material, like in terms of the types, the number of exams that they're given, and in terms of the assessments. I've found, again, I know that everyone's trying to make it better, but I found, at least in the current state, it's easy for students to to quickly like take them asynchronously, but it's hard for us to hold them accountable for the learning that they've gone through. So what we do in our courses is we actually pad, when we teach the Google certificates, we pad about 40% of them with our own custom material that basically adds and helps explain what is in the Google certificates, and also adds assessments and quizzes above and beyond what is offered in Google certificates, so that so that when our students take it, we know that they've understood all of that material well. So I hope that answers your first question. The second question around AI literacy and data certification with Google and how that helps the average student. Again, like we have been, as I mentioned, last year we started an AI entrepreneurship program that's now being rolled out across the state, starting with the Bay Area colleges. As far as I know, almost every college, Google has a really great Google AI Essentials certificate that is being adopted by several colleges, including mine, San Jose City College, and Evergreen Valley College. So there are colleges out there that are starting to adopt and starting to get their students to take those courses, and trying to move the needle forward on that. Your third question about AI can help us about the Maritza and how do we ensure that students like Maritza will still have a job when AI takes over? I think that's a really hard question to answer. It's a very deep question. The way that I like to think about it is that human beings are never satisfied. We'll always find ways to make things easier for us. There's always friction in everything we do. And when we face that friction, we'll find ways to solve it. And so even though right now it looks like, there's no more challenges with AI, but I feel like the challenges will keep coming and we'll keep innovating. Jobs will change in order to accommodate the future. For example, right now we're seeing that software engineering as a job is slowly being phased out. People don't write code anymore, at least not software engineering, but more like code, right? Like writing code is becoming sort of a relic now, because a lot of large companies have stopped writing code altogether. And a lot of our colleges teach people how to write code. So I think but the point is it's evolving into new areas like agentic engineering, like that's becoming huge. Like how do you make sure that when you have all of these agents out there, how do you set guardrails for, so that for privacy, for security and all of that, right? And that is becoming an entire new field that is coming today. And that's something that we should bring to our students. So I think even though, we're shedding some of the skills of the past, we are rapidly moving on to pick on new skills. And we just have to make sure that we move really quickly so we can start bringing those back into our colleges. Thank you.
And if I could add on quickly, I think you're spot on, Sanjay. In fact, a little quiz for the group. If you look at census from 1950 compared to today and the jobs that existed, there's only one job that actually has technically gone away. Does anyone know what that job is? Even though technology has changed quite a bit. Anyone have any guess? All right, I'm going to tell you. I won't force you. I won't force a long pause. It's elevator operator, which I thought, oh yeah, I haven't seen one in a while. And then of course I go to visit a school in New York City a couple of months ago, and there's an elevator operator. So I don't know if it's even fully gone away. But what Sanjay is mentioning is that what we're finding is that jobs are not actually going away. It's they're changing quite a bit, and the skills are changing as different tools become available. And so we're still hiring a ton of software engineers. They're not creating as much code, but they're doing a lot more debugging. They're building agentic coding experiences. And so the question, that's why I think what you all in your mission at California Community Colleges is so important, is that once, you used to talk about career ladders. You're like, oh, I go this step and then this step and then this step. And what reality, what we're finding is it's career bouldering. As new tools and technology comes on, you're making a shift to the left and then a shift to the right. And the fact that people can come to you all to say, hey, I want to upskill on this. I need to get a little bit more knowledge on X or Y topic. And so I think it actually fits really well. And that's what I love about their certificates too, is that we're finding that when people take certificates combined with a degree, they're making on average about 10% more, 10 to 15% more in a starting salary. And the reason is that the employers know through their certificate exactly what they know, but then they know that they got through their degree all the wraparound durable skills in terms of how to communicate, how to collaborate, how to critically think. And so it really is a pairing of great skill sets together.
Okay, we have Member LeGrand, Member Brown, Member Epstein, Member Williams. Oh,
So I
just
will
kidding,
say toll
not Member
takers.
Epstein.
Jobs went
Member
away.
Ricardo.
Because I noticed, look at the Bay Bridge, there's nobody there now. You just drive through with a little decal. What I wanted to ask, though, about no students left behind, how is AI working, or ChatGPT, around students with learning disabilities? Because that was one of the ones that I thought, having been a parent of two kids with learning disabilities and how difficult K-12 was for them to get through, this seemed like this would have been a really good tool to bring the curriculum to where they are in order to be successful. And it also would then take some of the pressure off of, I think, faculty trying to navigate that, as at least that was the thing I ran into with high school students, high school teachers. They didn't want to be bothered really with adjusting their curriculum. So has there been any work around that area, or is that something that we're considering?
We do have an AI special advisor who's focused on that area, and be happy to bring back more details about. There's a rich set of activities and work and tools and capabilities that AI has unlocked in that area, absolutely.
I will tell you, I was speaking with an educator and he came up to me, he said, I don't speak Star Trek. I said, it's okay, you don't need to speak Star Trek. He said, but I actually lead all of our special education for our school. And if I were to create an IEP for every single one of my students, like I should, it would take me 86,000 hours. He's like, there is no way I have that amount of time. And now with AI, I actually can create individualized educational plans for these students, and we can give them the education that they deserve that's customized to them. So I think you're spot on that there's a ton of opportunity as we talk about personalized learning, particularly for those that haven't been able to experience that personalization to the extent that they should.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian and the rest of the board. In addition to the comments that have been made, what we heard Stephen say earlier points to something called universal design for learning, which is creating multiple pathways for students to review content, to engage with their peers, and to show what they know. And typically, that universal design for learning is set up by the instructor and takes time, training. Now, with the tools that are available to students, back to Member Blaze's question earlier about the student agency, students can take that into their own hands and identify the best way for them to go through that content, to practice with it, and to show what they know in alternative formats. Rather than writing an essay, they might create a movie or some other format that would be appropriate for the audience. So thinking through your question about serving the audience with special needs or specific challenges that they face. As Vice Chancellor Hayward mentioned, Ellie Constantine, our AI Special Advisor, is working on providing a lot of information to instructors on how to provide alternative pathways for students to reach the learning goals without compromising any of the rigor or the other aspects of the instructional enterprise.
Great, thank you. Member Brown, then Member Williams, then Member De La Fuente.
So I have about a million thoughts. Let's see how quickly I can get through some of these. First, let me just say I'm of the generation where I used my grandmother's rotary phone. I got a pager in middle school. And I feel like the infrastructure of the internet was actually built upon my generation and how we used those pagers and how we would write to each other in numbers, similar to the way, I don't know if you've ever written hello on a calculator. We did something similar like that, right? So we invented text messaging before it was imagined in future technology. And I feel like a lot of stuff we're using, it's that way. It's built on old structures that we used in the past. Some of that can be a good thing. I mean, I think emojis also exist because of us too, right? When we first started chatting online and we started using the colon and then the semicolon to make smileys and things like that, right? That adds that humanizing, but that came from human creativity, right? And then I think about how we felt when the internet was introduced. I happened to go to a very excellent high school where we had an internet class. And people were excited about it. People were interested in it. And I'm comparing that to the student reaction to AI now. And it's not quite the same. People say it's similar to, let's say, when the fancy calculator started coming out, the TI, whatever number you want to put behind it. But it's not quite the same, actually. I would say there's way more negativity around AI and way more fear around AI. And this is graduation season, and we're seeing students booing at anyone who mentions AI on a microphone. So in that context, I really want to think about why that's happening and what's different. Some of those things have been brought up, like being afraid that AI is just going to be taking entry-level jobs, or with what you mentioned earlier, that it's also potentially going to be it sounded a little bit like it could lead to some age discrimination for people that are returning or trying to make career changes that don't have those skills. So that made me think about when I'm a road trip lover, and how I've gone to states where they require that you cannot pump your own gas because they made an active choice that they didn't want those jobs to go away. So we need to make some active choices in regards to entry-level employment. Otherwise, I fear we're going to be missing out on some of the creativity that comes from those entry-level employees and a lot of things that have actually been invented that way. I'm also concerned if we are using AI just as like a shiny new toy and just throwing things at a wall until we see what sticks, as opposed to what problem am I actually trying to solve? So I read AI articles all the time. I've seen some recently where there was a health organization that went through all of this investment and trouble to try to automate something using AI, putting in these machines. And after they did all the math on it, in the end, they were like, this is actually more expensive than just having people come in and talk to a human. There's been other companies that have discovered the same thing, at least in the short term. That might change over time, but they were like, oh, actually, it's cheaper for us to use humans to do this thing. So even in a profit-driven mindset, like Member Blaze brought up, this actually isn't always going to increase profit. So we need to be realistic about that. I'm concerned if we're building upon structures. Some of those structures are good and happy, like emojis, but some of those structures are really problematic. When I think about the advent of social media and how content creators who are of certain backgrounds had their information suppressed and were not making as much money as other content creators who would copy them, who are from more dominant groups. and would make more money off of that same thing. So I'm thinking about intellectual property and AI. And how can we increase the information literacy of our students? AI being just one of those tools, because like you said, although we have AI, although we have the internet, we still use books, right? Some of us. And for some students, those books are not as useful. They need to use some other tool. But for others, they still need to rely on that. I need to print it out. I need to see it. I need to underline it, right? So universal design means this is just one of many tools in a toolbox that I can use to get to this goal. Let's see what else. There was a faculty member who said that they recently went into a coffee shop, and all of us have walked into a coffee shop and seen a bunch of students studying and taking exams. But they said this time every single student was using AI and had multiple devices in order to do so. So I do think we're about to see another shift, because this current batch of students that are with us are the ones booing, right? Because they're about to go into the job market. But this next batch have actually been using AI heavily. And I wonder kind of what are some of these generational differences, because we sort of have these micro generations happening. And let's see what else. I know I have like a million things written here. So, I want us to think more about what problems are we trying to solve. I want us to think more about protecting entry-level positions within the California community colleges. I want us to think more about what are our issues, because there's some issues that keep coming up, and it's not necessarily in the classroom. A lot of our issues have to do with communication and our business processes. So thinking about Member Blaze's comment of what are we getting out of this partnership other than, hey, here's a new shiny tool, faculty, try using it so students can use it. But can we solve for some of our issues that we're having, structural issues, using AI? What can we do together that we cannot do alone, thinking back to our last presentation? So I want us to start to have a bit more imagination, which is something that the keynote speaker at the ASCCC Spring Plenary was talking about. A bit more imagination, because I fear we're relying too much on just recreating the existing structures using new tech. And that's what I want us to get away from. And lastly, I'm in LACCD, and it just so happens that all faculty are supposed to have access to Gemini at the moment, but it's taken the entire year we still don't have access. And it has something to do with the fact that some early adopters in our district signed up and made their own accounts, and so now we're having trouble getting enterprise accounts going. And so this kind of stuff, it's just really interesting to me. It's like we have the newest technology, but we can't get over this one simple hump that somebody put their email address in there. So I just want to bring that up, as there are a lot of faculty who would be open to exploring with this more and thinking about particularly our faculty who are training the next generation of software engineers and whatnot. Perhaps through this partnership, we could do some more thoughtful professional development specifically for the faculty in those fields and connecting our industry partners with those faculty. And then let's just not forget to bring the librarians in because of that information literacy piece I brought up earlier, and also protecting content creators and the creatives and making sure that our AI is showing its sources. So I'd appreciate any thoughts you all have on all of that.
Really good points. Sorry if someone's trying to jump in, feel free to cut me off because I couldn't hear. But thank you for that, Madam Brown. And a couple of thoughts that I had too. It's fascinating to see how this job market is coming out, because there's just an article in the Wall Street Journal. So they interviewed about 1,500 employees. And those that had executives at companies using or exploring AI now said that they're nearly 3 times more likely to actually increase junior level hiring in 2026 than cut back. And so I think that as AI is moving quickly along, it's creating, to your point, there's a lot of quick moving pieces, and it's still to be settled. And I think what people are realizing is you need the human element. And sometimes, to your point, AI, it can be overboard for what you need to get done. Like even sometimes we say that with folks, like you don't need AI for that. Just do a search or whatever it may be. Use a calculator. And so how do you? And it goes back to your point, information literacy, and that's why we just rolled out last week that goal to enable all 6 million educators to have at least 15 or 20 minutes of AI knowledge or AI literacy, because I think that there is, in order to understand questions around hallucinations, in order to understand, I'll tell you, I heard a company and they were talking about AI, and one of the people said, AI is my best friend. And my eyes opened up and I was like, AI is just mathematical probability. It's not a person, it's not a best friend. And so there's so much that we need people to at least have a foundational understanding so then they can figure out when is it appropriate for it to use, when is it appropriate for me not to use. And to your point, what is my ultimate goal? And that's what I love that you said, is that first you should start with what is the curriculum and what is my goal with my curriculum, and then plug in the tool. AI is just a tool. A textbook is a tool, etc. Figure out what your goal is and then bring in the tool behind it.
I'd like to add a couple of comments as well. I think, again, like really great and insightful points. So a couple of things I wanted to add is, going back to your point about, purpose, right? Like what is the purpose of these certificates and how are they actually helping students? I think, once again, right, I think sometimes taking a step back, one way at least I like to look at it is, try to reason behind the purpose of education itself, right? Education is to basically, bring new knowledge to our students, to, equip them with like new learning, right? Teach them new ways of doing things. And that has never changed, right? In addition to all of the other, things that go with that, like that hasn't changed. But over like centuries, there's been a ton of scaffolding and structures that have been built in order to somehow make sure that the delivery of education works in this day and age. And a lot of the scaffolding may not be relevant to, the main core idea of imparting education. It just got added on over the years. And I think one way to think about it is always like thinking about it first principles, right? Like if you take the case of Notebook LM, the goal is, can we bring education, right, to, where students are, right? Because today, students have to, maybe they need an access to a textbook, and that textbook is at home, and you've immediately created a bridge between, or a gap between where they are and the educational material. With Notebook LM, you have a podcast that is sitting in your phone that you can play and hear about everything that, everything, your lecture material. And the best part is with Notebook LM, if you had a question, just like you were interacting with a teacher, you could interrupt it and say, help me clarify this. So I think, and these are like undeniable tools of furthering education. And so I think it's important to look at it through that lens and understand like the true value behind some of these tools and try to leverage those more. To your other point about, how can we, how can we teach, how can we make community college students more successful? I mean, the beautiful part about community college students is that they have their ears to the ground. I mean, they're always listening, and they're in environments where there's a continuous, flow of or a continuous experience of friction, meaning that when I'm in a restaurant and I'm waiting on customers, I know the customer pain point firsthand, much better than maybe a Berkeley grad who spent all their days at home trying to ramp up on something, right? We are at the place where stuff happens. We are the first ones to realize what needs to be fixed. Earlier, we couldn't fix that because we had to be a software developer. We had that skill. But now, if we can bridge the, this idea that there is a pain point that needs to be fixed and give our students the tools that are needed to using English as a natural language to be able to go and fix it, I mean, like, to me, like that really can put our students at a much higher, level than a lot of others. So I think we come with, although we don't see it, I like to think that we come with a natural advantage. Our students have this natural advantage of being, on the ground where the problems are, And if we give them the right tools and we motivate them the right way, I feel like they can really be successful in this day and age because I think AI and the power of using natural language to build applications that solve human problems make it like it's just a great opportunity for them.
Great, thank you. Before we get to Member Williams and Member De La Fuente, and then me to provide some closing comments, I promise there's no question there. I just wanted to do a quick time check. This discussion is wonderful. We have about 8 items left and 2 hours to do it, which translates into 15 minutes per item. So just please, especially staff, our board, just keep that in mind as we continue to engage. All right, now we will go to Member Williams and then Member De La Fuente.
All right, I'll keep it short. I'll try. And Sean, no pun intended, there's a lot of gems in this conversation. And we really probably could create a gem around it, or, imagine if you took Notebook LM and just loaded the transcript from just this conversation in there to what the podcast would reveal. It would be probably helpful for the board members to see how it works so that you can hear the whole dialogue. The two of you talked about friction around the go slow to go fast, and then the need to innovate. And then Ricardo has a framework on the back of his board sitting in behind him. It's called the Johari window. If you run this conversation through it, it'll give you like what's open. It'll say, what do we already know that we need to implement now? What are students, labor, employers, and community seeing that we're missing? What fears, barriers, tension, and that are preventing honest progress? Because you mentioned the whole possibility of job loss just because we are achieving some level of efficiencies. And then it's like, what future possibilities should we be responsibly exploring through pilots? And it just made me think about like how ETP and the ETPL works. It validates the trainings that workforce development programs pay for. And so is there a way for the community college to really validate what are the legit AI certificates that students should be looking at now until we can get up to speed? Because, like if you're on social media and you have any level of AI subscriptions, they're going to advertise all kind of certificate programs to you. Some of them good, most of them are a waste of time. And it's hard to really figure out, well, which one is really going to give me the skills that I need today to be in the marketplace. And so if there was a way that we're, through that website that you all have, that if there was some type of validator on here, that these are the legit certificates that we endorse, or the legit organizations. Because even like when you go to the Google, it takes you to, it's another website. You go to Corsi or Corsica or Coursera, and trying to find the right course to take is not really easy. And then accessing it, if some of them are free, some of them you got to pay for, and then which one's based on my level of knowledge is the best use of my time. Because if I'm already advanced, I don't need to go back and learn about what a large language model is, just so like helping figure that out. And so in closing, how might we responsibly govern AI in ways that expand access, strengthen success, and deepen support while surfacing what our system knows, does not know, and has yet to imagine?
Stephen, you want to take that first, and then I'll jump in?
I think that you're spot on in that there is a lot of information. There's a lot of certificates out there, and it's really important that we actually determine that if someone's going to get a certificate, that it actually is going to lead to positive ROI for them. And that's why one of the things with certificates is it's only as good as that employers are actually going to recognize it. So when we were launching our certificates, we said it can't just be Google accepting them. It has to be a consortium of employers. Think Walmart, Target, 150 employers are saying, I want to take this certificate and I'm going to validate that this is helpful for me. And so I think you're spot on in saying, let's make sure that they've got the right certificates. And that's also why when we're looking at how to administer these, and I think there was a question earlier on what's the benefit as opposed to going through just as an individual versus going through my college. And what we're recognizing is that when people have, and as we talk about learning, when you have that class connection where you can collaborate with people and you can chat with them, we're actually finding that those rates of certificate completion are a lot higher. And so that's why it's great that all these wraparound services that allow students to get the support they need to actually successfully complete their certificate are so important. So Sanjay, I'll turn it over to you if you have other thoughts you want to add.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to that. I think I'll just complement some of the things that Stephen just said. I think in terms of how we approach the rolling out these programs and picking the right certificates or the right courses, what we're trying to build is a framework to be able to launch new certificates. We know for sure that those certificates are going to keep coming. I mean, they're going to be coming just like the rate at which new models get released. The learning will also keep changing, and there's going to be new material that's going to be flowing through all the time. So what is important is while we partner with Google in terms of rolling out the current set of certificates, to also build a framework that will allow us to accelerate the rollout of all of these other certificate programs that are going to be launched out there, making sure that they're going through the proper gates that will ensure that our students get the right, the right set of certificates that are going to be useful for them. So that's why, for example, like we have about nine gates today that we've sort of formulated as part of the current Google certificate rollout that we are going to extend to other partners that we're working with. And for example, a few of the gates are, having a faculty focus group where we bring faculty over, right? We across the state, and we have them evaluate the certificates, and we basically brainstorm around 3 specific questions. One of them is, what is the right certificate packaging structure that works for you? The micro credentials, macro credentials, how many credit units, like what would be the best way to offer this to students? The second is, what is the right content that is going to be, would make sense for us to incorporate in these courses? And the third is, what are the obstacles that are keeping you or going to keep you from being able to roll this out successfully? So we get the feedback, we incorporate that into a set of updated certificates and stacks of credentials, and then we push that out through Creative Commons, making those available for free through these colleges. So that's sort of some of the due diligence we're pulling together in place, and we're hoping that the framework will be like a living sort of framework that we'll keep iterating on as we learn more.
Member De La Fuente.
Hi, everybody. I liked your topic about AI and entrepreneurship. I was reading in the news the other day, there was someone who's sitting on the couch with AI tool with zero venture capital, has a $1.2 billion business in 2 years. So I do think it's incredible. But I was at a lecture at Stanford, and Professor Siegel talked about how entrepreneurs have all 4 great qualities. Number 1, they're energy creators. Number 2, they're problem solvers. Number 3, they're truth seekers. And number 4, they're impatient executors. And I think the modern student needs to have the energy creation at school through inspiration. They need to find the truth and seek the truth. And then they need to problem solve. Another lecture, they talked about the cognitive debt that AI may create, but it also can create a cognitive surplus, especially if you have the expertise to enhance your critical thinking. And it's something you can access at all times of the night. My wife sometimes questions at 5 a.m., why are you texting ChatGPT? It's because I woke up and I couldn't sleep, and I had one of these thoughts I had at my 5 a.m. thoughts. And it's an incredible tool that I think if it enhanced my personal learning and critical thinking. I think we talk about AI as a whole general thing. I think we need to be more specific with the language, because now there's AI agents. Another story is, I heard about, I was here in Silicon Valley in a fireside chat, and there is AI agents that hire humans to perform tasks that AI agents cannot do. So there's so much innovation. I think this is how, we transitioned, Henry Ford said, if you ask the customer, they'd want a faster horse, and then we had cars. I think AI is very transformative. There's a lot of new tools out there and sub tools that we needed to keep a lookout for. Another one, which I'm not sure how we're going to implement or how it's what's the policy, is AI note takers. There's these little butterflies that people put on their notepad, and they can record all the voices and make a whole summary by the end of class and send it out. Some people think, yes, that's a great tool. Some people think, oh, that hinges on my privacy, and I didn't consent to being recorded. But overall, I think, these certificate programs could be a way to enhance and fill those gaps because things are moving so fast that large systems sometimes, are maybe slow to react. So yeah, I think the certificate program is a positive thing, especially if you have those relationships with the employers to see what they're looking at, what they're experiencing, what are the gaps. And yeah, so the four things: energy creators, problem solvers, truth seekers, and relentless execution. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was a robust discussion. And I want to thank the chancellor staff, Sanjay, Stephen, everybody for that discussion, because I love how through this AI education series, we're able to talk and really have that really broad range of things that this board looks at. We go really deep into really tactical, granular issues, but we also zoom out and look at the reason why we're here. To quote Pam Haynes, our what is our North Star, and make sure that we are going in the right direction, even if we're going really fast. So I just appreciate very much this discussion. Yes, that's what you said. My personal anecdote here, and I'll try to keep it short, is that with my experience as adjunct faculty at USC, last year was my first teaching experience, the first time I actually had to put together curriculum. It was really, really hard. And I got feedback from a number of folks and fellow faculty who said, it takes 3 years to get used to what you're teaching. And I think after that, it might go into autopilot and you might get comfortable. With AI and the advent of this type of rapid technology, you cannot sit on your laurels. I'm now trying to think about how to adjust all of what the students are learning and what I, as a professor and as a practitioner, as a professional, am thinking at this pace of change. So it is going so fast, but we are now thinking about bigger problems. What are the big problems we're trying to fix, to your point, Sanjay? And just imagine how much more we can get out of a short period of time than we can before. Our students, if we teach them correctly, are going to be able to hit the workforce with more knowledge in a shorter period of time. And I think my question, I'm not going to ask you this question, but I'll just pose it to the universe. We can't plan with specificity what this is going to look like in the future. We can only almost just adapt to the pace of change as it is in the moment. And free code or vibe code, that finally resonated with me when you all were talking about it. And Stephen, I just wanted to thank you for all these sound bites. Career bouldering, humans in the lead, cognitive offloading, all of those things really center around asking good questions and making sure that critical thinking is what we're passing on to our students. So again, I promised not to ask you a question, but thank you so much for this robust discussion, and I can't wait to keep the series going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, public comment. Okay, but they can continue to sit down because we're not supposed to respond to public comment, but we'll take public comment now.
The public comment period on item 6.5 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
Yes, we do have someone who would like to speak. Colin Fitzgerald, would you please come forward?
I'll be quick, say like 2 minutes. Board Member Haynes, what I love so much about your comment during that discussion is I think all of us got to watch the AI dilemma manifest as almost this overwhelming, confusing, and cautious optimism. And that, the pace of innovation is so fast, the implications so vast, it's hard not to have your brain spin while you're weighing the pros and cons of AI. And all we know for certain is that it's staying for certain. My Irish ancestor, Joanna Murphy, fled the famine in Ireland, dodged indentured servitude on the East Coast, opting to go through Canada. In San Jose, they moved and settled in Gilroy, homesteaded a ranch, and for generations my family farmed and raised livestock there. Down the block from where her farm is today, Amazon is opening up a 55-acre data center. They managed to open this data center without needing a vote from the city council, using an administrative bypass. The backlash from community members who had zero say in its development has been massive. Loss of prime farmland, increased traffic during operations in violation of SECA, enormous water resource demands, immense air pollution from diesel generators, energy grid strain, and the subsequent and real threat of raised prices we're seeing across the United States and elsewhere. No vote. If we fail as a system not to, as many of you have done, carefully weigh the consequences of our investments and innovations surrounding AI, ever cautious of its exuberant promises, we will destroy ourselves. We need simultaneously celebrate innovations bred from it while focusing and highlighting its sins. At its core, AI is two things: zeros and ones. There are no emotions and no empathy implicit in its essence. That solemn responsibility falls unto you. Thank you.
We have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. There were some good questions. Member Williams talked about not just being consumers. I host locally. You could self-host. You could rent server time. Phil Vicencio talked about promoting critical thinking. Our corporate partnerships strip our rights right now, and people aren't talking about it, and we don't have enough information to go to our governments. There isn't critical thinking being supported. Member Legrand, AI detection is discriminating against students with disabilities right now in our classes. Member Blaze brought up being booed at commencement speeches. That was former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, who had talked about having the hiding strategy to hide what the company was doing to avoid democratic regulation. I boo at AI because of its corporate control, their theft of our data, our IP, our art, and consolidation of wealth and power that drives inequities. We already had a corporation being dishonest with us that exposed student data to criminals. We should be listening to students. Google employees with no tech with apartheid, for apartheid, protest against Google's help in genocide with Project Nimbus, with working with ICE, and firing their own California workers for raising their voices. They've turned over student protester information, even just from administrative subpoenas from DHS. They're interfering in our political systems. There's reporting on that. Outsized political donations. There should be conflict.
30 seconds.
Students don't support this tech and are being hurt by this tech. If AI is so impressive, why can't they build tools that respect our rights? We should be breaking the connection of corporations with our data. If these tools are so important, they shouldn't be corporate controlled. Civil rights movements in the past pushed for community control over technology. Thank you.
Madam President, this concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our speakers again. All right, team, if you would join me on a road, we're going to hop into the agenda and take everything in order. We have 2 hours left, as I mentioned, 8 items, which translates to 15 minutes each, including the presentation itself, board comments, and public comments. So please be succinct with your questions. We will take item 4.3, the proposed regulatory action academic renewal first, and I will pass that one to Vice Chancellor Shears.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, Vice President Perry, and Board of Governors members and esteemed colleagues. I'm just here for the second reading of our academic renewal proposed changes to regulations Title V, Code of Regulations sections 55,000 and 55046. So the revisions standardize academic renewal eligibility criteria across the system and promote equitable access to academic renewal for all students. I think you're probably familiar about what academic renewal is by this point. At this time, between the first read and now, we had the 45-day public comment period after the March 2026 Board of Governors meeting. The Chancellor's Office has proposed additional revisions for clarity. So first, we simplified the definition of satisfactory grade and accounted for the legacy grading symbol, CR. Next, we rephrased the language to clarify that our proposal has no unit cap on the amount of coursework eligible for academic renewal. Third, we removed minimum of to the description of 6 semester units completed for academic renewal eligibility. As board comments from the first reading indicated, this phrasing created ambiguity regarding whether districts may set higher requirements for unit completion. And last, we removed the phrase equivalent courses may be substituted for courses no longer offered, as this pertains to course repetition, not academic renewal. And after the 45-day public comment period concluded, the revised regulatory text was renoticed for the 15-day public comment period. And we received 2 additional comments on the revisions, 1 in support and 1 concerning the proposed criteria are too lenient. So the Chancellor's Office determined that the higher threshold would risk excluding students for whom academic renewal is most consequential and serve as a barrier to student persistence and reentry. As a result, no further revisions were made after the 15-day public comment period, and the proposed regulatory amendments for academic renewal are now before the board for adoption.
Thank you very much. I'll take any board comments. Excellent. Hearing none, I'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with remarks from Sacramento.
Hold on. Member Brown.
I just wanted to say great work on this. I know we put a lot of pressure on you all to get this done quickly, but also effectively. And I did read through all of the comments that folks left and how you all were very responsive and thoughtful in your approach to addressing all of those comments. So this is really great work. And I just wanted to personalize this as Member Blaze always reminds us. I did have a student that ended up not, and there, I don't know if you all saw this line in there, but it says that community colleges need to honor student work at any community college as they implement academic renewal. Most of our students do not know what this is, so I don't know why there's fear around students abusing this when they have no idea this thing exists. They only know about it when a counselor tells them. I was working with a student that was 3 units shy of graduating at my college, and when I looked into their history of their transcripts of other colleges, they needed academic renewal at another college, but that college had in their policy that you had to have 24 units at their institution in order to apply for academic renewal. That student left and said, forget college, and said, I'm just gonna go into the Coast Guard, forget this. So we literally lose students because of policies like this, and you all have removed a big barrier, so you deserve a big round of applause.
All right. Now public comment.
And now we will go to public comment. We have 2 people who would like to speak, Colin Fitzgerald and Latonia Parker Parnell.
Again, I'll keep it brief. Again, 2 minutes. Long time no see. California Competes explained that existing policies related to academic renewal pose significant barriers to re-enrollment and completion, and emphasize academic challenges are often circumstantial rather than indicative of ability. I feel like that's the most important thing to say. It's circumstance, it's not ability. I failed several classes at San Joaquin Delta College. I think it was like 5. It was indeed tragic circumstance. Ask Professor Villavicencio. One of them was his comparative politics class. Academic renewal gave me a second chance, and I indeed retook the professor's class and passed with an A. I got my GPA up from a 2.0 to a 3.76. That is the truth. In August of this year, I start as a 1L at McGeorge School of Law. But what if, as a part-time student, thank you, I appreciate it. But what if I was a part-time student when I failed Professor V's class? What if I was a parent? What if I was poor? Who are we to say who deserves a second chance? The approval of this resolution is more than expanding academic renewal's reach. It is a statement, a commitment, and a line of similar commitments to never give up on you, the student, our future. Thank you for supporting this action.
Wow, how do I follow that? Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and board members. I am Latanya Parker Parnell, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges president. I could say drop the mic to what Adrian just stated, but I will voice the strong support from the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges on the item that is presented today and the proposed amendments to Title V, Sections 55000 and 55046 related to academic renewal. As faculty, we know that students, as just stated, early academic struggles often do not reflect their true abilities, potential, or long-term goals. Academic renewal recognizes growth, resilience, and the reality that students can and do recover from difficult periods in their lives. It gives students a meaningful opportunity to move forward without being permanently defined by post-challenges. Creating more consistent academic renewal standards across our colleges is an important equity step for students throughout the system. Students should not face different opportunities for renewal simply because of where they attend college, as stated by Adrian. We also appreciate the Chancellor's Office for listening to feedback and making clarifying revisions that improve both the intent and implementation of the regulation. On behalf of the Academic Center for California Community Colleges, I respectfully urge the Board of Governors to approve Resolution 2026-10. Thank you for listening.
We have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
I just want to echo Member Brown's words. I didn't know about academic renewal until I went to a counselor. I had straight A's until I started getting failed for not giving my personal information over to corporations. I didn't know what to do. I went to a counselor, and I still don't know what to do. It's years later, and I can't go to school. This academic renewal needs to go further. It's not too lenient. Academic renewal needs to be extended to all immediately because our leadership has been too lenient with removing our rights and funding corporations. These corporations create a worse learning environment. You can look at what civil rights organizations like the ACLU writes about ed tech surveillance. You could look at what the leading professors say about this. You could look at there's been a lot of reporting about how corporate tech has created worse performance, like Google Chromebooks and stuff in classrooms too, and the psychological stresses of being under surveillance all the time. Academic renewal should be extended to everybody now because of the environment that has been created by our lack of leadership and respect for our rights. Thank you.
Madam President, this concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Liaison Reynolds. Y'all, this is an action item, as are the next two items, so I'm looking for a motion and a second.
Move approval.
Second.
Whoa, okay. Member Haynes and Member Williams. Liaison Reynolds, I'll have the vote, please.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Aye. Sorry.
That was Ricardo, by the way. Fauci Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 4.4 is proposed regulatory action for associate degree course requirements around climate. I will welcome Vice Chancellor Todd, Visiting Executive May, and Senior Advisor Grandy to the podium, please.
Great. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Glad to talk to you a little bit about this today. We can go to the next slide. I want to first start by acknowledging and thanking the Board of Governors and Chancellor Christian for your continued leadership in advancing climate action across California community colleges in our system. Through Vision 2030 and the Climate Action and Sustainability Work Plan, you have affirmed that climate literacy, sustainability, and scientific understanding are essential to preparing students for California's future. So this work also reflects broader efforts across the Chancellor's Office to support what our climate fellows have described as climatizing the curriculum, bringing climate-related issues and perspectives into learning experiences across the humanities, social sciences, career education, and the natural sciences in ways that are appropriate to each discipline and responsive to student learning. So today's proposed regulatory action builds on that leadership through targeted updates to Section 55061 regarding associate degree course requirements in the natural sciences. So we can go to the next slide. So first, it clarifies the description of natural sciences coursework by strengthening language related to scientific method and its application. Second, it explicitly recognizes the application of scientific knowledge to real-world issues, including the effects of human activities on the climate and environment. And then third, it emphasizes natural science courses to help students understand how scientific inquiry advances knowledge and drives innovation. So we can go to the next slide. This is the proposed language before you for this second reading, and it specifically updates Section 55061 to state that natural science courses help students understand how the scientific method is used to advance our understanding of the natural world and drive innovation, and that such courses develop students' ability to apply scientific knowledge to real-world issues, which shall include in learning about effects of human activities on climate and the environment. So I want to go to the next slide. You have this in front of you. But during the first reading of this item, and I want to kind of contextualize the regulations over the process we've had since our last meeting. During the first reading of this item, the proposed language developed and brought forward by the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee used the word may. And as there were concerns about the regulation could otherwise be interpreted as immediately mandating revisions across all natural sciences courses in the system, and in some areas that might be more difficult than others. You think about the variety of natural science courses that we have, from physics to anatomy to other disciplines. So that was part of a consultative process after an academic Senate resolution in fall 2025 supported a revision of Title V language. However, during our first reading, members of the board expressed support for strengthening the language from may to shall. And after incorporating this language, we heard both support and concern from the field with this change in public comment. The concerns raised regarded the use of the word shall as it relates to preserving local faculty discretion across the broad range of natural science disciplines. So in response to that feedback, I'm also adding something which is not, what we normally do in our process, is an alternative addition. This alternative proposal preserves the intent and overall framework of the regulation, and while adding the phrase "as appropriate." So this alternative language acknowledges that faculty are best positioned to determine how these topics can meaningfully be integrated within their disciplines and course outcomes, including scientific areas where connections to climate and environmental impacts may be less direct or less immediately apparent. If you notice in this, what's in front of you on the alternative edition is what was on the previous slide, what you have in front of you, which includes shall, with the word as appropriate at the end. Importantly, both approaches continue to respect faculty purview and local curriculum processes while ensuring students across our colleges have opportunities to engage with scientific and societal changes shaping California's future. I want to acknowledge also the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges for the continued consultation, partnership, and the thoughtful feedback that's been happening throughout this process. The Academic Senate continues to be an incredible partner in bringing the faculty voice forward on academic and professional matters across our system. And finally, if this makes sense and you want to accept a further addition, that's in front of you. Fermin Villegas from our Office of General Counsel is here today to provide model language for a resolution should the board choose to adapt the alternative proposal. So thank you again for your leadership and for bringing this important item here or considering it for a second reading and adoption. I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Any board comments?
Yes.
Member Haynes.
Sorry. So, thank you for the presentation, and I am in support of this. I just have a question relative to, is this going to ultimately be an ADT, or is it going to be just an associate degree?
So these are the areas. This is specifically for the national science courses that are applicable to our degrees, not particularly to an overall specific degree.
All right. So then the question I have has to do with the minimum semester units and whether or not. Because some of the, most of this indicates, and maybe my math was bad, but most of this indicates 3 semester units or 4 quarter units. I get that part, but will this, if done strictly by the units in order to get the degree, in order to transfer, you have to either have 30 or 60 units in order to transfer. Is this one of the programs in which that it will require more than 60 in order to transfer is sort of my question.
This is more of the outline of what you would do in terms of coursework to meet the associate degree requirements. And those units across our colleges for some of those are across, vary in particular disciplines, but this regulation isn't necessarily specifically about the units. It's really just about adding in the content in terms of what's in front of you.
So thank you for that. That's not, but sometimes UC or CSU, but UC will say you have to have X number of units, and therefore it ends up being plus.
No, these are for our general education efforts for students. Maybe I'm not following. Okay. Maybe it looks like Member Brown might.
So I can kind of answer your question within my comment.
Thank you.
So this was actually something I was really excited about in terms of the works of the Chancellor's Office, because I feel like this was really artfully done. It was not the addition of a new general ed area. It was looking at one of our existing general ed areas and saying, hey, get with the times. Make sure you mention this thing that's salient to all. And I think that's brilliant. And I think we actually might need to take that same approach with some of our other areas. But this particular area, it was already existing. Those units are already there. These courses are already there. But now we're saying, don't let your student get out of a natural sciences course without touching upon climate. And I looked through every single discipline that's listed there, and every single one has something to do with climate. So I think it makes perfect sense in order to make sure that our content is relevant to students and relevant to modern times, that none of our graduates should be leaving without having heard those words and understanding how what they learned applies to it. So I think it's great, and I think it's not asking people to completely rework all of their content, but just to make sure that this piece is not missing. And I think most of our faculty already have it there. So it's just going to be a few of them that are going to need to lean on other faculty within the field in order to see how they can integrate it even into their existing assignments.
Sorry I didn't understand your question, but that was great. Thank you. No worries.
Member Epstein.
I have a question for Fermín. Have you ever seen the term as appropriate in Title V before? And if so, how is it incorporated and used?
That's a good question. I don't recall specifically an example of it, but I think in this case, it makes sense and it could be appropriate in order to maximize that local control that some of the commenters that commented on the 15-day comments indicated they wanted to retain. We keep the prescriptive language, right, shall, which signals that the inclusion of these topics is very important to the Board of Governors, but at the same time recognizing that in maybe some courses It may not be a central focus or a very important focus. For instance, one of the commenters commented, giving an example of an anatomy course, for instance, or other courses where human effects on climate change may not be central. And so we tried to find that fine line of making it, signaling that it's required in those courses where it makes absolute sense to do so, yet allowing some variation in those courses where perhaps there just isn't a place for it, or where the amount of the core subjects in that course might suffer if you had to include the human effects of climate change. So it's trying to be a compromise to both of those concerns.
So it's appropriate to use as appropriate.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
I'll just make it really quick. I am excited to see this as part of our associate's degree course requirements. And again, Member Brown really explained that quite thoroughly. But I really want to also shout out our wonderful climate action team with Dr. Carla Grandi and her team with Holly Bailey Hoffman. This is one of our core pillars, is to climatize curriculum. And this is really that step to do that, ensure that all of our students, as was mentioned, have this knowledge, not just to understand about climate action, but ultimately what they can do to, in my field, to civically engage the policymaking process to really address really one of these challenges, these generational challenges that we have that, again, is a transnational issue that, that needs to be addressed, not just by, obviously, the state of California, but the world. So this is just the first step in doing that, and really, really happy to see this and excited to see this move forward in our system. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
We do have a public comment from LaTanya Parker Parnell.
Good afternoon again, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, board members. I am Dr. LaTanya Parker Parnell, ASCCC President. ASCCC supports item 4.4 and the proposed amendments related to associate's degree course requirements and climate by Vice Chancellor Todd James today as a result of consultation. As faculty, we value helping students engage with the real world issues that affect their communities and future, including climate and environmental challenges. We appreciate the intent of these amendments and the thoughtful work to ensure the proposal is both meaningful and workable for our students and colleges. We also want to thank the Board of Governors and Chancellor's Office for their willingness to work collaboratively with faculty and other interest groups, particularly in addressing concerns raised during public comment, including those shared by ASCCC Secretary Eric Wada, to help clarify the intended reach and effect of the proposed amendments. That collaboration reflects the strength of shared governance and helps ensure successful implementation across our system. On behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, I respectfully urge approval of the proposed regulatory action. Thank you for listening.
We have 3 hands raised. Tanya Anders, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. My name is Tanya Anders, and thank you for hearing us on this. I'm really excited that we are seeing your support for this. I'm a geoscience faculty and academic senate president at Mount San Antonio College, and I'm here to support the proposed update to the Title V language as you saw presented. My journey in higher education began over 30 years ago as a climate researcher and then transitioned to climate literacy advocacy as an educator. It is a scientific fact that humans are responsible for many of the climate change effects we are observing and experiencing. IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has documented this in their reports. It is vital to include humans' impact on the environment in natural science courses. Many opportunities exist for faculty to learn how to do this. My campus, for example, has been offering professional development for faculty on the topic for over 5 years. It would be a disservice to our students and a missed opportunity to exclude climate literacy from our curriculum. From my experience in the classroom, students want to understand and learn more about this topic. They are living in a world where the changes of our climate and weather patterns have become part of their daily lives. Science courses need to include mention of these impacts as it is appropriate by discipline, not only for currency in our curriculum, but also because many community college students live in communities disproportionately impacted by the effects of climate change, making this also an equity issue.
30
Please
seconds.
note that the revised language is not prescriptive. Local senates, curriculum committees, and faculty still decide which courses will count towards the natural science general education requirements for their local degrees. Please consider adopting this long overdue regulatory language change brought forward as a resolution by our state senate at the fall 2025 ASCCC plenary. Thank you so much.
Ryan Joseph, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I would like to actually voice my support for the changes as actually an anatomy and physiology professor. I know this anatomy and physiology keeps getting brought up as one of these courses that potentially needs some leeway, although I would like to say that we in fact do talk very much about the effects of climate change on human physiology and things like that as it pertains to things like microplastics, increased rates of skin cancer, other issues like air pollution and how it affects respiratory systems and things like that. So frankly, I actually support the changes to the shall language as an anatomy and physiology professor because I find that it's actually not terribly difficult to implement those. One slight concern I would just like to voice, though, however, is to consider is the as appropriate, at least for me, I feel like that still maybe my concern is that could allow people to sort of still try to wiggle out of the shall terminology. Again, that doesn't mean I don't agree with moving forward with this and things like that, but I just would like to say that it doesn't take too big of a leap to even implement these things in some of the areas that might feel like they need a little bit of a release valve, I guess, so to speak. So just something for y'all to consider that
30 seconds.
to not let the as appropriate language sort of negate the shall language. And this is coming from one of these potentially classes where people have been claiming it might be difficult, where I find it's not terribly difficult to include these issues. Thank you.
Patricia Zook, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members and Chancellor Christian. My name is Dr. Patricia Zuck, and I'm biology faculty at West Los Angeles College and also serve as the Academic Senate President. I address you today in support of the proposed update of California Code of Regulations Title 5 55061, modifying the definition of the natural sciences general education area for local associate degrees to include the effects of human activities on climate. The change was adopted by the ASCCC at the fall 2025 plenary, showing statewide support from college academic senate delegates representing their faculty. It reflects an ethos that in order to be relevant, curriculum across the disciplines, but particularly science, must address the dramatic climate changes we are all experiencing. For example, many of our students live in neighborhoods with little tree canopy, raising the temperatures by up to 10 degrees compared to tree-lined affluent neighborhoods. Some of our students have family members that work as agricultural laborers and need to understand the impacts of heat on the human body. Rising average temperatures are affecting agriculture, wildlife, weather patterns, sea life, and more. So we owe it to our students to give them the necessary information to prepare for their lives and careers. I would also like to stress that this proposed language is for courses in local GE patterns. This means that local senates, curriculum committees, and faculty will still have control whether or not a class containing such language will be included in their local degree requirements. For our faculty, this change proposed in this resolution opens the door for curriculum to include human impacts on the environment. However, the language does not require such impacts to be included in a course outline of record if it is
30
not agreed
seconds.
upon by disciplined faculty. Please support climate equity and scientific consensus and making this important and overdue change to Title V. Thank you.
Madam President, this concludes public remarks on this item.
Thank you very much. We didn't have any board comments, or we had a few. I have a question for you.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, the as applicable, is that the same as, I'm sorry, as appropriate, is that the same as all applicable? Like all applicable as appropriate?
I think you could interpret it that way, but I think the intent is that we leave it to the local curriculum committees and faculty to determine where, in which courses it would be appropriate. So we're signaling that it should be, these topics should be included in every course where it's appropriate, but recognizing that there is some, perhaps some difference of opinion out there in the faculty ranks as to the appropriateness in every single course. And so then that leaves it to the local curriculum committees and faculty to determine exactly whether it would be appropriate in a particular course.
Okay. And if we vote, the vote that we're about to take is to adopt a modified version in which the as appropriate and the shall instead of may, it becomes part of the language. Is that right?
So currently the vote that is teed up for you right now is with just the shall without the as appropriate. But I'm here to walk you through how to change the resolution language if that is the desire of the board to adopt the as appropriate language instead.
Okay, gotcha. So is this almost two different votes because we would want to know first whether we would want the as appropriate and then to take another vote to adopt the as appropriate, like the modified version of the vote? Or can we do this all in one?
I think you can do it all in one. If you signal to me that there's a consensus that the language that you want presented to you is the as appropriate language, then we can just tee that up for you.
Okay, can you take a stab at suggesting what motion that would look like for me? Because it sounds like two motions to me.
I would.
Okay.
So if it was a desire of the board to adopt the as appropriate language, the motion with the as appropriate language, the motion would be as follows. The moving board member would say, I move to adopt resolution 2026-11 with the following modification to paragraph 1. That the proposed regulatory action amending Title V of the California Code of Regulations, Section 55061, relating to associate degree course requirements is adopted with the following modifications to the regulatory text in Attachment 1. That as appropriate be added at the end of the second sentence in subdivision C5. If you adopt that motion, then you can do it in one.
Member Brown, then
And
Member
if we do
Hamadeh.
not want the as appropriate language and we only want the shall,
Then you
what
vote
would
on
the motion be?
Then you vote on the motion that's before you. That's currently
So
before
no
you.
amendment.
With no amendment.
I'd like to move to vote on the motion as it's currently presented with no amendment.
Okay, so that's just the shall
That
with
would
the
add
no
the
as
shall with
appropriate.
no as appropriate.
Okay,
That's the motion that's currently in the agenda.
okay.
Point of information. So the impact is just no local discretion on the motion.
Right, it would be shall. Right.
Okay. Do you have a question, Member Epstein? No? Okay, does anyone have any questions on what's happening right now? All right, so Member Brown moved, Member Haynes seconded. Liaison Reynolds, if you could call the vote.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Yeah, no, give me a second here. Nay.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauci Hamadeh.
Nay.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Nay.
Josie Melgar.
Nay.
Jennifer L. Perry. Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Nay.
Joseph R. Williams.
Nay.
The item does not pass as written.
All right, let's go for the second motion. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved to include the language as appropriate.
Second.
Okay, I heard Melgar and then Williams first. Okay, Liaison Reynolds, let's try this again.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Abstain.
Amy M. Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauci Hamadeh.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Abstain.
Harry LeGrand.
Abstain.
Josie Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let's move to item 4.5, compliance with the 50% law. We welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson to the podium.
All right. Hopefully I can help with make up some time on this item. So this item was discussed at the last board meeting. It was an informational item. Today before you is an official action item to approve the exemptions, and that is what is before you. No new information has been added to the item beyond the official approval of the exemptions. So with that, I would just defer back to the board for any questions you might have. As a reminder, compliance with the 50% law occurs every year. There is a check. If you are non-compliant, there is an exemption process. There were 3 districts this year that requested an exemption. There are no fiscal implications to any of those 3 districts with or without this action because 2 were basic aid districts and the 3rd is Calbright, which has effectively a categorical allocation in lieu of traditional apportionment.
Thank you, sir. Member Melgar.
Yeah, just curious. We have deficiencies outlined for the 2 non-Calbright, and you may have answered this already, but is there a reason that that is not outlined there? And if there is a deficiency, can we get that number?
Sure. Effectively, there's no official deficiency because they are community-funded districts, so there is no apportionment with which to take back. That's why they are treated in that particular manner. What we do watch is how close they are getting to complying with the 50% law, and we work with those districts to get them where they need to be. So we can see the trend over the last couple of years where those districts have been improving from where they were at toward compliance, and that's what we push them toward every year.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? A member Villavicencio.
Yeah, thank you. It's just as a comment. I know how I understand really and appreciate the concerns the districts have raised again regarding the 50% law. And I also realize too that the colleges today are very different institutions when this particular law was created. And our colleges are different now, offering many essential services that contribute to student success, student support services, mental health resources, et cetera, et cetera. I'm grateful to the state audit that was conducted about the 50% law last year to examine the effectiveness and whether it still actually reflects the modern realities of operating a community college district here in our state. And if reform is needed, obviously that should go through the legislative process. That said, I also believe it's important for us as a board to remember our responsibility. Regardless of how we may feel about the 50% law, it remains state law. And part of our role is ensuring accountability and compliance with the laws that govern our system. And obviously in this term, as even though it was mentioned that there's really not too much of an effect here, my concern, I do have concerns when districts are not being held accountable to the existing law as it is written. Particularly when 2 of the 3 districts involved are basic aid districts with greater financial flexibility than many other across the system. At the same time, I want to acknowledge that many districts are navigating this very difficult financial circumstances right now, and none of these, obviously, these decisions are easy. Because Calbright is currently in a particularly challenging position right now and continuing to advocate for sustainable and stable long-term funding, I believe that an exemption for Calbright is warranted under these circumstances. And as mentioned, I'm in full support of continued conversations around, again, modernizing the 50% law, but I also want to recognize really our board responsibility to uphold the law as it currently exists. And for this reason, I will be abstaining from this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Villavicencio. Member Williams.
And I'm not sure what kind of tea leaves you have. I just wondered if there is ever going to be like a serious conversation with the legislator about modernizing the law.
Yeah, there are consistent, serious conversations around what that law looks like, but there are also, the counterbalance positions that they have to consider at the same time. But what we have been saying very publicly and very openly is part of what's causing this situation is not applying cost of living adjustments to our categorical programs. So whether it is our traditional SCFF apportionments or categorical programs, in general, roughly 90% of all of our funding is going towards salary and benefit costs. So when districts are making those adjustments in their collective bargaining agreements for the salary schedules and, the downstream impact on benefit costs, if there isn't a cost of living adjustment on the categorical program, they're having to turn to their general fund to support or maintain that same level of service because the cost for that employee that's providing that service got more expensive. So what we've been advocating for is if you apply cost of living adjustments to our categorical programs, and right now we're focused mainly on the Student Equity and Achievement Program and not just a prospective COLA, but actually looking back the last 3 years at 11.6%. If you apply that, it helps all districts with compliance with the 50% law because they don't have to turn to their unrestricted general fund to maintain that same level of service. They're able to provide for it out of that restricted fund. So we're trying to resolve it in a different way to the benefit of our districts and our colleges so that they can take the actions that they need to provide the services for their communities that are needed, but in a way that helps them become compliant with the 50% law in a different way than we traditionally think about it.
So does it feel
Member
like
LeGrand.
Non-funded mandate? I mean, it appears that way. It seems if there's no money, I mean, the costs keep going up, but if there's no money to do it, it's sort of like, okay, what do we do?
It's akin to an unfunded mandate, with the difference being that nothing, for the most part, with categorical programs, nothing obligates the college to operate the program that is being provided by the state. So if you opt not to provide that service, you also opt not to receive those funds. So that's traditionally how it works. But the incentive is so great on the fiscal side, you pretty much see all the colleges say, we have to do this. Our students come first.
Member Haynes.
So as I look at the technology that most of our colleges absolutely have to have, and that, please talk to me or talk to us about what those costs are associated, and do they push up against, how are they viewed and pushing up against either the 50% law or the categoricals, because that's the infrastructure that we will have to increase and continue to use.
That's right. So it's a mixed bag when it comes to technology costs, and that is, if the technology costs can be amortized over a number of years, effectively it's treated as if it's infrastructure and it's excluded from the overall computation for the 50% law. But if it is an annual cost that can't be amortized, then that is subject to the requirements of the 50% law. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. We've seen a shift from the traditional model where you have that amortization because you buy the software, you get this package, and it's good for a number of years, to software as a service, SAS, where it is an annual cost, right? It's an annual subscription, but even SAS is starting to potentially go away. A lot of the recent news articles are that with the advancement of artificial intelligence, the days for many of the software as a service components might also go away because it changes the dynamic for how you would get those updates or those upgrades. So, you know, I can't say what the future will hold there, but a lot of the articles are pointing toward that some of the pressure that districts face from the software as a service costs might be lessened within the next couple of years because of AI and different approaches to building out software updates and software coding.
Okay, public comment, please.
The public comment period on item 4.5 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
We do have a public comment from Sarah Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chancellor and Governing Board. Sarah Thompson here, speaking on behalf of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I just want to emphasize the critical importance of California's 50% law and urge the board to carefully consider the precedent set by approving these exemption requests. The 50% law exists to protect the core educational mission of our colleges by ensuring that at least half of our general fund, not total fund, but general fund expenditures are directed toward classroom instruction. We've seen a significant growth over the past 25 years of categorical funding. The 50% law in 2000 was actually much closer to 50% of the total budget. But now roughly 30% of district expenditures come from categorical funds, which means now that 50% of the general fund translates to 35 to 40% of a district's total budget. Asking districts to spend at least 35% of their total budget on instruction is not unreasonable, not when it is our primary product. While we recognize that occasionally districts have real fiscal challenges, such as responding to natural disasters, exemptions should remain rare and extraordinary, not granted as a result of local budgetary decision-making. Repeatedly approving exemptions risks weakening one of the few statutory protections that ensures teaching and learning is prioritized. We instead urge the board to require stronger 50% law accountability, and even if this action today is largely symbolic. Thank you.
Madam President, this concludes public remarks on this item.
Thank you very much. This is an item for vote, so I'll take a motion in a second, please.
Motion.
Thank you, Member Haynes and Member De La Fuente. Liaison Reynolds, may I have the vote, please?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa. Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Fauzi Hamadeh.
Abstain.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Powers.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Abstain.
Joseph R. Williams.
Abstain.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am. We are moving into the first reading section, which I affectionately known as the section where I can use my gavel. So item 5.1 is the proposed regulatory action for distance education. We welcome Vice Chancellor Todd back up to the podium. Oh, hold on, before you get started. Item 5.1 is a first reading and a public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to distance education. Now you can present your item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I think we have this up. I'm sorry. So I want to acknowledge as well all the work that you've done in terms of leadership in advancing high-quality, accessible, innovative distance education across our system. Over the past few years, distance education has become an essential strategy for expanding equitable access, supporting student success, and meeting learners where they are. So if you remember, we have a Vision 2030 online teaching and learning work plan, and that really committed us to flexible, student-centered learning environments that support accessibility, learner variability, innovation, high-quality instruction for all students. Today's proposed regulatory action builds on that commitment by modernizing and clarifying our distance education regulations to better reflect current instructional practice, technological innovation, and evolving federal guidance. So collectively, the updates that we're going to show you help ensure our regulatory framework reflects how teaching and learning across our colleges today occurs, and while continuing to support equity, quality, consistency, and local innovation throughout the system. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, the Distance Education and Educational Technology Advisory Committee, the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee, our Consultation Council, and system stakeholders in the field for their continued consultation, expertise, and thoughtful feedback throughout this process. We can go to the next slide. So there are the proposed updates serve three primary purposes. First, they align California's regulations with upcoming federal regulatory changes regarding allowable non-instructional activities within distance education courses. Second, they modernize outdated provisions in Title V, including the removal of what has been a long-standing 51% rule used to define distance education courses, as well as a requirement that districts provide annual distance education reports to the local governing boards. We are now in an era where distance education is at every campus and is a large part of what we do. Third, they can create greater consistency and clarity around instructional modalities, including synchronous, asynchronous, high flex, partially online, and other mixed modality approaches, with those definitions being maintained through the Chancellor's Office in the Program and Course Approval Handbook. As you can tell, there is a lot of shifting and changing in the ways that education modalities get defined and how we use them. And so the intent is to have them in our PCAW to help be modified and updated on a regular basis. And with that, I will turn over to my colleague, Ginny May.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, and Chancellor Christian. I'm Ginny May, Visiting Executive and Senior Advisor to the Chancellor, and I hope you can see me over this table because my chair is really low.
Mine was low too, and I figured out.
And I did not figure it out. So anyway, I'm 5 years old. No, not really. So I'm going to talk about these next slides here. So these are the three sections of the California Code of Regulations in which recommended changes are being brought forth today. To one, tidy up the regulatory language. We like it to be tight, be good language. And two, maintain compliance with the Code of Federal Regulations. So next slide, please. I'll go into each one. So on this next slide, this is section 55200. It provides for the details of distance education modalities to be maintained by the Chancellor's Office in the Program and Course Approval Handbook per Title V, section 55000.5. In case you don't know what this is, the Program and Course Approval Handbook, also known as the PCAW, which many people will recognize, is maintained and updated by the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee, or 5C. The PCAW provides an overview of curriculum regulations and includes a brief history of curriculum approval. It outlines the legal authority and roles of state and local entities, and it explains the underlying minimum conditions. It assists California Community College administrators, faculty, and classified professionals in the development of programs and courses and the submission of these proposals for review for chaptering by the Chancellor's Office. So it really tells the colleges what they can do to be in compliance with Title V and Ed Code. Strength of regulations. So that's 55200. Next slide, please. In Section 55024. This is updated to maintain alignment with the Code of Federal Regulations, clarifying that activities such as assessment testing, orientation, and student support meetings can be in person without losing a fully online distance education status. The CFR, Code of Federal Regulations 600.2, was updated in January of 2025, and it will be published July 1st of 2026. And then finally, on the next slide, this is 55210. Distance education is no longer novel nor experimental. I think we can all agree on that. It is an integral part to the high-quality education we provide for students. Reporting on courses and programs using DE modalities is fully integrated into our MIS reporting system. Thus, the archaic 51% language and specific annual reporting are no longer in this section of California Code of Regulations. They're just not needed. And so with that, I turn this back to my colleague, James.
That is all we have for you right now for your first reading. We're here to answer any questions.
Any board comments? All right, hearing none. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning distance education, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual comments on this item.
Are there any additional members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Great. We move to Section 6, Information and Reports. Item 6.3 is the annual fiscal health report and the fiscal forward sessions. And for that, we welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Assistant Vice Chancellor Servine.
Yeah, so this is the annual fiscal solvency item, but I wanted to really, dig in a little bit about what we're doing for districts to help them both on the fiscal front and to do so proactively and through the provision of service from our office. So in terms of fiscal health monitoring, the core that we look at are district reserves, district enrollment trends, district cash balances, leadership turnover in a district, whether they have a disproportionate share of salaries or benefits relative to overall spending, if they're late in submitting required compliance reports to our office or to any other entity that's required to receive it, as well as if they're getting recurring audit findings. So is there a particular issue occurring in those districts? And we use that to create aggregate risk scores where we do look at district by district where we think they are at relative to this overall matrix. We don't publicly announce who those districts are, though, because we want to work with them in the background. We want to help them. And oftentimes it could be something temporary. So like with leadership turnover, it could be that they're in the process of hiring and that will go away relatively soon. But we do monitor because at the end of the day, what we're focused on is ensuring all of our districts remain fiscally solvent and all of our districts remain accredited. We've had a situation years back with one of our districts in 2013 that did require action on behalf of the state to ensure they remained accredited and remained solvent. It was not necessarily of their doing at that time, but that is why we have these types of processes in place. But a couple items that I wanted to highlight that our office offers to districts to help with this. So one is called our fiscal forward sessions. And no district is obligated to join a fiscal forward session, but they do. So we've actually had 50 of them over the past couple of years with districts. And what we do during those sessions is we walk through their SCFF. We walk through specific conditions for their district, and we're helping them understand what the levers are, what the revenues are, where their expenditure levels may be, so that they're aware. We particularly reach out to new chief business officials when they are hired by a district or by a college to help them specifically, because we know that's a new role oftentimes for that individual. So we definitely do that on our fiscal forward sessions. Another thing that we've certainly been working on in the background is we are in the process of creating a guide for districts for newer CBOs so that they have upfront awareness of the things to watch out for, the items that they'll need to stay on top of, the levers, again, of expenditures or revenues that they really need to track or monitor as they work with their campus constituencies. And then just finally, the last thing that I would note in this area, and it's very similar to fiscal forward sessions, is we do have a former CEO on contract with the office that does provide direct assistance to districts that request them. That is former President Joe Weiss from Shasta, formerly of Shasta College. And he does assist districts that may be having a particular issue or that may be interested in, helping train up or build up the knowledge base from a newer CBO. So just wanted to know, as part of our fiscal health, or wanted the board to know that as part of our fiscal health items, it's not only monitoring, but it's also that front end aspect of how do we help districts maintain fiscal solvency, maintain their accreditation, and move forward. And if we do hear from the public that there's something going on in a district that we may be unaware of, we do take immediate action. We do engage in those with those districts in a conversation around, have you been to a fiscal forward session? If you haven't, encouraging them to do that. Alternatively, if there is a situation that warrants it, we always have the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team that is also available to help those districts understand what may be happening and to lift up those districts. So overall, our districts are resilient in large part. Whether there's a risk or not, we can see it in the system today. We've often talked about the Prune to Grow plan at Peralta as one of the models of how to work with your community to develop a plan of how you will adjust to the revenue situation in your given district at a given time. We've also seen other districts, I think Contra Costa has recently taken some action. And then lastly, we have worked with districts that experience multiple natural disasters. So we've worked with Cabrillo in the past to say, how can we apply the emergency conditions allowance to give you the time to get back to where you would need to be? So overall, it is a positive story and positive news from the office in terms of we reach out, we monitor, and we assist in building out our districts and helping them maintain solvency long term. I think it's very telling that we don't have any districts that are teetering on the brink such that the state is being asked to provide additional resources for a specific district, which did happen in 2013 and happened in 2006. But with those exceptions, we have not seen any of those types of issues creep up today that would warrant that type of interaction. So, or interaction by our office. So positive news for our districts in taking the actions they need to. It's never easy when you're asked to adjust your budget or align your budget to a different fiscal reality that you may be facing. But overall, it shows that our districts are resilient. So with that, happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much. Any board comment? All right, hearing none. Any public comment?
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public comments.
Thank you very much, Liaison Reynolds. We are moving to item 6.6, our state and federal policy update. Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson can stay up here, and he is joined by Vice Chancellor O'Brien and Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez.
Trust the political scientists.
So why don't I go ahead and just lead with a quick overall budget update. And that is, I don't want to add too much more beyond what the Chancellor added this morning. But overall, the Proposition 98 guarantee is up over the 3-year window. That is good news for education globally. However, there are some nuances within that overall window. and that is the vast majority of the revenues that are coming into the Prop 98 guarantee are required to be deposited into the K-14 rainy day fund. So as a result, we don't have a lot of access to significant new resources to address system needs like unfunded growth, like the COLA for request for the Student Equity and Achievement Program. We'll continue to work with the legislature toward options and opportunities to fund that. So please know in the background, we are representing the system well in trying to get those priorities funded and working with the legislature to figure out what the levers might be to allow for that. Overall, it was a very good hearing this morning. The legislature very much understands within our top priorities are the SCFF and COLA for the SEA program. And within the student-centered funding formula, it's not just unfunded growth. They're also very interested in the two policy changes that we adopted earlier, more on the greater of the 3-year average or current year FTES than the 10% growth cap, but they have been engaged in both. And very much we've provided what that would mean or what that would cost if the state were to do that. So we've been working on that as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor O'Brien.
Thank you so much. I've got the duty of providing a very brief federal update for you here today, but strangely enough, as it seems, or surreally, it is a optimistic and forward-looking federal update. So that is a pleasure given the current environment. But I wanted to just give a brief report to the board on some federal resources that we are currently in the middle of pursuing to fund some of the board's top priorities. So working with our federal consultant, Tom Downs, and some of our partners here, we recently submitted 2 federal grant applications, both through the Department of Education, which is still soliciting federal grant applications, albeit in partnership with other agencies, in this case, Department of Labor. So the Talent Search Program, which some of you may have heard of, it's part of the TRIO suite of programs. We came up with a proposal working with our partners at the Foundation for serving California's continuation high school students and providing them with opportunities for that pathway into post-secondary education, college, and career. That is a grant of up to $10 million a year over 4 or 5 years, so $10 million times 5. We submitted that several weeks ago, and then we just recently submitted a grant application that a lot of our colleges have been very interested in pursuing, which is round 6 of the Strengthening Community Colleges training grants. And again, that's one that some of you who have campus and district experience may be familiar with. This is a new sort of reworked grant that the department came out with in order to support community colleges in their implementation of sort of new programming or structural changes needed to support the Workforce Pell Program, which of course is coming online this summer. So really want to give a shout out to, on that one, to Vice Chancellor Tony Cordova and his team, as well as our partners here, including Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson, and at McAllister and Quinn. And San Diego Community College District, who is sort of serving as our lead district fiscal agent in regards to that grant. That's a $10.8 million one-time grant that focuses on careers in advanced manufacturing. So both of these still have a ways to go, of course. They've been submitted. There's a lengthy application process and review, but we think we put together strong applications in partnership with our philanthropic, consulting, and college and district partners. I also just want to give a public thank you to our 2 California U.S. senators, Senator Alex Padilla and Senator Adam Schiff. Between them, they have submitted 2 requests for what's called congressionally directed spending, which is better just known as earmarks, one of which was $1 million request by Senator Padilla to fund the board's AI literacy proposal that was included in last fall's system budget request, and another, Senator Schiff, carried a $1.2 million earmark request for the Rural Transfer Collaborative proposal. So again, long way to go. Those still have to go through the congressional process, but as we think back to those sort of original quadrants of Vision 2030, people, systems, policy, and resources, wanted to just make the board aware that we are actively chasing those resources wherever we can get them, and we're certainly not slowing down, just because of whatever other kind of chaos or instability is going on at the federal level. And turn it over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. To round out our advocacy update on state legislation, we are mid-May, so the legislative session is halfway through. Last week was an important week as we responded to the governor's revised budget, but also the same day was an important day in appropriations. It was a suspense hearing where the fate of dozens and dozens of bills that we were tracking with fiscal impacts was determined. So first, let me just share with you that we do have 3 sponsored bills by the Board of Governors that are still active and moving forward with strong support. One of them looks to update CalWORK's statute, expand eligibility for students, and allow flexibility in how districts use their allocation. The second seeks to clarify eligibility for AB 19, California Promise Program. And then the last one is a modernization of some of our mandated legislative reports. So all 3 are active and moving forward with strong support. So we look forward to coming to you in July with an update on those 3 bills. So a brief update on bills that bills from the suspense hearing last week, bills that we know we've gotten a lot of questions about and that we're actively monitoring. So a couple of bills that did die in committee. One of them was a reserves caps bill by Senator Archuleta, SB 1262. The second was a surprise to us, AB 1730 by Assemblymember Fong. That one, as you recall, was a follow-up to our gender equity report that would establish an external resolution authority and would require every district or every college to hire a full-time Title IX coordinator. So that bill is considered dead for the year, but we anticipate ongoing conversations with the author's office since that was a follow-up to our work group that the legislature mandated. A few bills that did go through the ringer and survive appropriations and are still active. Legislation that we are in support of, AB 2301, the Baccalaureate Degree in Nursing Pilot Program, and AB 2694 by Assemblymember Alvarez that looks at baccalaureate degree duplication language, and Workforce Pell. So there is legislation we're tracking by Assemblymember Irwin, AB 1534, that would implement Workforce Pell and Common Course numbering legislation, AB 2236. In your written update, there is just a brief summary of the different categories of bills that we're tracking. Of the 100 or so Tier 1 bills that we were tracking pre-suspense, now we're down to like 80 to 85 Tier 1 bills. So still very active, very busy legislative session, and we look forward to working with the legislature in the next half of the bill discussions. That concludes my update.
All right. Well, thank you very much on 2 fronts. First, every time I come up to Sacramento and I attend a hearing, I inevitably see one of the 3 of you providing testimony, and you are doing a wonderful job advocating on our behalf. So thank you very much for that. And also thank you very much for putting together the Advocacy Day. Phenomenal success, and it's a critical part of the way we represent our system. So thank you for all your work there. We'll take board comments, and I think Member Epstein has one.
Yeah, this is for EVP Ferguson. The last thing that you said in your presentation was about a 10%. So I didn't really understand what you were talking about in that last segment.
Yeah, so in law, in our growth formula, which is how we distribute new growth funding to districts, it says that a district can't receive more than 10% in new growth funding each year. And the way that that's implemented, we actually run the formula. We distribute the resources to all the colleges, and if you're over 10%, you get to keep the initial round. But if there's new money that can be recycled from a district that may not be growing to other districts that are growing, you can't advantage yourself from that resource. So districts that tend to see significant growth, and I'll highlight one that I'm well aware of, which is Victor Valley Community College District. They have a new 15,000 unit subdivision going into the city that's being built out, and it's resulting in a significant increase in FTES. They can only be funded for growth up to that 10% or initial allocation out of the formula. They may have FTES, so students that they're serving today for which they're not funded because they can't get above that statutory cap. So we're asking, and originally the state put those caps in place to try and control its own cost. But I think what we're trying to say to the state is you control growth costs overall. So when you say a 0.5% growth or 1% growth, you're controlling your cost overall. We don't necessarily need that secondary cap in law. That's what we've been arguing, but that's how it functions today. So, you know, sort of distilling it down, if you had a district that had serving 10,000 students today, next year they serve 12,000 students, but the funding formula says you can only get funded for a 10% increase. You get another 1,000 worth of FTES if it's funded in the budget, but that other last 1,000 FTES remains unfunded for the year because the cap says we can't go above that. So it serves to slow some colleges, high growth colleges' ability to serve students. And if it's sustained over too many years, it leads to a rationing of access in those high growth college areas because they simply can't afford to maintain the course sections to keep serving that same level of student.
So is that in law? Are we trying to change the law? Would that be a budget trailer bill kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, it would be a budget trailer bill. So the origins are in the former funding formula, and it's carried forward into the new SCFF sections of law, but it is literally, it says you can't grow more than 10%. And that's because the funding formula that was adopted in 2015-16 said you need an equity allocation formula to distribute growth to districts. And as a result of that, it also said, and you can't increase more than 10% in any given year. So that's a statute and would require a trailer bill change or a statutory change to lift that cap.
Okay, any other board member comments? Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, I have a question for VC O'Brien. In terms of it seems like the administration is going to try to defund or eliminate funds for TRIO, Gear Up, other MSI programs. I was wondering if you knew anything about, I've heard from our communities that this is being replaced by the Strengthening Institutions program. And I was wondering if you could explain that to the board and how that changes the work that we have been doing, obviously, to represent and to help our underrepresented low-income students.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question. I mean, first and foremost, and this is a little bit of editorializing on my part, but assuming the big man is not listening, I would not take the president's proposals to completely defund things like TRIO and all that too seriously. I believe I counted my 6th or 7th Trump budget proposal since I've been working in higher education. I've been there for all of them. And he's proposed to either drastically cut or fully eliminate at least one very popular program that has strong bipartisan support in every single budget. Remember last year he wanted to cut the maximum Pell Grant by 23%. There was just zero traction for that in Congress. There is a bipartisan TRIO caucus, right? There are a number of members of both parties who themselves have been beneficiaries of TRIO programs or who are very close to those programs in their communities. We are aware of and monitoring some potential tinkering with strengthening institutions and keeping an eye on that, but ultimately, the number one thing that I think we're trying to do as it relates to those is, one, follow the policy, but two, also follow the dollars to make sure that we're looking for, those funding opportunities that are going to benefit our community. Because the language that we sometimes see and hear in the headlines does not always match the language that the civil servants are doing. And for instance, I was just looking over again our federal grant applications for strengthening community colleges and talent search, and they do talk about the need to serve underrepresented and low-income students because that's what those announcements solicited, right? So there's the kind of political rhetoric up here that gets kind of hashed out in Congress and all that, and then there's the actual the things that don't always make the front page of the New York Times is like, hey, Department of Education is still looking for states and community colleges to serve underserved and low-income students, regardless of what they say about, DEI woke or anything like that. So.
Yeah, the one piece that I would add there is a risk that the Trump administration may not follow through with the obligations of law. But in the event that happens, rest assured that we'll be working with all of our intersegmental partners to communicate that to, the governor's office, the Department of Justice, and others to very much cry foul if law says do one thing and they do something different.
Member Melgar.
Quick question, and maybe it's a follow-up, but wondering, there's a lot of conversations about the impacts of H.R. 1 and when those, deadlines or I guess new changes take effect. And I know particularly like SNAP benefits is of major concern. I wonder if the board might benefit at some point in the next few meetings from just a briefing on what we might expect, how it might impact our students, particularly those, who are food insecure.
Yeah, we can definitely take that back and work with President Algonaldo and the Chancellor to work on an item for that. What I would just note for the board today is there have been some revisions to the LPI program with done in conjunction with the Department of Social Services to try and make it try and increase the accessibility for students to our programs to also maintain their benefits. So we have been doing that in the background. That has been successful. We are, with our partners though, we're intentionally not highlighting certain items that we think may draw the type of conclusion where someone at the federal side says, hey, we don't want you to do that. We're going to try and stop it.
Right. Seeing no other board comments, let's take public comment, please.
The public comment period at item 6.6 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. We have no in-person speakers and one hand raised. Larry Galizzo, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you, Liaison Reynolds. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, members of the board, Chancellor Christian, Larry Galizzo at the League. Just wanted to share with you what we're hearing from the districts in terms of budget priorities. First and foremost is access. And as was just mentioned previously, there's insufficient funds for growth. So we know that it's fundamental to provide opportunity and access. And so we're asking the governor and the legislature, I guess that the legislature more at this point, to support 3% enrollment growth across 25-26 and 26-27. Our partners in the K-12 sector have shrinking enrollments. On balance, we have increasing enrollments. And so Californians are voting with their registrations, and we need to support that access for California, for the economy, and for local communities. Second priority for us is a COLA on the Student Equity and Achievement Program, or C. This was discussed before. We want to recognize the growing demand for wraparound services, and a COLA for C, or some call it CEAP, would really help offset the inflationary pressures. Third, facilities. We have over $2 billion in deferred maintenance needs, and we have to take advantage of one-time money to fund deferred maintenance. And finally, and this one's a little difficult, but we have real concerns with the paid pregnancy leave mandate, because not the intent, but the impact it has on districts not receiving COLA, those who automatically pass on COLA through the salaries. This should not be taken out of COLA. This should be a separately funded entity or program that should not be taken out of COLA. Thank you.
Madam President, this concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're moving to item 6.7, our board members report. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? No, we don't. Don't suggest that. Don't suggest that. Vice President Perry.
I heard that. I would also like to thank everyone for the excellent advocacy day. It was really well put together. We were very well prepared. There were a lot of meetings. I mean, really kudos to the staff. Great materials, just the way you built the teams, the whole thing. It was a really great day, so thank you. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that this month is Foster Care Awareness Month. And it is very nice to be sitting here with the community colleges that provide an extraordinary education and resources and keep their eye on the needs of youth in foster care all the time. We are looking at a system that has almost doubled the number of youth in the system over the last X number of years. We're looking at a constant increase in the next step services. And we just saw from our report this morning that there's been over the last couple of years another uptick in the number of foster youth that are enrolled. So there's about 300,000, a little more or less across the nation, about 40,000 of them in California. And we're serving almost half of those at our community colleges. And so you're taking first-gen education students who came out of trauma and providing them a real lifeline. So it's really exciting. And at the more local level, the LA Community College District has just set aside 20% of new housing that they build in housing to serve former foster youth. So that in and of itself at the local level is really addressing a paramount need for these youth. So thank you to all of you and all of you who work within the system to taking care of these youth that rely on us, and that, again, education is a lifeline for them. So thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
Just real quick, again, shout out again to the GR team for that amazing advocacy day. It was kind of to be appointed to lead a team, and it was wonderful to be within our community with also our students. They are advocating, and that is so meaningful when our policymakers hear directly from our students, because that's whom we serve. Just want to highlight too that I had the privilege to represent the board during the Asian Pacific Americans in Higher Education Conference in Anaheim. That was wonderful. I think it was 1,200 to 1,300 attendees there. My college, my students were also there. It's wonderful to see that a good number of the participants are also students, and exposing them to their very first conference. It's such a wonderful learning opportunity for them to learn how to network and to connect, and to really become leaders themselves. Want to thank our ASCCC leadership who was also at that conference. So it was wonderful to see all of us in solidarity with our ANAPI groups and leaders, not just here in the continental United States, but also in the Pacific Islands. So it was a wonderful, wonderful time, again, despite some of the challenges, of course, that we are facing today. Thank you.
Member LeGrand.
Yeah, just a couple of updates. As part of my role on the foundation board, on the 11th, we had I serve on the DEI subcommittee for that board, and so it's a really active board. I'm really happy to be a part of that. We're starting up our leadership series again, and we've got one of the chancellors, I can't find his name on my notes right now, that's going to be presenting at the end of this month. But it's an opportunity for their staff to kind of learn from a very diverse group of leaders what they're doing and what's happening in the areas. And I had the opportunity to speak before them last year, which was a really nice thing to do. And I've also been approached by Coast Community College District to serve on their foundation board, and I actually didn't know if that was a conflict. So I've got Keith and her group looking at it and their general counsel, and I think I'm not certain I would actually do it because I'm supposed to be retired. But it was an interesting call that I got that my name had come up with them a couple of times on that. So that's upcoming, and I'm looking forward to the trip to Riverside to look at the housing project down there. That's a combination with UC Riverside and Riverside City College. So more on that.
Pam and Tom are supposed to be retired, and look what happened to them. Member Melgar.
Good to know you're on the market. Send some more opportunities your way. No, also want to just echo appreciation for the government relations team. I was able to attend the orientation piece, and it was a standing room only. My first one, so I have nothing to compare it to, but from what I heard, that's the biggest turnout it's been, so kudos to Dr. Vasquez and others. Also want to thank the Chancellor again for coming out to College of the Desert. We heard from our friends there, but really appreciate you making the trip and for setting up this upcoming visit that we have in Riverside as well. And thank EVC Ferguson for coming out a few weeks back also to have lunch again with our friends at COD. I think it's important that we show up where we can and show our partnership. So just want to acknowledge you all making the trip and making time in your days.
Member Haynes.
Just wanted to share that I went to the Academic Senate plenary, and it was a wonderful experience seeing all of the work that's being done there in that process, and then also the equity conference as well. Anyway.
Member Williams.
I want to thank the government relations team for all of the prep work for confirmation and all that goes into that process. The questions are super intensive. They're really staff-driven questions. They don't ask you questions like you're a board member, but I appreciate all of the time and energy that went into just the research and the follow-up. So thank you.
Wonderful. All right, let's move into item 7.1, public forum.
The public forum is now open. Please use raise hand feature to make a comment. You will be given 2 minutes. We do not have any in-person comments, but we do have a few hands raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Instructure themselves have confirmed that student data has been breached and is in criminal hands. It's on their website. That was in criminal hands, at least we believe so. And it's on their website. And earlier it was said this would happen again. This doesn't have to happen again this way, but we need to first recognize our students' rights. Those rights that are protected from UN Article 13 to our 4th Amendment, our Article 1 of our State Bill of Rights, and our Student Bill of Rights at our individual districts. We have students that are escaping from domestic violence. We have students that are immigrants, activists, journalists, people that need protection. Stop giving our personal information to corporations. They are extracting data instead of protecting students and their rights. Canvas has had third-party vendors that have been breached before or had vulnerabilities. They deny our right to know request, even though it's in your contract. They don't report the students that are affected by government requests for information. They do not give us transparency that we need to govern. There are so many signs of problems. Students are forced into using these. These corporations are stealing data, and it is stealing because no one has transparency. No one knows what's going on or even what jurisdiction their data will be in. We need alternatives to these corporations holding data. We need to limit data collected on students to the minimum needed. Data is toxic and it comes back and hurts people. Criminals got paid for this, so they will target again because they're getting paid to do this. Students need control over their data.
30 seconds.
Under constant review, and we need to be able to withdraw consent at any time. We should have a 50% law for legal representation where students get half of the budget from all of our districts and at the state level, because it's ridiculous our rights are removed. Leadership that is not for protecting students' rights and their safety has no reason to be in education at all. Thank you.
Ken Kuniyuki, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, from San Diego Mesa, Thoughts for the Islamic Center. I'm here with up to 5 students. May the 6 of us please have 2 minutes each to speak on AB 1705.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. On AB 1705, I want to thank the board for its reasonable compromise memo from December 2024. This memo rescued our pre-calculus courses. My A students in pre-calc, right here, later took calculus. They told me they needed it. I was the one who warned you about what was happening at UCSD, and it became a national scandal. Students couldn't divide a fraction by 2 or solve, get this, 7 plus 2 equals x plus 6 at UCSD. Should they be tossed into calculus or have no recourse if they fail? At UCSD, they can take pre-calc, but not at our community colleges when the memo expires. The RP group validates courses through throughput, which touts substandard accelerated calculus classes. In the movie The Big Short, Christian Bale's character looks under the hood and sees the fraud that led to the mortgage crisis. Well, I read a sample syllabus from a college whose subprime accelerated calculus course was repeatedly touted by the RP group. Much of the grading is online. Paper exams, about 10%. You know what's in nowadays? Group exams. Group exams. Calculus 2 instructors tell me students from similar classes know close to nothing, 0%, 5%. They can't do science. What is throughput pushing? Do Calc 2 the same way. They are. It's the mortgage crisis again. It's RP's average student age of 21, not 26. Remember that? They're validating us. Throughput with inferior skills or no skills. It's academic fraud. The reckoning isn't bank bailouts. It's UCSD students who can't solve 7 plus 2 equals x plus 6. What is the solution? In AB 1705,
30 seconds.
Section 3F2, 3 Fox in the law, it allows us to offer pre-calc. If this fraudulent validation is not met, we just have a disclaimer saying so. We can do that. The December 2024 compromise memo is keeping the train from falling off the cliff. Please extend it and save pre-calc. UCSD is, they must. Why can't we? Extend the memo indefinitely, allow disclaimers. 3F2, 3 Fox, 3 Fox, 3 Fox. Thank you so much. I'll pass it to my students, starting with Tyler.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Tyler Blake. I am a 27-year-old Army veteran in my first semester of school here at Mesa College. I find that a lot of my colleagues share a similar status. Before enlisting, I completed AP Calculus and received a score of 4 on the AP exam. When signing up for class in January, it was recommended that I go straight into Calculus 2. Since I haven't thought about math in 10 years, outside of perhaps land navigation and other military-related math, I decided to go and take pre-calculus despite setting myself back time-wise and graduating. I figured it was important as it related to my planned major of mechanical engineering that I actually understand the math that I'm looking at. Ken can attest. It was a very good thing that I decided to take a step back. Spending time relearning the material has been incredibly valuable. With that said, it has also been surprisingly difficult. I can't imagine what it would be like if I didn't have a strong mathematical baseline, even from 10 years ago. If pre-calculus gets removed from being an option in the community college system, you would be doing an extreme disservice to those that need a review or those that need to form a baseline to progress in a STEM major. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. My next student is Brian.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Pettis, and I'm a recent mechanical engineering graduate from San Diego State University. I'm speaking today because I'm deeply concerned about the direction California community colleges are taking with pre-calculus. I understand the goal is to help students move through math pathways more quickly, but from my own experience, removing or weakening pre-calculus is not helping students, especially students pursuing STEM fields like mechanical engineering, where the concepts taught in pre-calculus are absolutely essential. In engineering, knowledge of functions, trigonometry, algebraic manipulation, and exponential relationships is treated as basic foundational knowledge. The same way society expects people to already know how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. These are not optional skills. They are essential. They are used constantly in calculus, physics, and engineering coursework. Pre-calculus is not extra math. For many students, it is the bridge that makes higher-level mathematics possible. Without that preparation, students can end up overwhelmed, discouraged, and less likely to succeed long-term. I'm also concerned that these decisions are being justified using incomplete or misleading data. Speed alone should not be the measure of student success. Real success means students actually understand the material, stay in their programs, and are prepared for future coursework and careers. Public feedback helped secure important limits on the implementation of AB 1705. That showed that faculty, students, and community members can make a difference when they speak up. I urge the board to protect access to meaningful pre-calculus pathways across California's 116 community colleges and to listen carefully to the educators and students directly affected by these policies. Thank you.
My next student is Braulio.
Hello, my name is Braulio. I'm here to talk about my experience with pre-calculus and trig and how much it has helped me with my academic journey. When I first started community college, I did not have a solid foundation of math, and I was proven right when I had to drop my trigonometry class twice. But I kept on pushing, and I ended up taking Ken's pre-calculus class. It exposed me to many topics that helped me build a good math base, and it has helped me in my following STEM classes, including my physics classes. Taking pre-calculus gave me a lot of context on what to expect, and it eased the learning process for my other classes. I'm currently enrolled in 3 math classes, which are discrete math, calculus 3, and linear algebra. And I'm currently maintaining straight A's, and it's all thanks to pre-calculus and trig. I cannot stress enough how important pre-calculus and trig were to setting a strong math foundation, and it has helped me a lot on my journey to becoming an engineer. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Our next student is Teresa.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa, and this is my 4th semester here at Mesa College. I just want to say that pre-calculus has been hands down one of the most beneficial classes I have taken during my time here. And not only has it helped me in my calculus classes moving forward, but it has also helped me in my other STEM classes such as chemistry and physics, whether that's dealing with logarithms or adding fractions. And I want to say that pre-calculus has set a really good foundation for my math, specifically algebra, and it exposed me to topics which eased the learning process in all my other classes. So if it weren't for my pre-calculus class, I don't know where I would be in my academic success. Thank you.
Our sixth student is still in lab. Is it possible that we could raise hand later if there are further speakers?
Ken, it's all dependent on whether we're still going to be in the meeting. So if they make it in time, then yes, but we're not going to wait for the sixth person to come.
Absolutely, I understand. I'll go ahead and yield time for now. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. And if I could ask you to connect with our team to make sure that I don't know if he hung up. Okay, to make sure that all the students who did the public comment have their name registered with us, just so that our minutes could reflect that they all participated in the public comment section. That would be awesome. All right, turning it back over.
Daniel Judge, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Governors. I'm here today to ask for your support of Section 3F2 under AB 1705, which would allow students to continue enrolling in trigonometry and pre-calculus beginning fall 2027 using a legally mandated disclaimer. It's important to remember that both the university, the UCs and CSU systems continue to allow their students to enroll in these courses. If our four-year institutions recognize the importance of trigonometry and pre-calculus in preparing students for STEM pathways, then why would we deny the same opportunity to community college students? Section 3F2 provides a reasonable and balanced solution. It preserves students' access while ensuring transparency through a required disclaimer. Most importantly, it acknowledges the reality that these courses remain vital for success in STEM education. As a mathematics professor at East Los Angeles College, the current math district curriculum chair, and LACCD, and newly elected mathematics department chair, I come to you not only as an educator, but also from a perspective of a former struggling student. I was a part-time student myself. I worked full-time while caring for my mother, my grandparents, and younger brothers as I pursued my math education. I did not begin in calculus. I started in geometry. Because of that journey, I understand firsthand the importance of these foundational courses in building student confidence, preparation, and long-term success. We must recognize an important truth. Calculus 1 is not STEM programs, and it's where they begin. Our students face real challenges. Many work full-time jobs, support families, and navigate significant financial aid and personal responsibilities. We cannot simply tell them to rely on concurrent support courses or tutoring while we ignore the same educational realities students have faced for decades. For many students, trig and pre-calculus are not obstacles, they're opportunities. They are the bridge that allows students to develop the math foundation necessary to succeed in engineering, physics, computer science, and other STEM disciplines. I respectfully ask the Board of Governors to support Section 3F2 and preserve access to these critical courses for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam President, that concludes public comments on this item.
And we have reached the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 4:53 p.m. and I am pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.